There are objects scattered across our world that shouldn't exist. Ancient artifacts that challenge everything we thought we knew about human history. Technologies that predate their supposed invention by millennia. Knowledge that seems to have appeared from nowhere, leaving scientists scratching their heads and rewriting textbooks. Tonight, we're embarking on a journey through humanity's most perplexing enigmas, from mechanical computers found in ancient shipwrecks to star maps created by people who never owned telescopes, from underground cities carved with impossible precision to manuscripts written in languages that don't exist. These aren't just curiosities gathering dust in museums. They're glimpses into a past far more complex and mysterious than we ever imagined. Each discovery raises more questions than it answers. Each artifact whispers of knowledge that was somehow lost to time. So settle in, let your mind wander, and prepare to explore the mysteries that continue to elude our understanding. Because sometimes the most profound truths are hidden in the spaces between what we know and what we've yet to discover. The Antikythera Mechanism. In 1901, sponge divers working the crystalline waters off the Greek island of Antikythera hauled up what they thought was a rotting corpse from an ancient shipwreck. What they'd actually discovered would challenge everything we understand about technological progress in the ancient world. The object, encrusted with marine growth and corroded beyond recognition, sat in storage at the National Archaeological Museum in Athens for decades. When archaeologist Valerios Stias finally examined it closely in 1902, he noticed something that made his colleagues dismiss him as delusional. Gear wheels, intricate and precise, embedded within what appeared to be a 2000-year-old artifact. The scientific community's reaction was swift and brutal. Ancient Greeks didn't possess such technology. The very suggestion violated the accepted timeline of human technological development. Stias's discovery was quietly shelved, labeled as a curiosity that would eventually be explained away. 70 years later, physicist Derek de Solla Price began the first serious investigation of what would become known as the Antikythera Mechanism. Using X-ray photography, he revealed a complexity that defied every assumption about ancient capabilities. The device contained at least 37 meshing bronze gears, arranged in a system so sophisticated that nothing comparable would appear in European technology for another 1,300 years. The mechanism's construction demonstrates a level of precision manufacturing that we struggle to explain. The gear teeth, some smaller than a millimeter, were cut with tolerances that wouldn't look out of place in a modern Swiss watch. The bronze alloy itself shows a metallurgical sophistication that suggests the ancient Greeks possessed knowledge of material science that we're only beginning to understand. When researchers finally decoded the device's function, the implications became even more unsettling. This wasn't just advanced technology, it was a portable astronomical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets with startling accuracy. The mechanism could forecast eclipses decades in advance, track the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games, and calculate the complex motions of celestial bodies using mathematical principles that we credit to much later civilizations. The gear ratios embedded within the device reveal knowledge of astronomical cycles that shouldn't have been available to ancient Greeks. The mechanism accurately models the elliptical orbit of the moon, a discovery we attribute to Johannes Kepler in the 17th century. It incorporates the Metonic cycle, a 19-year pattern that reconciles lunar and solar calendars with a precision that suggests centuries of careful observation and calculation. Recent CT scans have revealed even more disturbing details. The mechanism contains what appears to be a differential gear, a component we didn't see again until the 13th century. This single element requires an understanding of mechanical engineering that places the ancient Greeks far ahead of where our historical timeline suggests they should have been. The inscriptions covering the device present their own mystery. Written in ancient Greek, they function as an instruction manual for operating this ancient computer. The text references astronomical phenomena and mathematical concepts that align perfectly with the mechanism's mechanical capabilities, suggesting that whoever built this device possessed both theoretical knowledge and practical engineering skills that we've dramatically underestimated. Professor Mike Edmonds, part of the international team studying the mechanism, made a statement that captures the implications. This device is more complex than a 19th century Swiss clock. Nothing like this technological complexity appears again until the 14th century, and it wasn't until the 16th century that astronomical clocks were made that were even comparable. The mechanism's creator remains unknown, though some researchers point to Hipparchus of Rhodes, the ancient astronomer who discovered the precession of the equinoxes. Others suggest connections to the workshop of Posidonius on the island of Rhodes. But these attributions raise more questions than they answer. How did any ancient workshop acquire the knowledge and tools necessary to create such a device? The metallurgical analysis adds another layer to the mystery. The bronze alloy contains trace elements that suggest sophisticated smelting techniques. The precision of the gear cutting implies the existence of tools that we haven't found in any archaeological context. The entire manufacturing process would have required not just individual genius, but an entire technological infrastructure that has left no other trace in the archaeological record. Perhaps most troubling is the mechanism's apparent uniqueness. If ancient Greeks possessed this level of technological sophistication, where are the other examples? Where are the workshops, the tool marks, the evidence of a broader technological tradition that could produce such devices? The Antikythera Mechanism stands isolated in the archaeological record, like a single page torn from a book that was never supposed to exist. Modern attempts to reconstruct the device have revealed the depth of knowledge required for its creation. The gear trains must be precisely calculated to achieve the correct astronomical ratios. The mechanical tolerances must be maintained within fractions of a millimeter. The assembly requires an understanding of complex mechanical principles that we associate with much later periods of technological development. The implications extend beyond ancient Greek capabilities. If one civilization possessed this level of technological knowledge 2,000 years ago, what other advances might have been achieved and then lost? The mechanism suggests that human technological progress may not follow the steady linear path that we've constructed in our historical narratives. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. Fragment research continues to reveal new inscriptions and mechanical elements. Each revelation suggests that our current reconstruction captures only a fraction of the device's original complexity. The full mechanism may have been capable of calculations and predictions that we haven't yet discovered. The Antikythera Mechanism forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about the assumptions underlying our understanding of technological development. It stands as physical evidence that our ancestors possessed capabilities that don't fit neatly into the progressive narrative of human advancement. In the quiet halls of the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, this ancient computer continues to challenge everything we thought we knew about the limits of ancient knowledge. Puma Punku precision. The blocks fit together with the precision of a Swiss watch, each surface machined to tolerances that modern engineers struggle to achieve. At 12,800 feet above sea level in the Bolivian Altiplano, the ancient site of Puma Punku presents us with an impossibility wrapped in red sandstone and andesite. Dr. Renpierre Pratzen spent decades studying Inca stonework, becoming one of the world's foremost experts on Andean construction techniques. When he first examined Puma Punku's megalithic blocks in 1992, his initial confidence began to crumble. The precision he witnessed defied everything he understood about pre-Columbian technology. Stone surfaces flat to within hundredths of an inch, right angles so perfect they seemed cut by laser, interlocking joints that required no mortar, fitting together like three-dimensional puzzles designed by a mind that understood physics in ways we're still discovering. The red sandstone blocks, some weighing over 130 tons, were quarried from deposits 10 miles away. Transport alone presents a logistics nightmare that would challenge modern heavy machinery operators. Yet somehow, over 1,000 years ago, these massive stones were moved across difficult terrain, then shaped with a precision that leaves contemporary stonemasons shaking their heads. Brian Forster, a researcher who has spent years documenting anomalous stonework around the world, brought precision measuring instruments to Puma Punku in 2012. What he found challenged the accepted timeline of human technological development. The surfaces weren't just smooth, they were geometrically perfect. Angles measured exactly 90 degrees. Surfaces varied by less than 2 millimeters across spans of several feet. This level of accuracy typically requires computer-controlled machinery. The conventional explanation points to bronze and stone tools, patient craftsmanship, and techniques lost to time. Archaeological orthodoxy maintains that the Huanaku people, who built Puma Punku between 536 and 600 CE, possessed sophisticated but entirely human engineering knowledge, yet when modern masons attempt to recreate even small sections using proposed ancient methods, the results fall far short of Puma Punku's precision. Christopher Dunn, a master machinist with 40 years of experience in precision manufacturing, examined the site with the trained eye of someone who understands exactly what it takes to achieve such accuracy. His conclusions were unsettling to conventional archaeology. The tool marks, the surface finishes, the geometric precision, all pointed to manufacturing processes that shouldn't have existed in the pre-Columbian Americas. The H-blocks present perhaps the most confounding puzzle. These massive andesite monoliths feature complex internal channels and precisely cut slots that interlock with other blocks in 3 dimensions. Each H-block is unique, yet part of a larger architectural system that required advanced planning and mathematical precision beyond what we typically associate with ancient construction. The tolerances are so tight that a piece of paper cannot slide between adjoining surfaces. Arthur Poznansky, a German-Bolivian researcher who devoted his life to studying Tiwanaku culture, documented something even more mysterious. Many blocks show evidence of being cut or shaped after placement, as if the builders modified their stone components on site with tools capable of slicing through solid andesite like butter. Conventional archaeology has no explanation for this apparent post-installation precision cutting. Geologist Dr. Robert Schoch, known for his controversial redating of the Sphinx, has studied the weathering patterns on Puma Punku's stones. What he discovered adds another layer to the mystery. The precision surfaces show minimal weathering despite being exposed to harsh altiplano conditions for over a millennium. This suggests either the precision was achieved more recently than traditionally believed, or the manufacturing process created surfaces with unusual resistance to erosion. The acoustic properties of Puma Punku add yet another dimension to its mysteries. Sound engineer David Elkington discovered that the stone blocks produce distinct musical tones when struck, and that the whole complex may have been designed with acoustic resonance in mind. This level of acoustic engineering requires understanding of harmonic principles that wouldn't be formalized in Western knowledge until centuries later. Local Aymara legends speak of the stones being molded like clay, shaped by plant extracts that could soften rock. While dismissed by mainstream archaeology, these oral traditions persist across generations, describing construction methods that sound more like advanced chemistry than primitive stonework. Recent research into plant-based acids has revealed compounds capable of affecting stone composition, lending unexpected credibility to these ancient accounts. The mystery deepens when considering the site's apparent destruction. Many of Puma Punku's precisely cut blocks lie scattered as if by tremendous force. Some show evidence of vitrification, heating to temperatures that could only be achieved through advanced technology or natural catastrophe. The question remains whether this destruction was gradual abandonment, sudden catastrophe, or something else entirely. Modern attempts to recreate Puma Punku's precision using proposed ancient techniques have consistently failed. The Experimental Archaeology Division at the University of Pennsylvania conducted extensive tests, trying everything from bronze chisels to sand abrasion to achieve comparable surface accuracy. Their closest approximations still fell far short of the original's precision, lacking the geometric perfection and tight tolerances that define the actual site. The implications extend beyond archaeology into our understanding of technological development. If Puma Punku's builders possessed precision manufacturing capabilities over 1,000 years ago, it suggests a non-linear progression of human knowledge. Technologies may have existed and vanished, leaving behind only their stone testimonies to puzzle future civilizations. Standing among these impossible blocks, feeling the perfect edges beneath your fingers, you confront something that shouldn't exist according to our current historical framework. The precision is not just remarkable, it's anachronistic. Puma Punku represents a convergence of knowledge, capability, and intention that our models of ancient civilization cannot comfortably accommodate. The site continues to challenge every assumption about technological progression, leaving visitors and researchers alike to wonder what knowledge was possessed, then lost, in the thin air of the Bolivian highlands where impossibly precise stones wait silently for explanations that may never come. The Dogon people's star knowledge. The Dogon elders gather at twilight in the cliffs of Mali, their voices carrying secrets that shouldn't exist. For over 1,000 years, they've spoken of Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye, orbiting its brilliant companion in a cosmic dance that Western astronomy only confirmed in 1970. The Dogon knew about it centuries before the first telescope was ever built. French anthropologists Marcel Griaule and Germain de Terlin spent decades living among the Dogon people between 1931 and 1956. What they documented defied everything science understood about how astronomical knowledge spreads. The Dogon didn't just know about Sirius B, they called it Potolo, described its 50-year orbital period with startling accuracy, and knew it consisted of matter so dense that all earthly beings combined cannot lift it. They were right. Sirius B is a white dwarf, a collapsed star so dense that a teaspoon of its material would weigh 5 tons on Earth. Its orbital period around Sirius A is 49.9 years, almost exactly what Dogon oral tradition claimed. The star wasn't photographed until 1970, and its extraordinary density wasn't confirmed until decades after Griaule first recorded these accounts. But the Dogon knowledge extends far beyond a single star. Their creation mythology describes visitors from the Sirius system, amphibious beings called the Nomo who brought knowledge to Earth. These weren't vague spiritual entities, but specific teachers who, according to Dogon cosmology, arrived in a spinning craft amid great noise and wind. The descriptions are remarkably technical for a pre-industrial culture. The craft landed on legs, displaced water, and the beings required an aquatic environment to survive. Dr. Robert Temple documented these revelations in The Sirius Mystery, noting that the Dogon possessed accurate knowledge of Jupiter's 4 major moons, Saturn's rings, and the spiral structure of the Milky Way. They understood that planets orbit the sun, and that stars are distant suns with their own planetary systems. This wasn't scattered folklore, but a coherent astronomical framework that aligned with modern astrophysics. The precision becomes more unsettling when examined closely. The Dogon described Sirius B as the smallest yet heaviest star, made of sagala, a grain harder than iron. White dwarfs are indeed among the smallest stars by volume, while maintaining tremendous mass. They depicted its orbit as elliptical, rather than circular. Another detail Western astronomy confirmed only through careful observation with advanced instruments. Skeptics argue that the Dogon acquired this knowledge through contact with Western missionaries or traders. Yet Griaule's fieldwork began in 1931, when the existence of Sirius B was known only to a handful of astronomers. The white dwarf nature of the companion star, its incredible density, and the physics behind white dwarf formation remained cutting-edge astrophysics well into the 1960s. Rural Mali had no universities, observatories, or scientific libraries where such specialized knowledge might have been encountered casually. The cultural context makes outside influence even less likely. Dogon astronomical knowledge wasn't shared freely with outsiders. It formed the sacred core of their religious traditions, passed down through generations of initiated priests. Griaule and Dieterlen gained access only after decades of building trust and undergoing initiation ceremonies themselves. This wasn't borrowed information hastily incorporated into existing beliefs, but foundational knowledge woven into every aspect of Dogon cosmology. Archaeological evidence supports the antiquity of these beliefs. Dogon cave paintings and rock carvings, some dating back over 700 years, depict the Sirius system's configuration and the Namo beings. These aren't recent additions to the cultural record, but ancient symbols whose meanings were carefully preserved across centuries. The consistency between the oldest visual representations and modern oral traditions suggests an unbroken chain of astronomical understanding. The implications become more complex when examining similar knowledge among neighboring cultures. The Bambara, Bozo, and Malinke peoples of the same region share elements of the Sirius-based cosmology, though without the same level of detail. This regional consistency suggests the knowledge has deep historical roots rather than recent contamination from outside sources. Modern astrophysics has only deepened the mystery. Recent studies of the Sirius system reveal it's more complex than initially understood. Evidence suggests the possibility of a third companion, Sirius C, which some researchers believe the Dogon may have also known about. References in their oral traditions to Emiya, another celestial body in the Sirius system, might correspond to this hypothetical third star. Though its existence remains scientifically unconfirmed, the mathematical precision embedded in Dogon ceremonial calculations deserves particular attention. Their ritual calendar incorporates the 50-year Sirius B orbital period, the 60-year Jupiter-Saturn conjunction cycle, and various Venus transit calculations. These aren't approximate timekeeping systems, but sophisticated astronomical computers embedded in religious practice. The level of mathematical abstraction required to develop such calendars typically appears only in advanced civilizations with written mathematical notation. What makes the Dogon case unique among ancient astronaut theories is the specificity of testable claims. Unlike vague references to sky gods or flying chariots, Dogon traditions make precise statements about stellar properties, orbital mechanics, and stellar evolution physics. Each claim can be verified against modern astronomical data and consistently proves accurate. The white dwarf explanation presents perhaps the most compelling puzzle. Understanding stellar evolution, how massive stars exhaust their nuclear fuel, collapse and become incredibly dense objects, requires advanced physics. The concept that matter could become so compressed that normal physical laws seem suspended runs counter to everyday intuition. Yet Dogon tradition grasps this counterintuitive reality millennia before human science discovered it. Recent advances in exoplanet detection add another layer to consider. We now know that binary star systems like Sirius can indeed support planetary systems, making the Namo narrative scientifically plausible in ways unimaginable when Temple first published his research. The idea of aquatic beings from a distant star system has shifted from science fiction impossibility to theoretical possibility. The Dogon astronomical knowledge remains an anomaly that conventional explanations struggle to address satisfactorily. Whether through cultural diffusion more complex than currently understood, extraordinary indigenous astronomical discoveries, or contact with non-human intelligences, their precise knowledge of invisible stellar phenomena continues challenging our assumptions about how information travels and who possessed advanced scientific understanding in humanity's past. In the cliffs of Mali, the elders still gather at twilight, watching Sirius rise above the horizon, carrying secrets that modern science has only recently begun to verify. The Copper Scroll Treasure. Among the brittle parchments discovered in the caves of Qumran, one artifact stands apart from the rest. While the other Dead Sea Scrolls were inscribed on fragile papyrus and animal skins, this document was hammered into sheets of pure copper, as if its creators understood that what they were preserving needed to survive far longer than ordinary texts. The Copper Scroll, as it came to be known, contains no religious teachings or philosophical wisdom. Instead, it reads like the world's most valuable treasure map, detailing the locations of 64 separate caches of gold, silver, and precious objects hidden throughout the ancient landscape of Judea. According to the scroll's calculations, the total value of these treasures would amount to over 60 tons of gold and silver, a fortune that would have represented the entire wealth of the Jerusalem Temple. When archaeologist Roland Deveau first encountered the scroll in Cave 3 at Qumran in 1952, he knew immediately that conventional unrolling techniques would destroy the oxidized copper. The metal had become so brittle that any attempt to flatten it would crumble the entire document. For 4 years, the scroll remained untouched while experts debated how to safely reveal its contents. The solution came from a most unexpected source. Professor H. Wright Baker at Manchester University proposed cutting the scroll into strips using a specially designed circular saw. It was a terrifying prospect, effectively dissecting what could be one of history's most important documents. But with no other viable option, Deveau agreed to the irreversible procedure. When the strips were finally separated and photographed in 1956, the text revealed something extraordinary. Written in a Hebrew dialect that predated the destruction of the Second Temple, the scroll contained precise geographic references to locations throughout Judea. But these weren't vague directions or symbolic descriptions. The text provided specific measurements, architectural landmarks, and even depth calculations for buried treasures. One typical entry reads, "In the cave that is next to the fountain belonging to the house of Hakos, dig 6 cubits and find 6 bars of silver." Another states, "At Dok, under the corner of the eastern watchtower, dig down 7 cubits and find 22 talents of silver." The specificity was electrifying. These weren't metaphorical references or religious allegories. They read like actual burial instructions, complete with the kind of practical details that someone would need to physically recover these treasures. But therein lay the first mystery. Who had the authority to bury such vast amounts of precious metals across dozens of locations? The quantities mentioned in the scroll represented more wealth than most ancient kingdoms possessed. Some scholars theorized that the treasures belonged to the Jerusalem temple, hidden by priests during the Roman siege of 70 CE. Others suggested they were the accumulated wealth of the Assain community at Qumran, distributed across multiple hiding places to prevent total loss. Dr. Bargil Pixner, who spent decades studying the scroll, proposed an entirely different theory. He believed the treasures were part of a much older tradition, possibly dating back to the time of King David or Solomon. According to Pixner, certain Jewish communities had maintained secret knowledge of these burial sites for centuries, passing down the information through carefully guarded oral traditions until the political situation became so unstable that they felt compelled to create a permanent record. The second mystery emerged when archaeologists began attempting to locate the treasures. Despite the scroll's detailed directions, every expedition came up empty-handed. Teams equipped with modern metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar, and satellite mapping technology scoured the referenced locations. They found nothing. Some locations mentioned in the scroll had been completely transformed by 2 millennia of geological changes. Ancient wells had dried up, buildings had disappeared, and entire settlements had been abandoned and forgotten. But even in areas where the landscape remained relatively unchanged, searchers found no trace of the buried treasures. This led to increasingly complex theories about the scroll's true purpose. Perhaps the locations were coded references that required additional keys to interpret. Maybe the measurements were given in an unknown ancient system that didn't correspond to standard cubits. Or possibly the treasures had been moved multiple times throughout history, making the original burial sites meaningless. The most intriguing possibility emerged from the work of archaeologist Vendell Jones, who noticed that several of the scroll's references corresponded to locations mentioned in other ancient texts. According to Jones, the scroll might have been part of a larger archive, with accompanying documents that provided the missing context needed to interpret the directions correctly. Jones's theory gained credibility when he discovered that the Hebrew word kli, used repeatedly in the scroll, had been mistranslated. Most scholars had interpreted it as vessel or container, but Jones argued that it actually referred to a specific type of sacred object used in temple ceremonies. If correct, this would suggest that the scroll wasn't just a treasure map, but an inventory of religious artifacts hidden to prevent their capture by Roman forces. The physical construction of the scroll itself added another layer of mystery. Creating a copper document would have been enormously expensive and technically challenging in ancient times. The metal had to be hammered into thin sheets, then carefully inscribed with a sharp stylus. The process would have required master craftsmen and significant financial resources. More puzzling still was the decision to make the scroll permanent. Unlike other documents that could be updated or corrected, the copper medium meant that every word had to be perfect on the first attempt. This suggested that the scroll's creators believed the information was so important that it needed to survive indefinitely, even if the people who created it did not. Recent analysis of the copper itself has revealed additional anomalies. The metal's composition doesn't match any known ancient sources from the Judean region. Some researchers believe the copper was imported from mines in Cyprus or Spain, adding thousands of miles to the scroll's journey before it reached Qumran. Today, the copper scroll remains one of archaeology's most tantalizing unsolved puzzles. Its treasures have never been found, its creators remain anonymous, and its true purpose continues to spark debate among scholars. Whether it represents a genuine treasure map, an ancient accounting ledger, or something else entirely, it stands as a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring power of mystery. The scroll now rests in the Jordan Museum in Amman, its copper strips preserved behind climate-controlled glass. Visitors can see the ancient Hebrew text etched into the metal, but the secrets it contains remain as deeply buried as the treasures it describes. Voynich Manuscript Mysteries. In October 1912, antiquarian book dealer Wilfrid Voynich made what should have been a routine acquisition from a Jesuit college library in Italy. Among the manuscripts he purchased was a vellum codex containing 240 pages of text, written in an unknown script, accompanied by bizarre botanical illustrations, astronomical charts, and anatomical drawings unlike anything in the medieval canon. Voynich believed he had stumbled upon a lost work of Roger Bacon, the 13th century Franciscan friar, known for his proto-scientific writings. He couldn't have known that more than a century later, his manuscript would become cryptography's greatest unsolved puzzle. The Voynich manuscript, as it came to be known, presents an immediate contradiction. Radiocarbon dating places the vellum between 1404 and 1438 CE, while the ink appears contemporaneous. Yet the text defies every attempt at decipherment. The manuscript contains approximately 35,000 words written in an alphabet of 20 to 30 distinct characters, none matching any known historical script. Statistical analysis reveals patterns consistent with natural language. The distribution of character frequencies follows Zipf's law. Short words appear more frequently than long ones, and certain character combinations repeat throughout the text. These aren't random symbols or elaborate doodles. This is structured communication in a language that has never been identified. Professional cryptographers began attacking the manuscript during World War I, when code breaking was transitioning from art to science. William Newbold, a University of Pennsylvania professor, announced in 1921 that he had cracked the cipher. According to Newbold, the manuscript was indeed the work of Roger Bacon and contained advanced scientific knowledge, including detailed observations of nebulae and cellular structures, impossible for the 13th century. Newbold's solution was later debunked when colleagues demonstrated that his methodology could produce similar revelations from any text, including grocery lists. The manuscript's secrets remained locked. During World War II, the U.S. Navy assembled a team of cryptographers to tackle the book. These were the same minds breaking Japanese naval codes and German Enigma transmissions. They approached the Voynich text with mathematical rigor, frequency analysis, and pattern recognition techniques that had proven successful against the era's most sophisticated ciphers. After months of analysis, they declared the manuscript unbreakable with available methods. The text exhibited characteristics of natural language, but followed no recognizable linguistic patterns. It was as if someone had created an entirely new way of encoding human thoughts. The botanical section of the manuscript adds another layer to the mystery. Across multiple folios, the unknown author meticulously illustrated plants with roots, stems, leaves, and flowers, but none correspond to known species. Medieval herbals typically depicted recognizable plants alongside descriptions of their medicinal properties. The Voynich plants appear fantastical, with bulbous roots connected to alien-looking leaves and flowers that seem to emerge from no evolutionary lineage. Botanists have suggested these might be stylized versions of real plants, but the distortions are too consistent and deliberate for artistic license. Either the author was documenting flora from a region unknown to European botanists, or these represent something else entirely. The astronomical section contains circular diagrams resembling zodiacal charts, but with unfamiliar symbols and configurations. Small human figures, predominantly female and often nude, populate these pages in ways that don't match established astrological traditions. Some researchers have identified what appear to be constellation patterns, but the accompanying text provides no Rosetta Stone for understanding their significance. Medieval astronomical texts typically drew from Greek, Arabic, or Roman sources. The Voynich astronomical sections seem to emerge from a different tradition entirely. Perhaps most unsettling are the biological drawings. The manuscript contains detailed anatomical diagrams showing systems of tubes and vessels connecting human-like figures to pool-like structures. The figures appear to be bathing in or emerging from these pools, connected by networks of pipes and channels that have no parallel in medieval medical texts. These aren't crude anatomical drawings of the sort common in medieval manuscripts. They display a systematic understanding of circulation and connectivity that wouldn't appear in European medical texts until centuries later. Modern computer analysis has only deepened the mystery. In 2016, artificial intelligence algorithms trained on hundreds of historical texts and ciphers were unleashed on the Voynich manuscript. The AI systems, capable of detecting patterns invisible to human analysis, identified the underlying structure as most similar to Hebrew, but translation attempts using this approach yielded only fragments of potentially meaningful text, scattered among apparent nonsense. The algorithms had detected something real, a linguistic pattern consistent with natural language, but couldn't bridge the gap to meaning. Carbon dating of the manuscript has eliminated some theories while raising new questions. The vellum and ink are definitively medieval, ruling out modern hoax scenarios, but this temporal anchor only makes the content more puzzling. How did a medieval author create a text that exhibits linguistic properties unknown to historical European languages? Why did they document botanical and astronomical knowledge that doesn't align with established medieval scientific traditions? Recent scholarship has proposed that the manuscript might represent a constructed language, created for reasons we can't determine. But constructed languages typically emerge from known linguistic traditions, borrowing grammatical structures and vocabulary patterns from familiar sources. The Voynich text appears to emerge from nowhere, following internal logical rules that have no precedent in the historical record. The manuscript currently resides at Yale University's Bienneka Rare Book Library, where researchers continue attempting to unlock its secrets. High-resolution digital imaging has revealed details invisible to earlier investigators: subtle patterns in ink composition, hidden characters, and overwritten sections that suggest revision and editing. Each new technological advancement offers hope for breakthrough, but the core mystery remains intact. What was the author trying to preserve? The systematic nature of the text, the careful illustrations, and the obvious investment of time and materials suggest this wasn't casual experimentation. Someone believed this information was important enough to commit to expensive vellum using painstaking hand lettering techniques. They created a comprehensive reference work in a language that died with them, leaving us with pages of meticulous documentation we cannot read. The Voynich manuscript represents human knowledge in its most frustrating form, clearly present, obviously systematic, yet completely inaccessible. 6 centuries after its creation, it continues to guard secrets that may forever remain beyond our reach. The Baghdad Battery. Deep in the basement of the Iraqi National Museum, Wilhelm König held something that would challenge everything archaeologists thought they knew about ancient technology. The year was 1938, and the German archaeologist was cataloging artifacts recovered from sites around Baghdad when he encountered an object that defied classification. A clay jar, roughly the size of a human fist, containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod. Ordinary enough, perhaps, until König realized what he might be looking at. The configuration was unmistakable to anyone familiar with basic electrical principles. The copper cylinder, corroded with age, encased an iron rod that showed clear signs of having been dissolved by acid. The clay vessel itself bore the telltale stains of an electrolytic solution. König's background in electrical engineering told him exactly what this represented, even though logic insisted it was impossible. These artifacts, dating to the Parthian period between 250 BC and 250 AD, appeared to be galvanic cells, batteries, crude perhaps, but functionally identical to the electrochemical devices Alessandro Volta would invent over 1,000 years later. König documented his findings meticulously, noting that similar objects had been discovered at Salocha on Tigris and other sites throughout Mesopotamia. The evidence was consistent across multiple locations and time periods. Someone in ancient Iraq had been creating devices capable of generating electrical current, and they'd been doing it for centuries. The implication struck König immediately. If these were indeed batteries, then the ancient world possessed electrical knowledge that history had apparently forgotten. But what were they using it for? And how had such sophisticated understanding simply vanished from human memory? When König published his findings, the archaeological community's response was swift and dismissive. Ancient peoples, they argued, had no concept of electricity. The artifacts were likely storage vessels for scrolls, or perhaps ceremonial objects whose true purpose had been lost to time. The idea that Bronze Age cultures could harness electrical energy was simply too radical to consider seriously. But König wasn't finished. He began experimenting, creating replica batteries using the same materials and construction techniques evident in the originals: clay for the vessel, copper for the cylinder, iron for the rod. When he filled his reproductions with an acidic solution, grape juice, the results were undeniable. Voltage, measurable electrical current flowing through circuits exactly as modern batteries produce. The replicas generated between 1 and 2 volts, sufficient to power small devices or create noticeable effects. More importantly, they proved that the ancient artifacts could function as intended. Whatever their original purpose, these objects were capable of producing electricity. Word of Koenig's experiments spread beyond archaeological circles. Electrical engineers began examining the artifacts with fresh eyes, and their assessment was unanimous. The design was not accidental. The materials, the proportions, the internal structure, all pointed to deliberate construction of electrochemical cells. Someone in ancient Mesopotamia understood the principles of galvanic action. Willard Gray, an electrical engineer at General Electric, conducted his own experiments with reconstructed Baghdad batteries. His findings supported Koenig's work completely. The devices produced consistent voltage and could theoretically be connected in series to increase their electrical output. Gray's analysis concluded that the ancient batteries were well designed and practical. The mystery deepened when researchers began investigating possible applications. One theory suggested the batteries might have been used for electroplating, the process of coating objects with thin layers of metal using electrical current. Ancient Mesopotamian artifacts do show evidence of sophisticated metalworking techniques, including objects that appear to have been electroplated with gold or silver. Dr. Arne Egebrecht, at the Romer and Pelaseus Museum in Germany, tested this theory by connecting a series of Baghdad Battery replicas to a silver medallion. Using the electrical current generated by the ancient design, he successfully deposited a thin layer of silver onto the medallion's surface. The process worked exactly as modern electroplating does, just with primitive equipment. The electroplating theory gained support when researchers examined ancient jewelry and ceremonial objects from Mesopotamia. Many showed signs of metal deposition consistent with electrochemical processes. Thin, even layers of precious metals that would be difficult to achieve through conventional ancient techniques. The quality of the plating suggested a level of control over the process that electricity would provide. Yet questions remained. If the Baghdad batteries were used for electroplating, why haven't archaeologists found evidence of the necessary workshops or industrial processes? Electroplating requires not just electrical knowledge, but understanding of metallurgy, chemistry, and engineering. The implications for ancient technological sophistication were staggering. Alternative theories emerged. Some suggested the batteries might have been used for primitive medical treatments, similar to modern electrotherapy. Ancient texts from various cultures described treatments involving what could be interpreted as electrical stimulation. Others proposed the batteries powered devices for religious ceremonies, creating mysterious effects that would seem magical to observers. The archaeological evidence supporting these theories remains frustratingly limited. Part of the problem lies in the nature of the artifacts themselves. The Baghdad batteries were discovered during excavations in the 1930s, when archaeological documentation standards were less rigorous than today. Detailed contextual information about their discovery is sparse, making it difficult to determine their original purpose or cultural significance. Political instability in Iraq has further complicated research. The 2003 invasion and subsequent looting of the Iraqi National Museum scattered many artifacts, including several Baghdad batteries. Some replicas and photographs remain, but access to the original objects has been severely restricted. The very items that might resolve the mystery have become nearly impossible to study. Skeptics continue to argue that the Baghdad batteries served mundane purposes. Storage vessels for scrolls, they suggest, or containers for sacred substances. The electrical properties are coincidental, they claim, the result of corrosion and chemical reactions rather than intentional design. These explanations, however, struggle to account for the consistent construction across multiple sites and time periods. Modern reconstructions have refined our understanding of the battery's capabilities. Researchers have discovered that different electrolytic solutions produce varying voltages, and that the ancient Mesopotamians might have experimented with different acidic substances to optimize their devices. The sophistication implied by such experimentation suggests deliberate technological development rather than accidental discovery. The Baghdad batteries remain one of archaeology's most provocative mysteries. They represent either evidence of advanced ancient technology or the most persistent case of mistaken identity in archaeological history. Either possibility challenges our assumptions about the capabilities and knowledge of ancient civilizations. 2,000 years later, these small clay vessels continue to generate more questions than answers, their true purpose lost to time, but their implications impossible to ignore. Gobekli Tepe Enigma. Deep in the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, construction workers broke ground on what should have been a routine project in 1994. Instead, Klaus Schmidt found himself staring at carved stone pillars that would shatter everything archaeologists thought they knew about human civilization. The workers had uncovered Gobekli Tepe, and with it, a mystery that grows more perplexing with each passing year of excavation. These aren't just any ancient stones. We're looking at massive limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in precise circles, and carved with intricate reliefs of animals that seem to dance across their surfaces. The craftsmanship rivals anything produced by later civilizations, yet the radiocarbon dating tells us something that shouldn't be possible. Gobekli Tepe was constructed approximately 11,500 years ago, making it roughly 6,000 years older than Stonehenge and 7,000 years older than the Great Pyramid of Giza. Let that settle for a moment. When these pillars were being erected, humanity was supposed to be living in small hunter-gatherer bands, struggling to survive in a post-Ice Age world. The agricultural revolution hadn't even begun. Cities were millennia away, yet here stands evidence of a sophisticated society capable of quarrying, transporting, and precisely positioning megalithic stones with an artistry that speaks to advanced planning and organizational skills. Schmidt, the German archaeologist who dedicated his life to understanding this site, discovered something even more puzzling. The older layers of Gobekli Tepe show superior craftsmanship compared to the newer sections. This flies in the face of everything we understand about technological progression. Civilizations are supposed to advance over time, not regress. Yet the earliest builders at Gobekli Tepe possessed skills that their descendants apparently lost. The site consists of multiple circular enclosures, each containing massive T-shaped pillars arranged like ancient parliamentarians frozen in stone. The central pillars in each circle are the largest, standing like silent sentinels over their smaller companions. These aren't random arrangements. Ground-penetrating radar suggests at least 20 additional circles remain buried beneath the surface, meaning we've only scratched the surface of what lies beneath this Turkish hillside. The animal carvings covering these pillars present their own enigma. Lions, wild boars, foxes, snakes, and birds are rendered with remarkable detail and artistic sophistication. Some reliefs show creatures that don't match the fauna known to have inhabited the region during that time period. Others display animals in positions that suggest ritualistic or symbolic meaning we can't decipher. The crafters of these images understood perspective, proportion, and artistic composition in ways that suggest formal artistic traditions, stretching back even further into prehistory. But here's where the mystery deepens beyond simple questions of ancient artistry. The construction of Gobekli Tepe would have required hundreds of workers laboring for decades. These people needed to be fed, housed, and organized. They needed specialized tools and techniques for quarrying and carving limestone. Most importantly, they needed a reason compelling enough to justify such an enormous undertaking. Hunter-gatherers don't typically invest years of effort into permanent monuments. Archaeological evidence suggests that massive feasts took place at Gobekli Tepe. Bone fragments from aurochs, wild sheep, and other large game animals litter the site in quantities that indicate thousands of people gathered here regularly. The implications are staggering. If small hunter-gatherer bands were convening at this location for ritualistic feasts, we're looking at a level of social organization and communication that predates our understanding of complex society by thousands of years. Recent discoveries have added yet another layer to the enigma. Archaeologists have found evidence of advanced acoustic properties built into the site's design. The arrangement of the pillars creates resonance chambers that amplify certain frequencies. Sound tests reveal that the ancient builders understood principles of acoustics that we associate with much later architectural achievements. The question becomes unavoidable. What were they amplifying, and why? Klaus Schmidt spent over 2 decades excavating Gobekli Tepe before his death in 2014, and his findings challenged conventional archaeological wisdom at every turn. He discovered that the site was deliberately buried sometime around 8,000 years ago, not abandoned, not destroyed by natural disaster, but carefully and systematically covered with tons of earth and debris. Someone went to enormous effort to hide Gobekli Tepe from the world. This deliberate burial raises questions that echo through the corridors of archaeological debate. What civilization possesses the knowledge and motivation to create such sophisticated architecture, only to later expend tremendous effort concealing it? The act of burial was nearly as labor-intensive as the original construction, suggesting that whatever drove the builders to create Gobekli Tepe also eventually drove them to hide it from future generations. Modern excavation techniques have revealed construction details that compound the mystery. The massive pillars were carved from bedrock quarries located on the hillside, then transported and erected without metal tools, wheels, or domesticated animals. The precision of the cuts and the smoothness of the surfaces suggest techniques that shouldn't have existed in the Neolithic period. Some researchers have noted that the pillar surfaces show signs of finishing work that indicates specialized tool use. The site's astronomical alignments add another dimension to its enigma. Several of the stone circles appear oriented to specific stellar configurations, suggesting the builders possessed detailed knowledge of celestial mechanics. This astronomical sophistication implies sustained observation and record-keeping spanning generations, another indication of social complexity that contradicts traditional timelines of human development. Today, Gobekli Tepe continues yielding discoveries that challenge our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Each excavation season reveals new artifacts, new architectural features, and new questions about the people who created this impossible monument. The site represents either a massive revision of human development timelines or evidence of capabilities that somehow vanished from the archaeological record. The hills around Gobekli Tepe likely conceal additional sites of similar age and sophistication. If this location represents just one example of advanced Neolithic construction, we may be looking at a lost chapter of human history that's been buried for millennia. The builders of Gobekli Tepe possessed knowledge, skills, and motivations that remain as mysterious today as they were when Klaus Schmidt first glimpsed those carved pillars emerging from the Turkish soil. The Nazca Lines Riddles. Deep in Peru's coastal desert, lines older than Christ stretch across the earth with surgical precision. From ground level, they're barely visible, faint depressions in the hard pan that could be mistaken for erosion patterns or ancient footpaths, but rise 500 feet above the Nazca Plateau, and one of archaeology's most confounding puzzles reveals itself in full scope. A spider spans nearly 150 feet, a monkey reaches 360 feet from tail to fingertip, a condor spreads wings across 440 feet of desert floor. These aren't casual scratchings in the dirt, they're engineering marvels executed with mathematical precision that rivals modern surveying techniques. Dr. Markus Rendel spent 2 decades mapping these formations with the German Archaeological Institute. His surveys documented over 1,500 individual geoglyphs scattered across 280 square miles of desert. The complexity of what he found challenges every conventional explanation for their creation. Consider the hummingbird. This 320-foot-long figure was carved as a single continuous line that never crosses itself, a feat requiring the artist to plan the entire image before making the first mark. Computer analysis reveals the proportions match actual hummingbird anatomy with startling accuracy. Yet the Nazca people who created it had never seen a living hummingbird, as these birds don't inhabit the coastal desert. The precision extends beyond individual figures to the lines themselves. Some stretch perfectly straight for 30 miles across hills and valleys, maintaining their bearing with less than 2 degrees of deviation. Ancient Roman roads, celebrated for their engineering, rarely achieved such accuracy over similar distances. Archaeologist Maria Rostworowski documented how the Nazca accomplished this feat using simple tools and sophisticated planning. Teams of workers removed the top layer of iron oxide-coated pebbles, exposing lighter-colored earth beneath. The removed stones were carefully piled along the line's edges, creating raised borders that have survived 1,500 years of desert conditions. But understanding the technique only deepens the mystery of purpose. Why invest enormous collective labor in images visible only from impossible heights? The astronomical explanation seemed promising when first proposed. Several lines align with solstice positions of the sun and moon, The spider's orientation matches the constellation of Orion during certain seasons, but astronomer Gerald Hawkins tested 186 lines and found only a handful of celestial correlations, no more than chance would predict. Anthropologist Johann Reinhard observed that many lines point toward mountains considered sacred by Andean peoples. The Nazca lived in one of Earth's driest deserts, where rainfall arrived unpredictably from the mountains. Their elaborate geoglyphs might represent massive ritual offerings to mountain spirits, imploring them to release precious water. This theory gained support when researchers discovered that many lines terminate at underground aqueducts called pukios. These ingenious irrigation systems channeled mountain snowmelt through underground channels, emerging at strategic points to water crops. The Nazca engineered over 40 of these systems, some still functioning today after 1,500 years. Yet water rituals don't explain the monkey, copied from Amazonian species living 200 miles away across formidable mountain barriers, nor do they account for the killer whale, an ocean creature from the opposite direction. The Nazca somehow acquired detailed knowledge of animals from environments they couldn't physically access. Recent discoveries complicate the picture further. In 2018, Japanese researchers using artificial intelligence identified 143 previously unknown figures, including humanoid forms with elaborate headdresses. These discoveries revealed that multiple cultures contributed to the lines across several centuries. The formations aren't the work of a single civilization with unified purpose. Some newer geoglyphs show signs of hasty construction, as if created under time pressure or crisis conditions. Carbon dating of wooden stakes found along certain lines suggests some figures were added during periods of severe drought, supporting the desperation ritual hypothesis. The preservation puzzle adds another layer of mystery. The lines survive because the Nazca Plateau receives virtually no rainfall and little wind erosion. But this same climate should have prevented the intensive agriculture necessary to support a sophisticated civilization. How did the Nazca people thrive in conditions that seem barely habitable? Analysis of Nazca settlement patterns reveals they concentrated around underground water sources with almost supernatural precision. Their agricultural terraces maximized every drop of available moisture through techniques that modern desert farmers still study. The civilization that created the lines possessed environmental knowledge that borders on the miraculous. Modern technology continues revealing new aspects of the mystery. Ground-penetrating radar detects subsurface lines invisible to aerial photography. Satellite imagery identifies faint traces of figures that ground observation missed entirely. Each technological advance uncovers more complexity rather than clarity. The recent discovery of severed human heads buried along certain lines suggests ritual sacrifice connected to the geoglyphs. Trophy heads found in Nazca burials show evidence of careful preparation. Holes drilled for rope suspension, brain tissue removed, lips sealed with thorns. The scale of this practice implies systematic ritual killing tied to the line's construction or use. Some researchers propose the lines served as sacred pathways for ritual processions. Foot traffic along the major lines created visible wear patterns that support regular ceremonial use. But this explanation fails for figures like the monkey or spider, which would be destroyed by human traffic across their intricate forms. The balloon hypothesis gained attention when adventurer Jim Woodman successfully flew a hot air balloon constructed entirely from materials available to the Nazca people. His flight proved such technology was theoretically possible, offering a potential explanation for the aerial perspective needed to design ground-level figures. However, no archaeological evidence supports Nazca balloon use, no cave paintings depicting flight, no preserved balloon materials, no cultural legends describing aerial travel. Textile analysis offers tantalizing clues. Nazca fabrics display the same animal motifs found in the desert lines, but with additional details invisible in the ground drawings. The textiles might represent the complete intended images, with the geoglyphs serving as permanent but simplified versions executed at landscape scale. The question of intended audience remains unanswered. If the lines were messages to gods dwelling in mountain peaks, the imagery makes sense as offerings visible from elevated divine perspectives. If they served astronomical purposes, the scale ensures visibility from ceremonial platforms on nearby hills. But the most elaborate figures remain best viewed from heights the Nazca people couldn't practically achieve. Today, Climate change threatens these ancient mysteries. Increased rainfall and human encroachment damage lines that survived 15 centuries intact. Each lost geoglyph takes potentially irreplaceable knowledge with it, leaving us further from understanding the minds that conceived these impossible drawings in an impossible place. The Shroud of Turin. In 1898, amateur photographer Secondo Pia developed what he thought would be routine documentation of a religious relic. Instead, his darkroom revealed something that would perplex scientists for the next century, and counting. The photographic negative showed not the expected reversed image, but a positive, as if the ancient linen itself was somehow a photographic negative waiting over a millennium to be properly developed. The Shroud of Turin measures 14 feet long and 3.5 feet wide, bearing the faint but unmistakable impression of a crucified man. Front and back images align perfectly, as if a body had been wrapped lengthwise in the cloth. But this isn't just any burial shroud. The figure displays wounds consistent with crucifixion. Crown of thorns punctures around the skull, nail wounds through the wrists and feet, a spear wound in the side. Every detail matches the gospel accounts of Christ's crucifixion with unsettling precision. Here's where conventional explanations begin to unravel. In 1978, the Shroud of Turin research project assembled a team of scientists who subjected the cloth to the most comprehensive analysis any archaeological artifact had ever received. They used everything from X-ray fluorescence to infrared spectroscopy, mass spectrometry to microscopic analysis. What they found defied their expectations at every turn. The image isn't painted, printed, or dyed. It exists only on the topmost fibers of the cloth, penetrating no deeper than the width of a human hair. Dr. John Heller, one of the lead researchers, described it as being like trying to paint the top of a soap bubble without breaking it. The coloration results from oxidation and dehydration of the cellulose in the flax fibers, a process that would require intense heat or radiation applied with impossible precision. But the mystery deepens when we examine what the image reveals about medieval knowledge. The crucifixion wounds appear through the wrists, not the palms as depicted in virtually every medieval representation of the crucifixion. Modern forensic pathology confirms that nails through the palms cannot support a body's weight. The hands would tear free. Only nails driven through the wrists between the radius and ulna bones can bear such stress. Medieval artists consistently got this wrong, yet the shroud gets it right. The blood patterns tell an even more compelling story. Forensic pathologist Frederick Sugaby spent decades analyzing the blood stains, finding them consistent with gravitational flow from a crucified body. The rivulets of blood from the scalp wounds flow at precisely the angles you'd expect from a man hanging with his head tilted forward. The blood from the wrist wounds shows dual flow patterns, one from the arms extended horizontally during crucifixion, another from the arms positioned over the chest in burial position. Then there's the matter of the image's three-dimensional properties. In 1976, NASA scientists Peter Schumacher and John Jackson fed photographs of the shroud through a VP8 image analyzer, a device designed to convert image density into topographical relief for analyzing satellite photographs. Regular photographs produce grotesque distortions when processed this way. The shroud produced a perfect three-dimensional representation of a human form. No other artwork in history has demonstrated this property. Dr. Jackson's analysis revealed something even more puzzling. The image's intensity correlates precisely with the distance the cloth would have been from the body at each point. Areas where the cloth touched the skin, the nose, forehead, knees, show the strongest impressions. Areas where the cloth would have been suspended away from the body show fainter images. This suggests the image formation involved some kind of projection or emanation from the body itself, rather than contact transfer. The carbon dating controversy of 1988 appeared to settle the debate, placing the shroud's creation between 1260 and 1390 CE. But that single study has faced mounting criticism from the scientific community. The samples came from a corner of the shroud that subsequent analysis revealed to be a medieval patch woven invisibly into the original cloth using a technique called invisible reweaving. Chemical analysis shows this corner contains cotton and dyes absent from the main body of the cloth. Dr. Raymond Rogers, a chemist who had initially dismissed the shroud as medieval, changed his position after discovering the sampling area's anomalous composition. His chemical analysis of the main shroud found it contained vanillin, a compound present in medieval linen that degrades over time. The shroud's vanillin levels were consistent with cloth nearly 2,000 years old, not 700. Recent discoveries have only deepened the enigma. Pollen analysis by Dr. Max Fry identified 58 species of pollen embedded in the shroud's fibers. 21 of these species are found exclusively in the Middle East, 17 specifically around Jerusalem. These aren't random contaminations. They're embedded deep within the cloth's weave, suggesting the shroud spent significant time in Palestine. Computer analysis has revealed details invisible to the naked eye. NASA's digital enhancement techniques have identified what appear to be coins over the figure's eyes, a known Jewish burial custom. The coins show traces of text and imagery consistent with leptons, minted by Pontius Pilate between 29 and 32 CE. Even more remarkable, the letters appear in reverse, exactly as you'd expect from an image formation process that worked like a photographic negative. The shroud's herringbone weave presents another historical puzzle. This sophisticated 3-to-1 linen weave matches expensive burial cloths known to exist in 1st century Palestine. Medieval European burial shrouds used simple plain weaves. The flax itself shows characteristics of Middle Eastern varieties, not European stock. Dr. Giulio Fanti's recent mechanical and chemical dating tests suggest the cloth dates to between 300 BCE and 400 CE, with a central date around the time of Christ. His methodology analyzed the natural aging of cellulose and the mechanical properties of the linen fibers, providing dates consistent with 1st century origin. Yet perhaps the most compelling evidence lies in what the shroud doesn't show. No binding marks appear around the jaw, though Jewish burial customs required the jaw to be bound closed. This absence only makes sense if the body was removed from the cloth before rigor mortis set in, consistent with gospel accounts of resurrection after roughly 36 hours. The image formation mechanism remains science's greatest puzzle. Dr. Paolo Di Lazzaro's team spent years trying to replicate the shroud's unique properties using excimer lasers. They could create similar coloration effects, but only by using ultraviolet radiation at intensities that would require thousands of excimer lasers operating simultaneously. Technology that didn't exist in medieval times and barely exists today. Whether the Shroud of Turin wrapped the crucified Christ may never be definitively proven, but the cloth continues to challenge our understanding of medieval capabilities and image formation processes. Science hasn't explained how such an artifact could exist in any century, let alone the 14th. Yonaguni Monument. 24 meters beneath the crystal waters surrounding Yonaguni Island, marine geologist Kihachiro Aratake expected to find nothing more than coral formations during his routine dive in 1986. Instead, his underwater camera captured something that would divide the scientific community for decades to come: massive stone terraces, carved steps, and geometric formations that shouldn't exist in nature. The Yonaguni Monument, as it came to be known, stretches nearly 100 meters long and 25 meters high. Its most striking feature remains what locals call the turtle, a formation so precisely geometric that it resembles an ancient ziggurat more than any natural rock outcropping. Straight edges meet at perfect 90-degree angles. Parallel grooves run across surfaces with mechanical precision. Stone blocks appear fitted together with architectural intent. Dr. Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent over 2 decades studying these structures. His conclusion challenges conventional archaeological timelines. These formations show clear evidence of human modification, possibly dating back 12,000 years. If accurate, this would place advanced stonework in the Pacific during the last ice age, when sea levels stood nearly 40 meters lower than today. The evidence supporting human construction extends beyond mere appearance. Kimura has documented what appear to be carved faces, including a human head nearly 7 meters tall, stone circles that could have served as wells or ceremonial structures, steps that lead nowhere, stopping abruptly at vertical walls. Most compelling are the tool marks, parallel scratches across stone surfaces that mirror techniques used in known ancient quarries. Yet the monument's supporters face formidable opposition. Dr. Robert Schoch, the Boston University geologist who gained fame for his controversial redating of the Sphinx, examined Yonaguni's formations and reached the opposite conclusion. The structures, he argues, result entirely from natural geological processes. Sandstone and mudstone layers, subjected to tectonic stress over millions of years, can fracture along clean lines. Ocean currents and chemical erosion could have carved the seemingly artificial features. Schock points to the monument's material composition as definitive proof. The entire structure consists of a single piece of bedrock, never assembled from separate blocks. No tool marks survive that couldn't be explained by natural weathering. The geometric patterns that seem so convincing mirror formations found in quarries worldwide, where natural stone breaks along predictable stress lines. The dating question only deepens the mystery. Radiocarbon analysis of organic material, found on the monument, dates to roughly 3,000 years ago, hardly ancient by archaeological standards. Ocean sediment studies suggest the area has remained submerged for far longer than human civilization has existed in the region. If humans carved these structures, they would have needed to work underwater, using technology that wouldn't exist for millennia. But supporters of the artificial origin theory offer their own timeline. During the last glacial maximum, 20,000 years ago, global sea levels dropped dramatically. Areas now submerged once stood as dry land, potentially inhabited by unknown civilizations. When the ice melted and oceans rose, these settlements vanished beneath the waves, leaving only stone monuments to mark their existence. The monument's location adds another layer of intrigue. Yonaguni sits at the intersection of major ocean currents, where the Philippine Sea meets the East China Sea. Ancient maritime cultures would have recognized such locations as natural gathering points for trade and cultural exchange. If an advanced civilization once existed here, it would have been perfectly positioned to influence the entire Pacific region. Similar underwater structures have been reported throughout the area. Taiwan's coast features submerged stone circles and artificial-looking terraces. The waters around Okinawa contain what some researchers describe as stepped pyramids and carved tunnels. These formations share architectural similarities with surface structures throughout ancient Asia, suggesting a possible cultural connection that mainstream archaeology has yet to acknowledge. The Japanese government's response to these discoveries remains notably restrained. While the monument attracts thousands of divers annually, official recognition as an archaeological site has been denied. Local authorities classify Yonaguni as a natural geological formation, effectively limiting the scope of scientific investigation. Research permits are difficult to obtain, and comprehensive excavation remains impossible under current restrictions. This institutional resistance puzzles monument supporters, who argue that proper archaeological techniques could resolve the controversy definitively. Core samples from the monument's base could reveal construction debris or tool fragments. Detailed mapping of the entire structure might uncover features impossible to explain through natural processes. Advanced sonar imaging could identify buried sections that might contain artifacts or construction evidence. The monument's true nature may ultimately depend on perspective. Natural geological processes can create remarkably geometric formations, especially in layered sedimentary rock subjected to regular stress patterns. Ocean environments preserve stone surfaces in ways that terrestrial weathering cannot, maintaining sharp edges and clean angles for thousands of years. What appears artificial to the untrained eye might simply reflect the mathematical precision inherent in natural physical laws. Yet the accumulation of seemingly artificial features defies easy dismissal. The monument contains over a dozen distinct formations that could represent architectural elements: steps, ramps, walls, and platforms arranged in patterns that suggest purposeful design. The probability of natural processes creating such a comprehensive array of pseudo-architectural features in a single location remains mathematically remote. Perhaps the monument represents something between these extremes: natural stone formations that early humans modified and enhanced, creating hybrid structures that blur the line between geological accident and architectural intent. Such an interpretation would explain both the monument's bedrock composition and its seemingly artificial features, while placing human involvement within a more reasonable technological framework. Today, the Yonaguni Monument continues to rest in its underwater silence, guarding secrets that may never be fully revealed. Each dive brings new observations, new questions, new possibilities for understanding what lies beneath Japan's coastal waters. Whether natural wonder or archaeological treasure, these stone formations remind us that the ocean holds mysteries we've barely begun to explore, and that the line between the possible and impossible often lies submerged in depths we dare not yet imagine. The Great Pyramid's Chambers. In November 2017, teams from around the world gathered in Egypt to witness something unprecedented. After months of muon tomography scans, technology borrowed from particle physics, scientists announced they had discovered what appeared to be a massive void within the Great Pyramid of Giza. Not a crack, not a previously unknown passage, but an entirely intact chamber, roughly the size of a passenger airliner, hidden for over 4,500 years. The discovery sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Dr. Mehdi Tayubi, co-director of the Scan Pyramids project, described the moment they confirmed the readings. We ran the data through every possible filter, checked for equipment malfunction, consulted with physicists across 3 continents. The void was real, and it was enormous. What makes this discovery particularly haunting is its impossible placement. The chamber sits directly above the Grand Gallery, that stunning corbelled passage that has mystified visitors since ancient times. Traditional architectural logic suggests this space should be filled with solid limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, forming the structural backbone of the pyramid. Instead, there's simply nothing. A carefully preserved emptiness that defies everything we understand about pyramid construction. The scanning revealed something else equally perplexing. The void appears to mirror the Grand Gallery's angular orientation and approximate length, roughly 100 feet from end to end. It's as if the pyramid's builders deliberately created a twin chamber, then sealed it so completely that no trace of an entrance has ever been found. No relieving blocks shifted over millennia, no exploratory tunnels from treasure hunters, no accidental breaches during restoration work. Teams have now spent years attempting to understand how such a space could exist without compromising the pyramid's structural integrity. Dr. Hani Hilal, a specialist in non-destructive testing, ran stress analysis simulations on the pyramid's design. His findings were troubling. Conventional engineering principles suggest that chamber should have collapsed under the immense weight pressing down from above. The fact that it hasn't indicates construction techniques we don't fully comprehend. The mystery deepens when you consider the precision required to build around such a void. Every stone placed above and around this chamber had to account for the empty space, the weight distribution carefully calculated to prevent catastrophic failure. This level of architectural sophistication exceeds what most experts believed possible for Bronze Age construction crews, even those working under pharaonic authority. Recent attempts to explore the chamber using miniature robots have yielded more questions than answers. In 2022, a team from Cairo University managed to thread fiber optic cables through microscopic gaps in the pyramid structure, hoping to glimpse inside the void. The images they obtained were frustratingly unclear, shadows and partial wall surfaces that could contain anything or nothing at all. What captured researchers' attention wasn't what they saw, but what they didn't see. No ornate decorations, no obvious burial goods, no hieroglyphic inscriptions, just smooth limestone surfaces and angular geometries that seemed to serve no obvious purpose. Dr. Zahi Hawass, who has spent decades exploring Egyptian monuments, admitted the findings challenged his assumptions. We expected treasure chambers, burial goods, something that explained why ancient builders would invest such enormous effort to create and conceal this space. Instead, we found architectural mystery. The chamber's existence raises uncomfortable questions about historical timelines. If the pyramid's builders possessed technology sophisticated enough to create such precise internal voids, and the engineering knowledge to ensure their stability over millennia, what other capabilities might they have possessed? Muon scanning has revealed evidence of additional anomalies throughout the structure. Density variations that suggest more hidden spaces, structural elements that appear to serve purposes beyond simple support. Perhaps most intriguingly, the chamber appears to be oriented with astronomical precision. Recent calculations by Dr. Giulio Mali, an archaeoastronomer at the Polytechnic University of Milan, suggest the void aligns with specific star positions as they would have appeared around 2500 BCE. The chamber's angular orientation points toward the constellation of Cygnus during its culmination, the same stellar region that appears to have guided the pyramid's overall design. This astronomical connection opens possibilities that conventional archaeology struggles to address. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of the pharaoh's soul traveling along celestial pathways after death, following star patterns to reach the afterlife. If the hidden chamber was designed as some form of stellar gateway or astronomical instrument, its purpose might transcend simple burial practices. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified what appear to be additional voids throughout the Giza complex, smaller chambers and passages that suggest a vast underground network connecting the three major pyramids. Dr. Mark Lehner, who has mapped the site for over 4 decades, describes these findings as paradigm-shifting. We're discovering that what we see above ground may represent only a fraction of what the ancient builders actually constructed. The chamber's sealed nature presents logistical nightmares for exploration. Any attempt to access the space would require drilling through dozens of limestone blocks, potentially destabilizing the pyramid structure. Egyptian authorities have forbidden invasive investigations, leaving researchers to rely on increasingly sophisticated remote sensing techniques. Meanwhile, independent analysis of the muon data has yielded disturbing inconsistencies. Multiple teams have reprocessed the scanning results using different algorithms and consistently discovered minor variations in the chamber's apparent dimensions and orientation. These differences are subtle but persistent, suggesting either equipment limitations or something more unsettling, that the chamber itself might be changing over time. The Great Pyramid's hidden chamber remains sealed, its secrets preserved in darkness that has persisted since the age of pharaohs. Every attempt to understand its purpose has generated new mysteries, new questions about the capabilities and knowledge of its creators. Modern science has revealed its existence, but cannot explain its function or why ancient builders invested such enormous effort to create something they clearly never intended anyone to find. 4.5 millennia after construction, the pyramid continues to guard its secrets, challenging our understanding of both ancient capabilities and the limits of contemporary investigation. Stonehenge's sound secrets. When acoustics researcher Dr. Rupert Till first activated his sound equipment within Stonehenge's stone circle in 2009, something extraordinary happened. The modest test tone he produced didn't simply echo. It transformed, amplifying and resonating with a precision that shouldn't exist in a 4,500-year-old arrangement of massive sarsen stones. The reverberation time measured exactly 0.6 seconds, creating what acousticians call the perfect sweet spot for human speech and musical performance. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Random placement of 30-ton stones doesn't accidentally create concert hall acoustics. Dr. Till's findings challenged everything we thought we knew about Stonehenge's purpose. For centuries, archaeologists focused on astronomical alignments and ritual significance, but nobody had seriously considered that our ancestors might have been prehistoric sound engineers. The measurements revealed that the monument's creators hadn't just dragged massive bluestones 150 miles from Wales for their mystical properties, they had constructed an ancient amplification system. Standing stones, it turns out, behave like massive tuning forks. When doctors, Till's team tested the surviving trilithons, those iconic pairs of vertical stones topped by horizontal lintels, each one resonated at specific frequencies. The larger stones produced deeper, more sustained tones, while the smaller bluestones generated higher pitches. Together, they created what acoustic engineers recognize as a carefully calibrated resonance chamber. But here's where the mystery deepens. Computer modeling suggests that when Stonehenge stood complete, with all 30 sarsen stones and their connecting lintels forming an unbroken circle, the acoustic properties would have been even more remarkable. Sound generated at the center would have been amplified up to 10 times its original volume, while outside noise would have been significantly reduced. The monument functioned as both amplifier and sound barrier, creating an acoustic sanctuary in the middle of Salisbury Plain. Archaeological evidence supports this sonic theory in unexpected ways. Excavations around Stonehenge have uncovered fragments of animal bones that show cut marks consistent with drum construction. Antler picks found at the site could have been used not just for digging, but for creating percussion instruments. Most intriguingly, researchers discovered that the density of artifacts increases dramatically in areas where the acoustic modeling predicts the clearest sound projection. The blue stones themselves present another acoustic puzzle. These particular stones, hauled from the Preseli Hills in Wales, contain quartz crystals that produce a metallic ringing sound when struck. Local folklore in Wales has long called them ringing stones, and recent analysis confirms they were specifically selected from outcrops known for their sonorous qualities. Our prehistoric ancestors apparently traveled hundreds of miles to collect stones that sang. Dr. Till's research revealed something even more fascinating about human voices within the circle. The monument's acoustics naturally enhance frequencies between 95 and 200 Hz, exactly the range of deep male chanting and singing. A human voice projected from Stonehenge's center would have seemed supernaturally powerful to people gathered around the perimeter. The stones didn't just frame ceremonies, they transformed the human participants into acoustic instruments capable of producing otherworldly sounds. This acoustic engineering extends beyond the main circle. The entire Stonehenge landscape appears designed around sound manipulation. The nearby Cursus monuments, those mysterious parallel earthwork ridges, may have functioned as acoustic guides, channeling and directing sound across the sacred landscape. When researchers tested vocal projection from various points around Stonehenge, they discovered that certain locations created what acousticians call whispering gallery effects, where quiet sounds spoken at one end could be clearly heard hundreds of meters away. The timing of Stonehenge's construction aligns remarkably with the development of bronze working technology in Britain. Bronze Age smiths would have understood resonance, frequency, and acoustic properties through their metalworking. The skills required to create bronze instruments that produced specific pitches could easily translate to arranging massive stones for optimal sound projection. These weren't primitive people randomly stacking rocks. They were sophisticated engineers applying acoustic principles we're only now beginning to fully appreciate. Recent studies using advanced computer modeling have reconstructed what ceremonies at complete Stonehenge might have sounded like. The results are haunting. Drum beats would have resonated with bone-deep intensity, while human voices would have seemed to emerge from the stones themselves. The acoustic analysis suggests that certain combinations of instruments and voices could have created standing wave patterns, areas where sound waves reinforce each other to produce zones of intense acoustic energy. But perhaps the most intriguing discovery involves infrasound, frequencies below human hearing that can create psychological effects. The specific dimensions and spacing of Stonehenge's stones naturally generate infrasonic resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness, feelings of awe, and sensations of supernatural presence. Whether intentional or coincidental, Stonehenge's acoustic properties could have literally changed the brain state of ancient worshippers. Modern druids and neo-pagans who gather at Stonehenge for solstice celebrations often report that chanting and singing within the circle feels different, more powerful, more resonant, more spiritually significant. Archaeological acoustics research confirms their intuitive experience. The stones are still doing what they were designed to do thousands of years ago. The implications stretch far beyond Stonehenge itself. If our Neolithic ancestors possessed sophisticated acoustic engineering knowledge, how many other stone circles might be prehistoric sound systems waiting for acoustic analysis? Avebury, the Ring of Brodgar, the Stone Rose of Carnock. Could these monuments represent an ancient science of sacred acoustics that we've barely begun to understand? Standing inside Stonehenge today, knowing what we now know about its acoustic properties, the monument transforms from mysterious ruin to sophisticated instrument. The gaps between stones weren't random placements or results of historical damage. They were carefully calibrated openings designed to shape and control sound flow. Every aspect of Stonehenge's construction served the creation of acoustic perfection, turning the entire monument into humanity's oldest concert hall, built by people who understood the power of sound to touch something deep within the human soul. Easter Island's walking statues, 700 miles from the nearest inhabited land, on a volcanic speck in the vast Pacific, nearly 900 stone giants stand in eternal silence. The Moai of Easter Island have captivated explorers and archaeologists for centuries, but it wasn't until recently that one of their deepest mysteries began to unravel. These colossal statues, some weighing up to 80 tons, somehow traveled miles across the island from their quarry to their final resting places. The indigenous Rapa Nui people have always insisted their ancestors didn't drag these monuments, they walked. For generations, Western archaeologists dismissed this as folklore. Stone doesn't walk. Logic demanded ramps, rollers, and massive teams of workers hauling these behemoths across the landscape. Yet when researchers finally tested the walking theory in 2012, something extraordinary happened. The statue moved exactly as the legends described. The mystery begins at Rano Raraku, the volcanic quarry where nearly 400 moai remain scattered across the slopes like a giant's abandoned chess set. Here, in the shadow of Easter Island's most sacred mountain, ancient sculptors carved these monuments directly from compressed volcanic ash called tuff. The work was meticulous, precise, and staggering in its scope. Each statue required months of careful chiseling, shaping torsos that would dwarf any human figure. But creating them was only the beginning. The real puzzle lay in moving them. Traditional archaeology suggested the obvious answer. The Rapa Nui must have felled the island's palm forests to create wooden rollers, then used ropes and hundreds of workers to drag the statues horizontally across the terrain. This theory explained the island's deforestation and matched transportation methods used elsewhere in the ancient world. It was logical, practical, and completely ignored what the islanders themselves had been saying all along. The oral traditions were consistent and specific. The moai walked upright to their destinations, guided by priests who possessed the mana to bring stone to life. They moved at night, taking careful steps across the island's rocky terrain. When the priests lost their spiritual power, the walking stopped, leaving hundreds of statues stranded along the ancient roads. Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, two archaeologists who'd spent years studying Easter Island's mysteries, decided to take these stories seriously. Rather than dismissing indigenous knowledge, they began analyzing the statue's design with fresh eyes. What they discovered changed everything. The moai aren't just enormous heads, as popular culture often depicts. Most are complete figures buried up to their necks by centuries of soil accumulation. When fully revealed, their proportions tell a fascinating story. The bodies are top-heavy, with massive heads and torsos that taper to smaller bases. The center of gravity sits unusually high, and many feature protruding bellies that would shift their balance point forward. More intriguingly, the statues along Easter Island's ancient roads display a curious pattern. Unlike the moai at ceremonial sites, which face inland watching over the island's communities, the transported statues consistently fell forward or backward along the path. They litter the roads like toppled giants, all oriented in the same direction of travel. Hunt and Lipo began to wonder, what if these weren't failed transport attempts, but evidence of successful walking? The breakthrough came when they created a precise concrete replica of a moai, complete with the distinctive proportions and weight distribution. Using only ropes attached to the statue's head and base, a small team began attempting to rock the monument upright. The results were startling. By coordinating their pulls, left rope, right rope, forward rope, they could indeed make the statue walk. The high center of gravity that seemed like a transportation handicap became an advantage. Each coordinated rock shifted the statue's weight from one side to the other, allowing it to pivot forward step by step. The movement was controlled, efficient, and required fewer people than traditional dragging methods. The replica moved exactly as Rapa Nui legend described, upright, in measured steps, guided by a small group of coordinators whose timing had to be perfect. Too much force, and the statue would topple forward. Too little, and it would rock backward. The process demanded skill, patience, and intimate knowledge of each statue's unique balance point. This revelation recontextualized everything archaeologists thought they knew about Easter Island's collapse. The deforestation that had been attributed to statue transport might have had entirely different causes, perhaps rats brought by the first settlers, or climate changes that affected palm regeneration. The transportation crisis that supposedly led to societal breakdown might never have existed, but the walking theory raises new questions as compelling as the ones it answers. How did the ancient sculptors know to carve statues with precisely the right proportions for walking? The physics are complex. Too narrow a base, and the statue becomes unstable. Too wide, and it won't rock properly. The Rapa Nui achieved this balance hundreds of times, suggesting sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. More puzzling still, if the statues walked so efficiently, why did hundreds remain along the roads? The oral traditions speak of priests losing their mana, their spiritual power to animate stone. From a practical perspective, perhaps the coordination required was so demanding that successful transport teams were rare. Maybe political upheavals disrupted the carefully organized groups needed to move each statue. Recent excavations have revealed another layer of mystery. Many of the abandoned statues along the ancient roads sit on carefully constructed stone pedestals, suggesting they weren't failures at all, but intentional placements. Were these waypoints in a larger ceremonial landscape? Markers along sacred paths that connected the quarry to the coast? The walking statues of Easter Island force us to reconsider how we interpret indigenous knowledge and ancient engineering. For too long, Western archaeology assumed that if something seemed impossible by our standards, it must be folklore. The Rapa Nui people maintained detailed, accurate descriptions of their ancestors' achievements across centuries of colonial suppression and cultural disruption. Their persistence in preserving these stories offers a crucial lesson. Sometimes the most extraordinary claims contain the most profound truths. The stone giants of Easter Island did indeed walk, not through magic, but through ingenious understanding of physics coordination and the subtle art of bringing balance to massive stone. In the end, perhaps the real mystery isn't how the Moai moved, but why we were so reluctant to listen to the people who always knew the answer. The Roman Dodecahedra. In the late 18th century, a farmer working his field near Canterbury unearthed something that would puzzle scholars for centuries. His plow struck against what he assumed was a large stone, but when he cleared away the soil, he discovered an object unlike anything he had ever seen, a hollow bronze artifact perfectly geometric, covered in circular holes and protruding knobs. He had found the first documented Roman dodecahedron, though he couldn't have known he was holding one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries. Today, over 100 of these enigmatic objects have been discovered across Europe, scattered from Britain to Hungary, from France to the Balkans, each one meticulously crafted, each one completely unexplained. What makes these artifacts so perplexing isn't just their unusual appearance, it's the complete absence of any written record describing their purpose. The Romans, who documented everything from military tactics to cooking recipes, left not a single mention of what these objects were meant to do. Dr. Amelia Richardson, a specialist in Roman material culture at Oxford, describes her first encounter with a dodecahedron as profoundly unsettling. The object sat in a museum display case in Bonn, roughly the size of a baseball, its 12 pentagonal faces each pierced with circular holes of varying diameters. Small bronze spheres protruded from each corner where the faces met. The craftsmanship was exceptional, precision work that spoke of specialized knowledge and considerable investment of time and resources. Yet for all its obvious importance to its creators, the dodecahedron remained functionally opaque. Richardson spent weeks examining similar objects across European museums, measuring holes, analyzing bronze composition, studying wear patterns. Each examination only deepened the mystery. The objects showed clear signs of use, but what that use might have been remained elusive. The geographical distribution of these artifacts reveals intriguing patterns. They cluster heavily along the northern frontiers of the Roman Empire, particularly in regions corresponding to modern-day Germany, France, and Britain. This isn't random scatter. It suggests deliberate distribution to specific areas, possibly for specific purposes related to life in these frontier regions. Some archaeologists propose this distribution indicates military function. Others suggest economic or religious significance. Carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis place most discoveries between the 2nd and 4th centuries CE, during the height of Roman expansion into northern Europe. The bronze composition matches other Roman metalwork of the period, confirming their imperial origin. Yet unlike virtually every other category of Roman artifact, these objects resist classification. They don't fit established typologies for tools, weapons, religious items, or decorative objects. The mystery deepens when we examine the variations among individual dodecahedra. While all share the same basic 12-face structure with protruding knobs, The sizes of the circular holes vary significantly between objects. Some feature holes barely large enough for a pencil, others large enough to accommodate a finger. Some dodecahedra show asymmetrical hole patterns, while others maintain perfect geometric regularity. This variation suggests adaptability. Objects designed for multiple applications or customized for specific users. Martin Weber, a metalworker and experimental archaeologist, attempted to reverse engineer the manufacturing process. His research revealed the extraordinary skill required to create these objects. Each dodecahedron required precise measurement, advanced bronze working techniques, and intimate knowledge of three-dimensional geometry. These weren't simple craftsman's experiments. They represented sophisticated engineering applied to an unknown purpose. Weber's experiments with replica dodecahedra eliminated several popular theories about their function. The objects proved ineffective as surveying instruments, showing significant accuracy problems when used for measuring distances or angles. They failed as calendrical devices, lacking the mathematical relationships necessary for tracking astronomical cycles. As yarn or rope gauges, another frequently proposed function, they proved unnecessarily complex and cumbersome compared to simpler tools that achieved the same results. The religious interpretation faces similar challenges. While the dodecahedron's geometric perfection might suggest symbolic significance, Roman religious artifacts typically featured iconography, inscriptions, or clear ritual contexts. These objects appear in archaeological contexts, ranging from military camps to civilian settlements, showing none of the careful deposition patterns associated with votive offerings or ceremonial objects. Perhaps most puzzling is the question of knowledge transmission. Roman craftsmen possessed the mathematical understanding and technical skill to create these complex objects, yet this knowledge appears to have vanished completely. Unlike other Roman technologies that evolved or were adapted by successor cultures, the dodecahedron tradition simply ends. No medieval examples exist, no Byzantine variations, no local adaptations in post-Roman Europe. Recent archaeological discoveries have added new dimensions to the mystery. In 2019, excavations near Trier uncovered a dodecahedron alongside what appeared to be a set of bronze rings and measuring rods. The association suggested these objects functioned as part of a larger toolkit, though the purpose of that toolkit remains unclear. Microscopic analysis revealed traces of organic compounds on the interior surfaces, indicating the objects contained perishable materials that have long since decomposed. Digital modeling techniques have enabled researchers to explore theoretical functions impossible to test with physical replicas. Computer simulations suggest the varying hole sizes might have created specific acoustic properties, leading to speculation about musical or communication applications. Other models indicate the objects could have functioned as three-dimensional templates for creating complex curves or angles in woodworking or metalworking. The dodecahedron mystery extends beyond simple functional questions to probe deeper issues about the nature of archaeological knowledge. Here we have objects clearly important enough to their creators to justify sophisticated manufacturing processes and wide distribution, yet their significance has vanished so completely that we cannot even identify their basic purpose. They remind us how much we don't know about daily life in the ancient world, how many aspects of Roman culture remain invisible in the historical record. Each new discovery brings hope that contextual clues might finally unlock the dodecahedron's secrets. Archaeologists continue excavating Roman sites with particular attention to artifact associations, looking for that crucial piece of evidence that might transform mystery into understanding. Until then, these peculiar bronze objects continue to sit in museum collections across Europe, their 12 faces and circular holes holding secrets that died with their creators, testament to human ingenuity applied to purposes we can no longer comprehend. The Taos Hum. For decades, residents of Taos, New Mexico, have been haunted by a sound that shouldn't exist. They call it the hum, a persistent, low-frequency drone that seems to emerge from the earth itself, audible to only 2% of the population. Those who hear it describe sleepless nights, mounting frustration, and an inexplicable feeling that something fundamental about their world has shifted. The phenomenon first gained widespread attention in the early 1990s, when Taos residents began contacting local authorities about a mysterious noise keeping them awake. Unlike typical urban sounds, traffic, machinery, or construction, this hum seemed to have no identifiable source. It was everywhere and nowhere, a sonic ghost that defied explanation. Joe Mullins, a retired electronics engineer, was among the first to document his experience. Living in relative isolation outside Taos, he began hearing the sound in 1991. "It's like a truck idling outside your house," he told researchers. "But when you go outside, there's nothing there. The sound doesn't get louder or softer, it just is." What makes the Taos Hum extraordinary isn't just its mysterious nature, but its selectivity. In a town of roughly 5,000 residents, only about 100 people report hearing it. The hearers, as they've become known, share no obvious demographic patterns. They span different ages, genders, and occupations. Some are longtime residents, others are newcomers. Some have sensitive hearing, others have mild hearing loss. The hearers describe the sound with remarkable consistency. It's a low-frequency hum, typically between 32 and 80 Hz, similar to the idle of a distant diesel engine. It's more prominent at night, often disrupting sleep, and seems to be louder indoors than outdoors. Most significantly, it appears to be directional. Hearers can often point toward what they perceive as the source, though that direction varies between individuals. By 1993, the reports had reached such a volume that they attracted the attention of federal investigators. A team from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories, and other research institutions launched a formal investigation. They deployed sensitive acoustic equipment throughout the Taos area, conducted extensive interviews with hearers, and performed detailed analysis of potential sources. The results were baffling. Despite using equipment capable of detecting sounds far below the threshold of human hearing, researchers found no unusual acoustic activity in the frequency range described by the hearers. No electromagnetic anomalies, no seismic activity that could generate such sounds, no industrial or military sources that match the characteristics of the reported hum. Dr. James Kelly, the lead investigator, summarized the findings with scientific precision. "We have identified no acoustic phenomena that would explain the Taos hum." The admission was remarkable. A team of the nation's top acoustic experts, armed with sophisticated equipment, couldn't find evidence of a sound that hundreds of people clearly heard. The investigation did reveal one intriguing detail. When researchers asked hearers to match the sound they heard to generated tones, most identified frequencies between 32 and 80 Hz. This range corresponds to the resonant frequency of human middle ear bones and certain brain structures. Some researchers theorized that the hearers might be perceiving sounds generated within their own bodies rather than from external sources. Yet this explanation raises more questions than it answers. Why would only 2% of the population experience this internal sound generation? Why would it be more prominent in Taos than elsewhere? Why would hearers consistently point toward external sources? Geological surveys of the area revealed Taos sits atop a complex network of underground caverns and fault lines. Some researchers wondered if these geological features might create acoustic conditions that amplify or focus low-frequency sounds from distant sources. Underground water flow, seismic activity, or even atmospheric pressure changes could theoretically generate sounds that travel through rock and emerge in specific locations. The timing of the Taos Hum's emergence also intrigued investigators. The early 1990s saw significant changes in the electromagnetic environment as new radio frequencies were introduced for cellular communication and other technologies. Could these electromagnetic fields somehow interfere with human auditory perception? Some hearers reported that the hum seemed to fluctuate with their emotional state or physical condition, suggesting a possible neurological component. Alternative theories emerged from outside the scientific mainstream. Some researchers pointed to the area's proximity to Los Alamos National Laboratory and other military installations, wondering if secret experiments or technologies might generate the mysterious sound. Others noted that Taos has long been considered a center of spiritual activity, with some New Age practitioners suggesting the hum might be connected to the area's allegedly unique energy fields. The phenomenon isn't entirely unique to Taos. Similar hums have been reported in other locations worldwide: Bristol, England, Bondi, Australia, and various sites across the United States. Each location sees roughly the same percentage of hearers reporting remarkably similar sounds. The consistency of these reports across different cultures and environments suggests something more than mass hysteria or suggestion. Recent research has explored the possibility that the Taos Hum might be a previously unknown form of tinnitus, a condition where people perceive sounds that have no external source. However, traditional tinnitus typically presents as high-frequency ringing or buzzing, while the Taos Hum is consistently described as a low-frequency drone. Moreover, tinnitus sufferers rarely report the external directionality that characterizes the Taos Hum. Neurological studies have revealed that human brains can sometimes interpret other sensory inputs as sound. Electromagnetic fields, infrasound, or even subtle vibrations might be perceived as auditory phenomena by certain individuals. The 2% figure might represent people with unusual sensitivity to these alternative stimuli. The psychological impact on hearers remains significant. Many report sleep disruption, anxiety, and frustration. Some have moved away from Taos specifically to escape the sound. Others have invested in soundproofing or white noise machines, though these solutions rarely provide complete relief. Today, more than 3 decades after its initial documentation, the Taos Hum continues to resist explanation. The hearers still hear it. The sound remains undetectable to conventional instruments. The mystery deepens rather than resolves as new technologies fail to reveal its source. The phenomenon represents a humbling reminder of the limits of human knowledge. In an age of unprecedented scientific capability, a simple sound, heard by ordinary people in a small American town, continues to confound our understanding of perception, acoustics, and reality itself. Bimini Road, underwater mystery. 25 feet beneath the crystalline waters off Bimini Island, marine archaeologist Dr. Manson Valentine made a discovery in 1968 that would ignite decades of controversy. What appeared to be a perfectly straight stone pathway stretched across the ocean floor, massive limestone blocks arranged with such precision that Valentine couldn't shake the feeling he was looking at something deliberately constructed by human hands. The Bimini Road, as it came to be known, consists of rectangular and polygonal stones, some weighing up to 15 tons, arranged in what appears to be a J-shaped formation extending roughly half a mile along the seafloor. The blocks fit together with an almost architectural precision, their edges worn smooth by millennia of tidal action, yet their alignment remains remarkably intact. What makes this discovery particularly intriguing isn't just the apparent organization of these stones, but their timing. According to conventional geological dating, this area of the Bahamas was last above sea level approximately 12,000 years ago, during the final stages of the last ice age. If these stones were indeed arranged by human hands, it would suggest the presence of a sophisticated civilization capable of moving massive blocks and creating durable infrastructure at a time when mainstream archaeology tells us only hunter-gatherer societies existed in the Americas. Dr. Eugene Shin, a marine geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, spent considerable time studying the formation in the 1970s and 1980s. His analysis suggested that the stones were naturally formed beach rock limestone that crystallized in tidal zones over thousands of years, later cracking along natural joint planes to create the block-like appearance we see today. Shin's core samples revealed that the blocks were indeed sitting on sand, not constructed on a foundation, and that their composition matched other known beach rock formations in the Caribbean. Yet the natural explanation doesn't satisfy everyone who has studied the site. The precision of the alignment continues to puzzle researchers. Dr. David Zink, who led multiple expedition teams to Bimini throughout the 1970s, documented what appeared to be tool marks on some of the stones, along with what he interpreted as quarry markings. His teams also discovered what seemed to be a second tier of stones beneath the visible layer, suggesting a more complex structure than simple beach rock formation would typically produce. The controversy deepened when Edgar Cayce's predictions entered the conversation. The famous psychic had proclaimed in 1938 that evidence of Atlantis would be discovered near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. Valentine's discovery occurred precisely within this time frame, leading many to speculate about connections between the stone formation and the lost continent described by Plato over 2 millennia ago. Independent researcher William Donato has spent decades documenting the site, using advanced underwater photography and measurement techniques to map the formation with unprecedented detail. His work has revealed several puzzling characteristics that challenge the purely natural explanation. The stones show what appears to be intentional placement rather than random breakage patterns. Some blocks display cut marks that seem too precise for natural erosion, and the overall J-shape of the formation mirrors architectural patterns found in ancient Mediterranean harbor constructions. Perhaps most compelling are the recent discoveries of similar underwater stone formations throughout the Caribbean basin. Off the coasts of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and other islands, researchers have identified what appear to be structured stone arrangements resting on the seafloor. These discoveries suggest that if the Bimini Road represents ancient construction, it wasn't an isolated project but potentially part of a much larger network of prehistoric coastal infrastructure. The debate over Bimini Road reflects a broader tension in archaeology between conventional timelines and accumulating evidence of sophisticated ancient technologies. Radiocarbon dating of organic material found within the stone matrix consistently returns dates of 12,000 to 15,000 years ago, a period when sea levels were approximately 400 feet lower than today. This timing would place any potential construction in the midst of massive global climate change, as melting ice sheets rapidly flooded coastal areas worldwide. What fascinates researchers on both sides of the debate is the site's resistance to definitive classification. Unlike clearly artificial structures which display obvious signs of human modification, or obviously natural formations which follow predictable geological patterns, Bimini Road occupies an ambiguous middle ground. The stones are too organized for random natural processes, yet too weathered and integrated with their environment for obvious artificial construction. Recent underwater surveys using ground-penetrating radar have revealed additional stone structures beneath the visible formation. These deeper layers show even more regular geometric patterns, including what appears to be right-angle intersections and parallel alignments that would be statistically unlikely in natural beach rock formation. The discovery of these subsurface structures has renewed scientific interest in the site and prompted calls for more comprehensive archaeological investigation. The question of human presence in the Americas 12,000 years ago has itself evolved significantly since Valentine's initial discovery. Archaeological findings at sites like Monte Verde in Chile and Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania have pushed back the accepted timeline for human arrival in the Americas. The possibility that coastal peoples possessed advanced stoneworking capabilities during the late Pleistocene epoch no longer seems as far-fetched as it did in 1968. What remains undisputed is that something extraordinary lies beneath the waters off Bimini Island. Whether that something represents the remnants of an advanced prehistoric civilization, an unusual but natural geological formation, or perhaps something between these explanations continues to elude definitive understanding. The stones themselves keep their secrets, worn smooth by millennia of tidal action, their true origins lost in the rising seas that followed the last ice age. As ocean levels continue to change and underwater archaeology techniques advance, Bimini Road may eventually yield clearer answers about its nature and origins. Until then, it remains one of the most intriguing examples of how much we still don't understand about our planet's hidden history, resting silently on the sea floor like a question written in stone. Siberian Valley of Death. Deep in the Yakutsk region of Siberia lies a stretch of wilderness, so remote that even the indigenous Yakut people speak of it only in hushed warnings. They call it Ut Usu Tongdurai, the Valley of Death. For centuries, local hunters and reindeer herders have returned with stories that challenge everything we understand about our planet's past. Stories of massive metallic structures buried beneath the permafrost, perfectly smooth and impossibly hot to the touch, even during the brutal Siberian winters. The first documented Western encounter came in 1853, when mining geologist Richard Karlovich Mach ventured into the region following rumors of unusual metal deposits. His expedition notes, preserved in the Russian Geographic Society archives, describe cauldrons of copper or bronze, each large enough to shelter 20 men. According to Mach, the structures protruded from the earth at irregular intervals, their surfaces unmarked by corrosion despite obvious age. Local guides refused to camp near them, claiming the metal domes brought sickness and death to any who lingered too long. What makes these accounts particularly compelling is their consistency across cultures and centuries. Yakut oral traditions, passed down through at least 40 generations, describe the same phenomena Mach documented. The cauldrons, they say, have been there since before memory, scattered throughout a valley where strange lights dance in the sky, and the very ground hums with energy. Hunters who sheltered inside these structures during storms reportedly fell ill within days, their hair falling out, their strength ebbing, symptoms we now recognize as consistent with radiation exposure. Soviet metallurgist Mikhail Koretsky organized the most extensive expedition to the valley in 1979. His team located 3 of the alleged cauldrons using metal detectors and ground-penetrating radar. Core samples revealed metallic compositions unlike anything in conventional geology, alloys containing isotopes that don't occur naturally on Earth. Koretsky's final report, classified for decades, describes the structures as demonstrably artificial, of unknown origin, and constructed using processes beyond current human capability. The implications become even stranger when we examine the valley's geography. This region sits along what geologists call the Tunguska trajectory, the path carved by the mysterious explosion that flattened 2,000 square kilometers of Siberian forest in 1908. Multiple witnesses to the Tunguska event reported seeing metallic objects streak across the sky before the devastating blast. Could these buried cauldrons represent fragments of whatever caused that explosion, or perhaps defensive structures that attempted to intercept it? Russian researcher Valery Uvarov has spent 3 decades investigating the Valley of Death, conducting 7 expeditions between 1991 and 2017. His team documented cauldrons ranging from 6 to 9 meters in diameter, each composed of an unknown copper-based alloy less than 2 millimeters thick, yet stronger than industrial steel. The metal exhibits properties that material science cannot explain. It maintains a constant temperature regardless of ambient conditions, and shows 0 signs of oxidation despite apparent antiquity. Even more puzzling are the electromagnetic anomalies Uvarov recorded throughout the valley. Compass needles spin wildly near the cauldrons. Electronic equipment malfunctions or fails entirely. Most remarkably, Geiger counters detect radiation signatures that pulse in regular patterns, suggesting artificial rather than natural radioactive decay. The implications are staggering. These structures appear to be generating energy through processes we haven't discovered. Ground-penetrating radar reveals that the visible cauldrons represent only small portions of much larger subsurface installations. Some extend 30 meters or more into the permafrost, forming interconnected networks of chambers and corridors. The Yakut legends speak of vast underground cities where iron diseases drove away ancient inhabitants. When we consider that humans have lived in Siberia for over 40,000 years, these oral traditions may preserve memories of events far older than written history. Attempts to extract samples have met with consistent failure. The cauldron metal resists conventional drilling equipment. Diamond-tipped bits dull within minutes. Laser cutting tools overheat and malfunction. When researchers finally succeeded in obtaining small fragments through explosive removal, the samples crumbled to powder within hours of exposure to normal atmospheric conditions. It's as if the material requires specific environmental conditions to maintain its structural integrity. The health effects reported by expedition members mirror those described in Yakut folklore. Dr. Svetlana Demina, a radiologist who studied the 1991 expedition participants, documented cellular damage consistent with exposure to unknown forms of radiation. Blood tests revealed depleted lymphocyte counts and chromosomal aberrations that persisted for months after leaving the valley. 3 team members developed aggressive cancers within 2 years, statistically impossible unless they encountered massive radiation doses. Satellite thermal imaging adds another layer to this mystery. The cauldron sites show heat signatures significantly above surrounding terrain temperatures, even during winter months when air temperatures drop to -60 degrees Celsius. NASA's Landsat program has tracked these thermal anomalies since 1975, confirming that the buried structures maintain consistent energy output across decades of monitoring. Whatever process powers these installations continues operating after centuries or possibly millennia of abandonment, Geological surveys reveal that the valley sits atop unusual mineral deposits, crystalline formations that don't match standard Siberian geology. Core samples contain metallic spherules embedded in rock layers dating back 12,000 years, coinciding with the end of the last ice age when global temperatures shifted dramatically. Could these spherules represent fallout from whatever civilization created the cauldrons? The official scientific community remains reluctant to investigate seriously. Funding requests for comprehensive expeditions are routinely denied. When pressed for explanations, geologists suggest the cauldrons might represent unusual volcanic formations or meteorite fragments. Yet no volcanic activity has occurred in this region for millions of years, and meteorite iron doesn't exhibit the electromagnetic properties documented at these sites. Local shamans maintain that the cauldrons served as weapons in an ancient war between sky beings and earth dwellers. While such explanations sound like mythology, the physical evidence suggests technologies beyond our current understanding. The question remains whether these structures represent remnants of terrestrial civilizations lost to history, or something far more extraordinary. In the Valley of Death, the permafrost preserves more than organic remains. It may hold keys to mysteries that could revolutionize our understanding of human civilization and our place in a universe full of possibilities we've barely begun to imagine. The Crystal Skulls. 4 decades after British museum scientists announced their verdict, new microscopic analysis reveals tool marks that shouldn't exist on the Mitchell-Hedges skull. The crystalline surface bears striations consistent with modern synthetic diamond-tipped wheels, technology that didn't appear until the 1950s. Yet Anna Mitchell-Hedges swore under oath that she pulled this translucent masterpiece from Mayan ruins in 1924, a 17-year-old girl discovering what would become archaeology's most controversial artifact. The crystal skulls have captivated researchers for over a century. These life-sized human craniums carved from single blocks of quartz crystal with anatomical precision that defies conventional understanding of ancient tool-making capabilities. 13 major specimens exist in museums and private collections worldwide, each sparking fierce debates about authenticity, purpose, and the technological sophistication of their creators. Anna's discovery at Lubantun remains the most famous origin story. Her adoptive father, British explorer Frederick Mitchell-Hedges, had been excavating the ancient Mayan city in British Honduras when Anna claimed to spot something glinting beneath collapsed temple stones. The retrieval took months of careful excavation, revealing a skull of such clarity and detail that local Mayan workers reportedly fell to their knees in recognition of their ancestors' sacred artifact. But modern forensic analysis paints a different picture entirely. In 2008, Smithsonian researchers subjected the Mitchell-Hedges skull to high-resolution CT scanning, revealing internal structures impossible to create with pre-Columbian tools. The eye sockets showed rotary tool marks, precise and uniform. The teeth displayed drilling patterns consistent with modern carbide bits. Most damning, spectrographic analysis of the crystal itself indicated European composition, specifically black forest quartz from Germany. Dr. Jane Walsh, the Smithsonian's leading expert on crystal skull authenticity, has spent 15 years methodically dismantling romantic notions about these artifacts. Her research team examines skulls across 3 continents, applying electron microscopy, crystallographic analysis, and material science to separate genuine ancient artifacts from modern fabrications. The results proved devastating to believers. Every major museum specimen showed evidence of 19th or 20th century manufacture. Yet the mystery deepens rather than dissolves under scientific scrutiny. Walsh's team discovered that whoever created these modern skulls possessed extraordinary knowledge of Mesoamerican burial customs, anatomical proportions, and symbolic iconography. The craftsmanship required months or years of specialized labor, suggesting not casual forgery but dedicated artistic creation with specific cultural intentions. The Paris skull at the Musée du Quai Branly provides perhaps the strongest evidence for deliberate archaeological deception. Acquired during the height of 19th century antiquities collecting, it arrived with impeccable provenance documentation linking it to Aztec ceremonial contexts. However, microscopic examination revealed acetylene torch marks, technology invented in 1903, decades after the skull's supposed discovery. Someone had invested enormous effort in creating not just a beautiful object, but a convincing archaeological fraud. This pattern extends across multiple specimens. The British Museum skull, donated in 1897 by antiquities dealer Eugene Boban, originally came with certificates attributing it to pre-Columbian Mexican origin. Chemical analysis in 2004 revealed the crystal matched samples from Brazil and Madagascar, regions unknown to pre-Columbian Mesoamericans. More significantly, the skull's surface showed machine polishing marks impossible to achieve with ancient abrasive techniques. Boban himself emerges as a central figure in this crystalline conspiracy. A French antiquities dealer operating during Mexico's political upheaval of the 1860s, he specialized in providing museums with spectacular pre-Columbian artifacts to satisfy European collectors' appetite for New World mysteries. His workshop in Paris apparently produced numerous ancient objects that found their way into prestigious institutions across Europe and America. But Boban's motivations remain enigmatic. His surviving correspondence reveals genuine passion for Mesoamerican cultures, extensive research into authentic artistic traditions, and what appears to be sincere belief in the spiritual significance of crystal working. Rather than crude profiteering, his activities suggest an attempt to preserve and honor indigenous sacred traditions through carefully crafted replicas. The spiritual dimension of crystal skulls continues attracting believers, despite scientific debunking. Contemporary practitioners of crystal healing attribute specific metaphysical properties to each skull: enhanced psychic abilities, channeled ancient wisdom. Some claim the skulls serve as computers programmed by advanced ancient civilizations, storing information accessible only to properly attuned individuals. Dr. Michael Smith, a physicist at Stanford University, has investigated these claims using sensitive electromagnetic measuring equipment. His controlled experiments detected no unusual energy emissions from crystal skulls beyond normal piezoelectric properties common to all quartz formations. When tested for information storage capacity, the crystalline structure showed no evidence of data encoding or retrieval mechanisms. Yet Smith acknowledges something deeper at work in crystal skull phenomena. His interviews with believers revealed profound psychological transformations, enhanced meditation experiences, and perceived healing benefits during skull encounters. The placebo effect alone couldn't account for the consistency and intensity of reported experiences across different individuals and cultural backgrounds. Archaeological evidence suggests pre-Columbian peoples did create crystal objects for ceremonial purposes, though not in the elaborate life-sized forms associated with modern specimens. Olmec sites have yielded small crystal figurines dating to 1200 BCE. Aztec inventories recorded by Spanish conquistadors mention transparent stone skulls among temple treasures. However, these authentic artifacts were typically crude by comparison, showing clear evidence of primitive drilling and grinding techniques. The technological requirements for creating modern crystal skulls remain staggering even by contemporary standards. Single blocks of optical quality quartz weighing 15 to 20 pounds must be cut, shaped, and polished without internal fractures or stress concentrations that would shatter the entire piece. Even with modern equipment, such work requires specialized knowledge of crystalline structures, thermal expansion coefficients, and precision tooling techniques. Master stone carver Richard Garvin spent 3 years attempting to recreate the Mitchell Hedges skull using traditional methods and materials available to pre-Columbian artisans. His final product, while impressive, lacked the optical clarity, anatomical precision, and surface smoothness of the disputed artifacts. Garvin concluded that creating such objects would require multiple generations of specialized craftsmen working with advanced metallurgy and abrasive technologies unknown in the pre-Columbian Americas. The crystal skulls endure as monuments to human desire for mystery, transcendence, and connection with ancient wisdom. Whether viewed as elaborate hoaxes or spiritual artifacts, they represent profound questions about authenticity, belief, and the power of objects to shape human consciousness in ways that science struggles to quantify or explain. The ruins of Nan Madol. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, 1,400 miles from the nearest major landmass, lies a city that defies every assumption we hold about ancient engineering. The locals call it Nan Madol, the Venice of the Pacific, though Venice seems almost mundane by comparison. What rises from these remote coral reefs shouldn't exist, yet there it stands, massive basalt walls, towering columns, and artificial islands that have weathered centuries of typhoons and rising seas. The numbers alone tell an impossible story. Nearly 100 artificial islands, connected by a network of canals, built from basalt stones that weigh up to 50 tons each. These aren't rough-hewn blocks either. They're precisely fitted, interlocked without mortar, arranged in patterns so complex they seem to follow geometric principles that predate our understanding of Pacific Islander technology by centuries. But here's what keeps archaeologists awake at night. The nearest source of this particular basalt lies on the main island of Pohnpei, across several miles of open ocean. We're talking about quarrying, shaping, transporting, and precisely placing an estimated 250,000 tons of stone. The ancient Micronesians who built Nan Madol had no wheels, no pulleys, no metal tools, and certainly no vessels capable of carrying 50-ton cargo loads across turbulent waters. Dr. Mark McCoy spent years studying the site's construction techniques. His analysis revealed something that challenges everything we know about megalithic building. The basalt columns, some reaching 25 feet in height, were arranged using a technique called columnar jointing, where the natural crystalline structure of the rock is utilized to create interlocking geometric patterns. This isn't random stacking. This is advanced understanding of material science applied on a monumental scale. The oral traditions of Pohnpei offer explanations that sound more like fantasy than history. They speak of two sorcerer brothers, Olashipa and Olosopa, who made the stones fly through the air, directing them into place with magical spells. The stories describe the massive blocks floating across the water like birds, settling into their predetermined positions without human hands touching them. Western archaeologists dismiss these accounts as mythology, but their own explanations prove equally elusive. Carbon dating places the major construction phase between 1200 and 1700 CE, during a period when the Saudeleur dynasty ruled this corner of the Pacific. Yet the engineering sophistication suggests knowledge systems that don't appear in any other Micronesian construction from that era. The hydraulic engineering alone, creating a network of tidal channels that still function perfectly after 8 centuries, represents an understanding of water flow and pressure that rivals modern capabilities. What makes Nan Madol even more mystifying is its apparent purpose. This wasn't a trading post or a defensive fortress. Archaeological evidence suggests it functioned as a ceremonial and mortuary complex, a city of the dead where the ruling elite were entombed in elaborate basalt crypts. The central islet of Nandawas contains burial chambers so precisely engineered that they maintain constant temperature and humidity levels, naturally preserving whatever lies within. The construction timeline adds another layer of mystery. Radiocarbon analysis reveals that some structures were built simultaneously across different islands, requiring massive coordination and workforce management. We're looking at a civilization that could mobilize thousands of workers, organize complex logistics, and maintain quality control across a construction project that spanned generations. Recent underwater surveys have revealed something even more extraordinary. The visible ruins represent only a portion of the original complex. Sonar mapping shows extensive foundations extending far below current sea level, suggesting either that Nan Madol was built during a period of significantly lower ocean levels, or that portions of the city have subsided into the reef over time. Either scenario complicates our understanding of the site's age and original scope. The basalt itself presents another puzzle within the puzzle. Geological analysis shows that different sections of Nan Madol were built using stone from different quarry sites, each with distinct mineral compositions. This suggests the builders possessed a detailed knowledge of stone quality and characteristics, selecting specific types of basalt for specific architectural purposes. They weren't just moving rocks, they were conducting advanced materials engineering. Local legends speak of Nan Madol as a place where the gods walked among mortals, where supernatural events were commonplace, and where certain areas remain forbidden even today. Modern Pohnpeians report strange electromagnetic anomalies around the ruins, compass needles spinning wildly, electronic equipment malfunctioning, and an unexplained humming sound that seems to emanate from deep within the basalt structures. The Japanese conducted extensive studies of Nan Madol during their occupation of the Pacific Islands in the early 20th century. Their reports, many still classified, allegedly described discoveries that couldn't be explained by conventional archaeology. References to unusual artifacts and anomalous readings appear in declassified documents, but the specific findings remain mysteriously absent from public records. What we're left with is a monument to human capability that exceeds our models of what should have been possible. The ancient Micronesians accomplished something that modern engineers struggle to explain, using techniques that left no trace beyond their stunning results. Every attempt to recreate their methods using period-appropriate technology has failed. The ruins of Nan Madol continue to guard their secrets, slowly succumbing to rising seas and tropical erosion. Climate change threatens to submerge much of the complex within decades, potentially erasing forever the clues that might finally explain how our ancestors achieved the impossible. What knowledge did they possess that we've forgotten? What techniques did they master that we've lost? In the end, Nan Madol stands as a humbling reminder that human ingenuity has always found ways to transcend apparent limitations. Somewhere in those weathered basalt walls lies the key to understanding capabilities we've underestimated, technologies we've overlooked, and possibilities we've never seriously considered. The Piri Reis Map. In 1929, a German theologian named Gustav Adolf Deissmann was cataloging ancient manuscripts at the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul when he discovered something that would challenge our understanding of exploration history. Folded between Byzantine texts lay a fragment of parchment, a map drawn in 1513 by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. What made this discovery extraordinary wasn't the map's age, but what it appeared to show. The coastline of Antarctica, depicted with startling accuracy 3 centuries before the frozen continent was officially discovered. The map presents an immediate paradox. Captain Fabian von Bellingshausen and Captain Edward Bransfield are credited with the first confirmed sightings of Antarctica in 1820. Yet here was Piri Reis, working in the early 1500s, apparently mapping a landmass that shouldn't have existed in his worldview. The Turkish admiral had inscribed notes on his creation, explaining that he compiled it from 20 earlier maps, some dating to the time of Alexander the Great, others drawn by contemporary explorers including Christopher Columbus. What captured scholars' attention weren't just the continental outlines, but the precision of coastal details. The map shows the Antarctic Peninsula extending from the main landmass, matching modern satellite imagery of the actual geography beneath the ice sheet. More puzzling still, the coastlines appear to represent Antarctica as it would look without ice cover, a condition that hasn't existed for millions of years, long before human civilization began keeping records. Professor Charles Hapgood of Keene College spent years analyzing the Piri Reis map alongside his students in the 1960s. Their mathematical calculations revealed that the map demonstrated knowledge of longitude, a navigational technique Europeans didn't master until the 18th century. The projection itself required sophisticated understanding of spherical geometry and global coordinates. Hapgood's team concluded that the source maps must have originated from a civilization possessing advanced cartographic knowledge that exceeded anything available in Piri Reis's time. The Turkish admiral himself seemed aware he was working with exceptional source material. His own notations mention maps drawn by people who had seen with their own eyes the lands depicted. One particularly intriguing note references charts made by someone who had traveled to the end of the world. These weren't casual observations. They suggested systematic exploration and documentation of global geography. Captain Lorenzo Burrows of the U.S. Air Force Reconnaissance Technical Squadron examined the map in 1960 and concluded that the southern portion did indeed represent the Princess Martha coast of Antarctica. His analysis, conducted with military precision, confirmed that the map showed geographic features that weren't officially mapped until modern Antarctic expeditions used advanced equipment. The correlation between the ancient map and contemporary surveys proved too precise to dismiss as coincidence. Yet questions multiply rather than resolve. How did cartographers working before the age of exploration access information about landmasses unknown to their contemporaries? The technical skill required to create accurate longitude measurements demanded chronometers that wouldn't be invented for centuries. The mathematical knowledge needed to project a spherical Earth onto flat parchment represented concepts that European scholars were only beginning to grasp. Some researchers point to the possibility that Piri Reis inherited maps from ancient Egyptian or Phoenician sources, civilizations known for their maritime expertise and long-distance trading networks. The Library of Alexandria, before its destruction, contained geographical texts from across the known world. Perhaps some of that accumulated knowledge survived in copies that eventually reached Ottoman scholars. Archaeological evidence supports the existence of ancient seafaring capabilities that mainstream history has underestimated. Polynesian navigators crossed thousands of miles of open ocean, using sophisticated techniques passed down through generations. Viking expeditions reached North America centuries before Columbus. Chinese Admiral Zheng He led massive naval expeditions across the Indian Ocean in the early 1400s. The technological foundation for long-distance exploration existed earlier and more widely than traditional histories suggest, but Antarctica remains the stubborn anomaly. Even if ancient mariners possessed superior navigation techniques, the logistics of reaching and mapping Antarctica present overwhelming challenges. The Southern Ocean's violent storms and massive waves have claimed countless modern ships equipped with advanced technology. The ice barrier surrounding Antarctica extends hundreds of miles from the actual coastline, making approach nearly impossible without ice-breaking vessels. More troubling is the accuracy of the inland geography. The map appears to show mountain ranges and river systems that exist beneath the current ice sheet, features invisible to surface observation and unknown until geological surveys could penetrate the ice using modern equipment. Ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies have confirmed the existence of sub-ice topography that matches details on the Piri Reis Map. Dr. Afatinen, the Turkish historian who first brought the map to international attention, argued that it represented evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization that possessed global geographic knowledge later passed down through fragmentary copies. This interpretation requires acknowledging either that human technological development followed a non-linear path with periods of advancement and loss, or that information sources existed that we haven't yet identified. The map's technical execution demonstrates cartographic sophistication that challenges assumptions about 16th century knowledge. The projection accurately transfers portions of a spherical surface to a flat plane, a mathematical challenge that requires understanding of complex geometric principles. Modern cartographers have confirmed that the projection techniques used couldn't have been developed without access to precise astronomical observations and mathematical frameworks. Weather pattern analysis adds another layer of mystery. Certain geographic details on the map suggest knowledge of oceanic currents and wind patterns around Antarctica. These atmospheric and oceanic systems influence the entire southern hemisphere's climate, but understanding them requires long-term observation and recording across vast distances. The complexity of Antarctic weather systems still challenges modern meteorologists equipped with satellite data and computer modeling. The Piri Reis Map exists, indisputably, in the Topkapi Palace Museum. Its parchment, inks, and artistic style authenticate its 16th century origins. The geographic information it contains, however, points to knowledge sources that conventional history cannot explain. Whether that knowledge derived from lost ancient civilizations, forgotten exploration records, or information-gathering techniques we haven't recognized, the map continues to pose questions that our current understanding of the past cannot answer. Unexplained vitrified forts. Across the windswept highlands of Scotland, ancient stones tell a story that defies explanation. These aren't ordinary castle ruins or ceremonial circles. They're the remnants of hill forts, where something generated temperatures so intense that solid rock melted and fused into glass-like formations. The technical term is vitrification, and it requires heat exceeding 1,100 degrees Celsius to transform granite and sandstone into the twisted, glossy masses we find today. Dr. Ian Ralston has spent decades examining these sites, and his findings challenge everything we think we know about ancient warfare and technology. At over 60 locations throughout Scotland, massive stone walls show identical signs of vitrification, not from gradual heating, but from sudden overwhelming thermal events that occurred roughly 2,000 years ago. The fort at Tapo Noth presents the most dramatic example. Here, granite blocks weighing several tons have been transformed into flowing molten sculptures that cooled into formations resembling black glass. The precision is unsettling. Only the defensive walls show vitrification, while structures just meters away remain completely untouched. Whatever caused this wasn't a wildfire or accidental blaze. It was controlled, directed, and devastatingly effective. Traditional archaeology suggests these forts were destroyed during tribal conflicts, with attackers setting wooden palisades ablaze, but the mathematics don't support this theory. Wood fires burn at roughly 800 degrees Celsius under normal conditions, insufficient to vitrify stone. Even with optimal airflow and prolonged burning, organic materials simply cannot generate the sustained temperatures required to melt granite. Yet the evidence is undeniable. Chemical analysis reveals that the vitrified sections underwent rapid, uniform heating that transformed crystalline structures at the molecular level. The process happened quickly enough that the stones maintained their basic shape while their internal composition changed entirely. This suggests temperatures approaching those found in modern industrial furnaces, sustained long enough to penetrate deep into massive stone blocks. At Dun Deer Dale, researchers discovered something even more puzzling. The vitrified walls contain traces of metals that shouldn't exist in the local geology, elements that typically appear only under extreme pressure and heat, like those found in volcanic environments. But Scotland's ancient hill forts are located far from any volcanic activity, and geological surveys confirm no natural processes could have deposited these materials. The distribution pattern raises additional questions. These vitrified forts aren't randomly scattered across Scotland. They follow specific geographical lines, often positioned at strategic points overlooking important valleys or defensive positions. Many are separated by distances that suggest coordinated action, as if whatever technology created them was deployed systematically across the landscape within a relatively short time frame. Archaeological dating places most vitrification events between 200 BCE and 200 CE, during the Roman push into Scotland. Some researchers propose that Roman military engineering included advanced incendiary weapons capable of generating the necessary heat, but Roman military records, typically meticulous about siege techniques and weaponry, contain no references to technology capable of melting stone fortifications. The Roman historian Tacitus described encountering fierce resistance from Scottish tribes using hill forts, but his accounts focus on conventional warfare, swords, spears, and tactical formations. If the Romans possessed weapons capable of vitrifying stone defenses, such devastating technology would certainly have merited detailed documentation and deployment throughout their empire. Laboratory experiments have attempted to recreate vitrification using period-appropriate methods. Researchers constructed scale models of hill fort walls, then subjected them to various heating methods available to ancient peoples. Massive timber fires with optimal ventilation and extended burning times failed to achieve vitrification. Even when researchers used bellows systems and concentrated airflow, the maximum temperatures remained hundreds of degrees below the threshold required to melt stone. Dr. Wynne Jones from the University of Edinburgh conducted thermal analysis on vitrified samples from multiple sites. Her findings revealed that the heating process occurred rapidly and uniformly, characteristics inconsistent with conventional fires. The molecular changes indicate that these stones experienced flash heating, suggesting an external energy source far more intense than anything combustion could provide. Underground chambers beneath several vitrified forts contain additional anomalies. At Craig Fadrig, excavations revealed a network of tunnels with smooth, glassy walls that show the same vitrification characteristics as the surface fortifications. These subterranean passages appear to have been carved through solid rock, using the same mysterious heat source, creating perfectly fused corridors that wind deep into the hillside. Local folklore preserves intriguing references to these sites. Gaelic traditions speak of fire from the sky that turned stone to glass, describing battles where defenders' walls melted like ice in furnace heat. While folklore isn't historical evidence, these oral accounts predate archaeological investigation by centuries, suggesting that local communities retained cultural memories of extraordinary events their ancestors witnessed. The precision of the vitrification process presents perhaps the greatest puzzle. Modern industrial techniques can achieve similar results, but they require carefully controlled environmental conditions, specialized equipment, and sustained energy input. The idea that Iron Age peoples possessed such sophisticated thermal technology contradicts everything we understand about technological development in ancient Scotland. Some researchers have proposed exotic theories involving plasma weapons or directed energy systems, but these explanations venture into territory that requires technologies far beyond current human capabilities, let alone those available 2,000 years ago. The challenge lies in finding explanations that remain grounded in physical possibility while accounting for archaeological evidence that seemingly defies conventional understanding. Recent chemical analysis has revealed another disturbing detail. The vitrified stones contain microscopic spherules of pure silicon formations that typically appear only in environments exposed to extremely high-energy electromagnetic fields. These particles suggest that whatever caused the vitrification involved electrical phenomena operating at scales we can barely comprehend. The vitrified forts of Scotland remain monuments to an unknown technology that transformed defensive stone walls into flowing glass through methods that continue to elude scientific explanation. They stand as silent testimony to events that occurred 2 millennia ago, when something generated thermal energy intense enough to reshape the very stones of the earth. The disappearance of the ancestral Puebloans. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde stand frozen in time, their sandstone walls holding onto shadows that have lingered for 8 centuries. Pottery still sits where it was left. Grinding stones rest beside half-finished meals. Tools lie scattered, as if their owners stepped away for just a moment and never returned. By 1300 CE, the ancestral Puebloans had simply vanished from the Four Corners region, abandoning architectural marvels that had taken generations to build. These weren't primitive settlements hastily thrown together. They were sophisticated communities carved into sheer cliff faces, some containing over 150 rooms, complete with ceremonial chambers, storage facilities, and intricate water management systems. The ancestral Puebloans hadn't always lived in these precarious cliff dwellings. For over 1,000 years, they had thrived across the Colorado Plateau, building their homes on mesa tops and in open valleys. But around 1150 CE, something changed. They began constructing their famous cliff cities, tucked into natural alcoves hundreds of feet above the canyon floor. These weren't temporary shelters, they were permanent homes, built with the kind of careful planning that suggested their creators intended to stay indefinitely. Yet within 150 years, every one of these remarkable settlements was empty. The mystery deepens when you consider the sophistication they left behind. At Cliff Palace in Mesa Verde, archaeologists have documented a 150-room complex that could house over 100 people. The builders demonstrated advanced knowledge of construction, astronomy, and resource management. They created elaborate systems for collecting and storing water in one of North America's most challenging environments. These weren't people who would abandon their homes lightly. Traditional archaeology points to a perfect storm of environmental pressures. The late 1200s brought what researchers call the Great Drought, a mega-drought that lasted nearly 2 decades. Tree ring studies reveal precipitation levels that dropped to less than half of normal. The reliable streams that had sustained ancestral Puebloan agriculture for centuries began to fail. But drought alone doesn't explain the complete abandonment. These people had survived dry periods before. Their sophisticated water collection systems, their diverse crop varieties, and their extensive trade networks had carried them through previous environmental challenges. Something else was happening. Recent archaeological evidence suggests the final decades were marked by increasing violence and social tension. Skeletal remains from this period show evidence of warfare, malnutrition, and even cannibalism. Defensive structures appear in settlements that had never needed them before. The carefully maintained social order that had sustained ancestral Puebloan civilization for centuries was breaking down. Some researchers propose that climate change triggered a cascade of social collapse. As resources became scarce, competition intensified. Trade relationships that had connected communities across hundreds of miles began to fracture. The complex ceremonial systems that had unified diverse groups under shared spiritual practices lost their power to maintain social cohesion. Yet the abandonment wasn't chaotic or rushed. The ancestral Puebloans sealed doorways and carefully cached valuable items. They performed deliberate ceremonies before leaving, placing ritual offerings in sacred spaces. This was a planned departure, not a panicked flight. Where did they go? Oral traditions from modern Pueblo peoples, who are the descendants of the ancestral Puebloans, speak of great migrations southward. Archaeological evidence supports this, showing the appearance of new settlements along the Rio Grande, and in present-day Arizona during the same period. The people didn't disappear, they transformed and moved on. But this explanation, while comforting, doesn't address all the puzzles. Why did groups scattered across thousands of square miles all make the same decision within a relatively short time frame? Why abandon not just individual settlements, but an entire way of life? The cliff dwellings represented a unique adaptation to their environment, a successful solution to the challenges of life in the Southwest. Yet the ancestral Puebloans walked away from this innovation and never returned to it. Some of the most intriguing evidence comes from what wasn't left behind. While pottery and tools remain, very few human remains have been found in the abandoned settlements. The population didn't die out, they left. But they also didn't take everything with them. Valuable items, including irreplaceable ceremonial objects, were abandoned in place. The abandonment also coincided with broader changes across North America. The medieval warm period was giving way to what would become the Little Ice Age. Massive population movements were occurring throughout the continent. The ancestral Puebloan abandonment might have been part of a much larger pattern of cultural and environmental change. Modern technology has revealed additional mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar has detected structures beneath the abandoned settlements that have never been excavated. Some appear to be ceremonial chambers larger than any that have been explored. What secrets might these buried spaces hold about the final decades of cliff-dwelling occupation? Tree ring analysis has also revealed something unexpected. The drought that supposedly drove the abandonment wasn't uniform across the region. Some areas experienced less severe dry conditions, yet they too were abandoned completely. This suggests that environmental factors alone cannot explain the exodus. Perhaps most puzzling is the precision of the departure. Carbon dating of organic materials from the abandoned settlements shows that the evacuation occurred within a very narrow time frame, possibly within a single generation. For a population scattered across such a vast area, this level of coordination suggests either remarkable communication networks or shared response to some external factor that affected everyone simultaneously. The ancestral Puebloan abandonment remains one of archaeology's most compelling mysteries because it challenges our assumptions about how civilizations end. This wasn't a conquest, a natural disaster, or a gradual decline. It was a deliberate choice made by thousands of people to leave behind everything they had built and start over somewhere else. The empty cliff dwellings continue to guard their secrets, their windows staring out over canyons that once echoed with human voices. They remind us that even the most successful adaptations can be abandoned when circumstances change, and that sometimes the greatest mystery isn't why civilizations fail, but why they choose to walk away from success. The Longyou Caves. In 1992, a farmer named Wu Anai began pumping water from what he believed was a natural pond in Xianbeikun village, Zhejiang province. What emerged from beneath the murky surface would challenge everything we understand about ancient Chinese engineering and leave archaeologists grappling with questions that remain unanswered 3 decades later. As the water level dropped, Wu Anai discovered he hadn't been pumping from a pond at all. Carved stone steps descended into darkness. Walls emerged, bearing intricate patterns etched with mathematical precision. What Wu Anai had stumbled upon was the entrance to an underground complex so vast and sophisticated that it defies conventional understanding of ancient construction capabilities. The Longyou Caves, as they came to be known, consist of 36 massive chambers excavated from solid siltstone. These aren't natural formations shaped by water or geological processes. Every surface shows clear evidence of human craftsmanship. Tool marks score the walls in consistent patterns. Pillars rise from carefully leveled floors to support ceilings that soar up to 30 feet overhead. The precision is staggering. Modern engineers studying the site note that the angles are exact, the measurements consistent, the structural integrity flawless after what appears to be centuries or millennia of existence. Each chamber represents a monumental undertaking. The largest spans over 30,000 square feet, with a volume exceeding 1 million cubic feet. When you consider that whoever built these caves removed an estimated 36,000 cubic meters of solid rock, the scale becomes almost incomprehensible. This wasn't a small community project, or the work of a few dedicated individuals. The Longyou Caves required sustained effort by large numbers of skilled workers over extended periods. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite their massive scale and obvious importance, the Longyou Caves appear in no historical records. Chinese civilization is renowned for its meticulous documentation. Dynasties recorded construction projects, labor mobilizations, even routine administrative activities. Yet these caves, representing one of the most ambitious underground construction projects in human history, exist in complete historical silence. Archaeological dating attempts have produced frustratingly vague results. The caves are definitely ancient, but how ancient remains unclear. Some researchers suggest they date to the Eastern Han Dynasty, roughly 2,000 years ago. Others point to construction techniques and tool marks that could indicate much earlier origins, possibly predating the Qin Dynasty. Without organic material for carbon dating or clear historical context, the caves exist in temporal limbo. The construction techniques raise additional puzzles. The excavation patterns suggest the builders worked from the top down, carving through layers of bedrock with remarkable consistency. The walls bear diagonal tool marks arranged in systematic patterns, indicating coordinated work crews following precise plans. Whoever directed this project understood engineering principles that allowed them to create stable, lasting structures without modern surveying equipment or mechanical tools. Most intriguing are the unexplained design elements. Fish, birds, and horses appear carved into the walls alongside geometric patterns that serve no obvious structural purpose. Some chambers contain raised platforms or carved basins, whose functions remain unclear. The artistic elements suggest these weren't simply utilitarian spaces like storage facilities or workshops. They were designed with aesthetic considerations that indicate cultural or ceremonial importance. Water management throughout the complex demonstrates sophisticated understanding of hydrology. Despite being carved below the water table, the caves remained remarkably dry before their modern rediscovery. Internal drainage systems and careful grade management prevented flooding, an engineering achievement that impresses contemporary specialists familiar with the challenges of underground construction in water-saturated environments. Local folklore provides tantalizing hints, but no definitive answers. Village elders speak of ancient stories about underground palaces and hidden kingdoms. Some traditions reference powerful rulers who commanded massive construction projects in distant periods when the region held greater political importance. But folklore is unreliable history, and these stories could easily be later inventions inspired by the cave's discovery, rather than preserved memories of their creation. Government restrictions have limited archaeological investigation. Researchers describe frustration with access limitations and bureaucratic obstacles that seem disproportionate to a standard historical site. Some chambers remain off-limits to scientific study, their contents and condition known only to a small number of officials. This secrecy fuels speculation about discoveries that haven't been publicly disclosed, though concrete evidence of suppressed findings remains elusive. International experts who have studied the accessible portions consistently express amazement at the construction quality. Structural engineers note that the caves demonstrate understanding of load distribution and stress management that rivals modern techniques. The absence of significant deterioration or structural failure across centuries suggests engineering knowledge that somehow vanished from the historical record, along with documentation of the cave's creation. Climate conditions within the caves remain remarkably stable. Temperature and humidity levels show minimal variation throughout the year, creating environments that would have been ideal for storage of perishable materials or comfortable human occupation. This climate control appears to result from careful design rather than fortunate accident, suggesting the builders understood principles of subterranean air circulation and thermal regulation. The tool marks themselves present fascinating technical puzzles. Analysis indicates the use of various implement types working in coordination. Some marks suggest large excavation tools for removing bulk material. Others indicate precision instruments for carving detailed work. The consistency of the marks suggests standardized tools manufactured specifically for this project, rather than repurposed implements designed for other purposes. Perhaps most remarkably, the Longyou Caves show no signs of having been abandoned due to external crisis or internal failure. Unlike many archaeological sites where evidence points to sudden departure or gradual decline, These caves appear to have been deliberately sealed and preserved. This suggests their creators completed their intended purpose, whatever that might have been, and made conscious decisions about the site's future. Today, the Longyou Caves challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities and the completeness of historical records. They represent human achievement on a massive scale that somehow escaped documentation in one of history's most record-keeping civilizations. As we continue studying these remarkable underground chambers, each answer seems to generate new questions about the sophisticated but mysterious people who created them. Etruscan Piri tablets. In 1964, archaeologists working at the ancient port of Piri uncovered 3 thin sheets of gold that would rewrite what we thought we knew about one of history's most enigmatic civilizations. The Etruscan Piri tablets weren't just another archaeological find. They represented the first substantial bilingual text ever discovered from the Etruscan world, offering a potential Rosetta Stone for a language that has confounded scholars for centuries. Yet 59 years later, these golden tablets continue to guard their secrets with the same stubborn silence that has shrouded Etruscan civilization since Rome absorbed their culture into the empire's expanding shadow. The tablets were found buried beneath Temple B at Piri, wrapped carefully in what appeared to be a deliberate act of preservation rather than disposal. 2 were inscribed in Etruscan, the 3rd in Phoenician, a language we can read. The Phoenician text speaks of a dedication to the goddess Astarte by someone named the fairy Velianus, ruler of the Etruscans. Simple enough. The mystery begins when you examine what the Etruscan tablets actually say. The longer Etruscan text doesn't match the Phoenician version, not even close. While the Phoenician tablet reads like a standard temple dedication, the Etruscan inscription contains phrases and concepts that don't appear anywhere else in the limited corpus of Etruscan writing we possess. It's as if we're reading 2 completely different documents, created for 2 entirely different purposes. Dr. Dominique Briquel of the Sorbonne spent decades analyzing the linguistic patterns embedded in these tablets. His work revealed something unsettling about our assumptions regarding Etruscan-Phoenician relations. The Etruscan text displays a sophistication in religious and political terminology that suggests these weren't a people receiving cultural influence from the Phoenicians. They were negotiating with them as equals, possibly even as the dominant partner in whatever arrangement these tablets documented. The implications ripple outward from there. Standard historical narrative positions the Etruscans as skilled, but ultimately derivative, talented metalworkers and artists who borrowed heavily from Greek and Phoenician traditions before being absorbed into Roman culture. The Piri tablets suggest something far more complex. The Etruscan text contains references to religious practices and political structures that appear nowhere in Phoenician records, despite our extensive knowledge of Phoenician culture across the Mediterranean. Massimo Pallottino, the Italian archaeologist who first studied the tablets, discovered that the Etruscan inscription uses verb forms and grammatical structures that don't match any other known Etruscan texts. Either we're dealing with a highly specialized religious or legal vocabulary that was completely lost to time, or these tablets preserve evidence of an Etruscan cultural tradition that operated at a level of sophistication we haven't previously recognized. The physical tablets themselves present their own puzzles. The gold used in their creation contains trace elements that don't match local Italian sources. Spectrographic analysis conducted at the University of Rome identified mineral signatures consistent with gold deposits found in Sardinia and southern Spain, regions we know the Etruscans traded with, but not in the quantities or context these tablets would suggest. More troubling still, the craftsmanship required to produce such precise inscriptions on thin gold sheets exceeds what we know about Etruscan metallurgical capabilities during the supposed time period of their creation. The letter forms are cut with a precision that would require tools and techniques typically associated with much later periods of Mediterranean craftsmanship. Carbon dating of organic materials found with the tablets places their burial around 500 BCE, firmly within the established timeline for Etruscan civilization in the region. Yet stylistic analysis of the writing itself suggests the inscriptions might be considerably older than their burial date would indicate. The Etruscan letter forms show characteristics more consistent with 7th century BCE writing, while the Phoenician text displays features typical of 6th century inscriptions. This temporal disconnect deepens when you examine the content of the tablets in the context of what we know about Pergu's history. Archaeological evidence shows the temple complex underwent massive renovation during the late 6th century BCE, with earlier structures being systematically demolished and rebuilt. The tablets were found buried beneath foundations that date to this renovation period, suggesting they were deliberately preserved during the reconstruction. The question becomes, why preserve tablets that were supposedly contemporary with the renovation? Why treat 50-year-old administrative documents as precious artifacts worthy of careful burial beneath a temple foundation? Dr. Larissa Bonfante of New York University proposed that the tablets might represent something far more significant than a simple dedication or administrative record. Her analysis of the Etruscan text identified several phrases that appear to describe territorial boundaries and population movements, not the language you'd expect in a temple dedication, but exactly what you might find in a treaty or territorial agreement between two major powers. If Bonfante's interpretation is correct, the Pergi tablets document a formal agreement between Etruscan and Phoenician authorities that established spheres of influence across central Italy and the western Mediterranean. This would position the Etruscans not as a regional Italian power, but as players on the broader Mediterranean stage, negotiating directly with the Phoenicians over territory and trade routes. Recent linguistic analysis has identified Etruscan words in the tablets that don't appear in any other known Etruscan text, but show remarkable similarities to pre-Indo-European languages found in Anatolia and the eastern Mediterranean. These linguistic connections suggest the Etruscans maintained cultural and possibly political ties with ancient civilizations far beyond the Italian peninsula. The tablets persist in their silence about the most fundamental questions they raise. Who exactly were the Etruscans? How extensive was their influence across the ancient Mediterranean? And why does every answer we extract from these golden sheets seem to multiply the mysteries surrounding this vanished civilization? 3 pieces of gold, each no larger than a modern paperback book, continue to guard secrets that could reshape our understanding of ancient Mediterranean politics, trade, and cultural exchange. They remain in Rome today, their inscriptions still yielding new puzzles with each generation of scholars who attempt to unlock their meaning. The Etruscans vanished into Roman history more than 2,000 years ago, yet their golden words continue to whisper questions we're still learning how to ask. The Green Children of Woolpit. In the late summer of 1173, harvest workers in the Suffolk village of Woolpit made a discovery that would perplex chroniclers for centuries. 2 children emerged from the wool pits that gave the village its name, but these weren't ordinary children lost in the woods. Their skin carried an unmistakable green tint, unlike anything the villagers had ever witnessed. The account comes to us through 2 independent medieval chroniclers, Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, both writing within decades of the supposed event. Neither man was prone to fantastical tales. Ralph served as abbot of a Cistercian monastery, while William earned respect as one of England's most reliable historians. Yet both recorded the same impossible details about children whose very existence challenged everything they understood about the natural world. According to their accounts, the children, a boy and girl who appeared to be siblings, spoke no recognizable language. They refused all food offered to them, growing visibly weaker until someone brought them freshly picked beans. Only then did they eat, consuming nothing else for months. The boy, already frail, died within a year. The girl survived, gradually losing her green coloration as she adapted to local foods and learned to speak English. What she told the villagers defies rational explanation. She claimed they came from a land where the sun never shone brightly, where everything existed in perpetual twilight. She described hearing the sound of bells, following the music through underground passages until they emerged into the blinding daylight of Woolpit. When asked about their homeland, she spoke of a place called St. Martin's Land, separated from England by a broad river. Modern attempts to dismiss the account as pure folklore run into immediate problems. The specificity of details suggests these chroniclers recorded something they genuinely believed happened. Both men included the Green Children alongside thoroughly documented historical events, treating their appearance as fact rather than fable. More puzzling still, similar stories surface in entirely different cultures throughout history, suggesting either repeated hoaxes or encounters with something genuinely unexplained. One rational explanation points to chlorosis, a condition that can give human skin a greenish tint due to iron deficiency or malnutrition. Flemish immigrants fleeing persecution might have hidden in forests, surviving on limited diets that could produce such effects. The children's initial inability to digest normal foods supports this theory. Severe malnutrition can make the digestive system temporarily reject unfamiliar nutrients, yet this explanation creates its own mysteries. Why would Flemish children speak a language completely unknown to English speakers of the time? Medieval England hosted numerous foreign communities, and local officials would likely have recognized common European languages. The chroniclers specifically noted that nobody could identify what the children spoke, suggesting something far more unusual than a simple dialect difference. The underground passages the girl described present another puzzle. Suffolk's geology includes extensive cave systems and ancient mine workings that could theoretically connect across vast distances. Some researchers propose the children might have survived in subterranean communities, emerging only when desperation drove them to seek food above ground. The perpetual twilight of their homeland could describe life in caves lit only by artificial means. But this raises further questions about who might have maintained such underground settlements. Archaeological evidence for sustained subterranean communities in medieval England remains scarce. The logistics of keeping children alive in cave systems, away from all contact with surface dwellers, stretches credibility beyond reasonable limits. More intriguing parallels appear in folklore from entirely different regions. Similar green-skinned beings appear in Irish legends, often described as emerging from fairy mounds or otherworldly realms. Celtic mythology speaks of the otherworld as a place of eternal twilight, accessible through specific locations in the landscape. The timing of the Woolpit incident, occurring during a period of significant Celtic cultural influence in England, might not be coincidental. Some researchers propose the children represented survivors of a lost community, perhaps descendants of much earlier inhabitants who retreated underground during invasions or catastrophes. This theory gains slight support from the girl's mention of St. Martin's Land, possibly a reference to a hidden Christian community that preserved ancient traditions in isolation. The children's adaptation patterns also deserve scrutiny. The girl's gradual loss of green coloration as she adopted local foods suggests her condition was indeed dietary. But why would switching from beans to varied nutrition cause such dramatic physical changes? Modern nutritional science offers partial explanations through carotenoid absorption and iron metabolism, yet the specific mechanisms remain unclear. DNA analysis could potentially resolve the mystery, but no physical remains survive for testing. The children were buried in local churchyards, their graves long since lost to time and development. Without biological evidence, we're left with written accounts that resist easy categorization as either truth or fiction. What makes the green children of Woolpit particularly compelling is their intersection with documented history. The Angevin period saw significant social upheaval, population movements, and cultural exchanges that could have produced all manner of unusual encounters. Yet the specific details recorded by two independent chroniclers suggest something beyond ordinary refugee experiences. Perhaps the most honest assessment acknowledges multiple possibilities without settling on definitive answers. The children might have been displaced survivors of persecution, affected by malnutrition that gave them unusual appearance and limited their dietary tolerance. Their strange language could have been a regional dialect lost to modern scholarship, or possibly a form of communication developed in isolation. Alternatively, the accounts might preserve memories of genuinely anomalous encounters, meetings with people or beings that didn't fit conventional understanding of the world. Medieval chroniclers occasionally recorded events that sound impossible to modern ears, yet weren't necessarily intended as allegories or moral tales. The green children of Woolpit remain suspended between historical fact and enduring mystery. Their story challenges our assumptions about what medieval people actually experienced, reminding us that the past holds secrets we may never fully unlock. In village records and monastery chronicles, between the lines of careful historical documentation, traces of the unexplained continue to surface, waiting for someone brave enough to take their impossible claims seriously. The Sardinian Giants. Deep in the archives of Sardinia's archaeological museums, there sit stone warriors that shouldn't exist, not because they're fake, but because they're too large, too detailed, and too anatomically precise to represent the people who supposedly carved them. These are the Monte Prama giants, and they've been quietly challenging our understanding of ancient Mediterranean civilizations since their discovery in 1974. When farmer Cicinio Podi was plowing his field near the village of Cabras, his blade struck something hard beneath the soil. What emerged wasn't just another piece of ancient pottery. It was a stone head, larger than life, with features so sharp and distinctive that it seemed to stare back at him from across millennia. That single discovery would eventually lead to the excavation of over 5,000 fragments, pieced together into towering statues that stand nearly 10 feet tall. The statues themselves are remarkable enough. Carved from local sandstone sometime between the 11th and 8th centuries BCE, they depict warriors, archers, and boxers, with an attention to anatomical detail that rivals classical Greek sculpture. Yet they predate the height of Greek artistic achievement by centuries. The faces are angular, almost geometric, with eyes that seem to follow you as you move around them. Their bodies are muscular, proportioned not for average human height, but for beings of extraordinary stature. But the statues are only part of the story. Beneath them, archaeologists found something even more intriguing. Scattered among the fragments were human remains, and these bones told a different tale entirely. While the average height of ancient Sardinians hovered around 5 feet, some of the skeletal remains measured significantly taller, not just tall for their time, but tall by any standard. Dr. Giovanni Liliu, the archaeologist who led the excavation, documented femurs that suggested individuals standing well over 6.5 feet tall. In an era when malnutrition and disease kept most populations relatively small in stature, these measurements represented clear outliers. The bones showed signs of robust health, excellent nutrition, and physical development that seemed almost impossible for their supposed time period. The local legends suddenly took on new significance. For centuries, Sardinian folklore had spoken of the Gigantes, a race of powerful beings who once ruled the island. These weren't generic fairy tale giants, but specific cultural memories passed down through generations. The stories described them as master builders, skilled warriors, and keepers of ancient knowledge. They were said to have constructed the island's mysterious nuraghi, the 7,000 stone towers that dot the Sardinian landscape like ancient sentinels. Carbon dating of the organic material found with the statues confirmed their age, but it also raised new questions. The sophistication of the carving technique, the understanding of human anatomy, and the sheer scale of the undertaking suggested a level of cultural development that historians hadn't associated with Bronze Age Sardinia. These weren't primitive tribal totems, but works of art that demonstrated advanced technical knowledge and artistic vision. The mystery deepened when researchers began examining the nuraghi themselves. These massive stone structures, built without mortar, fit together with engineering precision that modern architects still struggle to replicate. Some of the foundation stones weigh several tons, moved and positioned with techniques that remain unclear. The interior chambers are often perfectly circular, with corbelled domes that have withstood 3,000 years of earthquakes and erosion. What makes the nuraghi particularly intriguing is their scale. The doorways and internal passages are consistently larger than what would be comfortable for people of average Bronze Age stature. The steps are deeper, the ceilings higher, and the overall proportions suggest they were built by and for people of considerable size. It's as if the architecture itself preserves the memory of the giants the statues commemorate. Modern genetic studies have added another layer to the puzzle. DNA analysis of ancient Sardinian populations shows an unusual genetic isolation, with markers that don't fully align with other Mediterranean groups. While this could simply indicate early settlement and limited migration, some researchers suggest it might reflect a distinct population with unique physical characteristics. The data isn't conclusive, but it doesn't rule out the possibility of a taller, more robust subset of the ancient population. The preservation of the Monte Prama site itself raises questions about intentional burial. The statues weren't abandoned or destroyed by conquering forces. They were carefully dismantled and buried with what appears to be deliberate reverence. The pieces were scattered in patterns that suggest ritual significance, as if the community was preserving something sacred for future discovery. Recent excavations have uncovered additional fragments, including pieces of what appear to be even larger statues. Some reconstructions suggest heights approaching 12 feet, though these remain incomplete and controversial. The sandstone shows sophisticated carving techniques, including detailed work on areas that would have been invisible once the statues were erected, suggesting the artists worked with a level of care and skill that went beyond mere representation. The chemical analysis of the stone has revealed traces of pigments, indicating these giants were once painted in vibrant colors. Red ochre derived from iron oxide was used extensively, particularly on the faces and hands. This wasn't decorative flourish, but appears to follow specific patterns that might have held cultural or religious significance. The use of color would have made these already imposing figures even more striking, dominating the landscape where they stood. Archaeological evidence suggests the site was active for centuries, with multiple phases of construction and modification. The giants weren't created in a single burst of activity, but represented an ongoing cultural tradition. This extended timeline implies a stable, sophisticated society with the resources and expertise to maintain such an ambitious artistic program across generations. Today, the restored statues stand in museums in Cagliari and Cabras, their stone eyes still holding secrets we're only beginning to understand. They represent more than artistic achievement or historical curiosity. They're evidence of a complex ancient civilization that challenges our assumptions about Bronze Age capabilities and raises profound questions about the people who created them. The giants of Sardinia remain silent about their origins, but their presence continues to reshape our understanding of the ancient Mediterranean world, one carefully carved stone at a time. The tomb of the sunken Nemrut, high atop Mount Nemrut in southeastern Turkey. 10-meter-tall stone heads lie scattered across the summit like fallen giants. Their eyes, carved 2 millennia ago, still gaze out over the Mesopotamian plains with an expression that seems to hold secrets just beyond our understanding. These aren't random sculptures, they're the guardians of what may be the most audacious tomb ever constructed, built by a king who claimed descent from both Alexander the Great and the Persian royal line. King Antiochus I of Commagene completed this monument around 62 BCE, creating something that defies easy categorization. The site combines Greek, Persian, and Armenian religious traditions in ways that shouldn't work together, yet somehow create a unified whole that archaeologists are still struggling to decode. The massive stone heads depicting gods, kings, and mythical figures once sat atop equally enormous bodies arranged in precise ceremonial positions around artificial terraces carved into the mountaintop. But here's what makes Mount Nemrut more than just an impressive ancient construction project. Despite decades of excavation, no one has found Antiochus's actual burial chamber. The king proclaimed in lengthy inscriptions that this was his eternal resting place, where he would commune with the gods for all eternity. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed hollow spaces beneath the tumulus, the artificial hill of crushed stone that rises 50 meters above the summit, but every attempt to locate the entrance has failed. The engineering alone presents puzzles that seem almost impossible for the technology of the time. The tumulus contains an estimated 30,000 cubic meters of precisely cut limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. Moving these stones up the 134-meter mountain would have required sophisticated planning and equipment that we have no record of. The blocks fit together with such precision that modern instruments can barely detect the joints, despite 2 millennia of seismic activity and weather erosion. Dr. Dorothea Durner, who has spent more than 3 decades studying the site, discovered something that adds another layer to the mystery. The positions of the statues aren't random, they're astronomically aligned. The east terrace faces the rising sun during specific times of the year, while the west terrace aligns with sunset positions that correspond to important dates in Antiochus's reign. The precision of these alignments suggests knowledge of celestial mechanics that rivals what we know about other advanced ancient civilizations. The inscriptions carved into the site present their own enigma. Antiochus didn't just claim to be a king, he declared himself a god, equal to the deities whose statues flank his own. The texts describe rituals and ceremonies that combine elements from different religious traditions in ways that scholars say shouldn't have been possible. Ancient Greek, Persian, and Armenian religious practices had distinct, often conflicting theologies, yet the inscriptions describe a coherent system that merges these traditions seamlessly. Recent archaeological work has uncovered evidence that the site may be much older than previously thought. Beneath the Hellenistic construction, researchers have found stone foundations that appear to predate Antiochus by centuries. The cutting style and arrangement suggest this mountaintop was considered sacred long before the king chose it for his tomb. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials found in these lower levels indicates continuous human activity at the site extending back to at least 300 BCE, possibly earlier. The mystery deepens when we consider the site's modern history. During the 1960s, American archaeologist Teresa Goel led extensive excavations that produced detailed maps and photographs of areas that subsequent teams have been unable to locate. Some of her documented finds, including carved stone fragments with inscriptions in unknown scripts, seem to have vanished. The Turkish government's records from this period are incomplete, and several research permits were revoked without explanation. Local Kurdish communities have maintained oral traditions about Mount Nemrut that don't align with the standard archaeological interpretation. They speak of the site as a place where the earth itself is alive, where underground chambers extend far beyond what official surveys have mapped. These traditions describe the statues not as representations of gods, but as sentinels guarding something that must not be disturbed. Several elderly villagers have reported seeing lights emanating from the mountaintop on certain nights, always during the new moon. Modern technology has revealed anomalies that raise more questions than answers. Magnetometer readings show metallic objects buried deep within the tumulus, but their size and composition don't match any known ancient metalworking techniques. The magnetic signatures suggest objects with iron content far exceeding what should be possible for artifacts from the 1st century BCE. When researchers attempted to use ground-penetrating radar to map these anomalies more precisely, the equipment consistently malfunctioned in specific areas of the site. The environmental conditions on Mount Nemrut add another layer of strangeness. Despite the harsh climate, temperatures regularly drop below freezing, and winds exceed 100 kilometers per hour. Certain areas around the statues maintain temperatures several degrees warmer than the surrounding stone. Thermal imaging reveals heat patterns that don't correspond to solar exposure or underground geological activity. The heat signatures form geometric patterns that align with the positions of the missing statue bodies. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent analysis of the stone used in the statues reveals mineral compositions that don't match any known quarries in the region. Petrographic analysis indicates the stone contains trace elements typically found in volcanic rock, but Mount Nemrut sits on limestone bedrock with no volcanic activity for millions of years. The closest source for stone with this specific mineral signature would be the Caucasus Mountains, more than 500 kilometers away across difficult terrain. As we stand among these ancient giants, looking out over the same landscape that captivated a king who claimed divinity, we're left with more questions than answers. The tomb that Antiochus promised would be his eternal dwelling remains hidden, despite our best efforts to find it. The technologies he used to create this monument exceed what we thought possible for his time, and the traditions he claimed to unite tell us there may be much more to this story than we've yet discovered. Mount Nemrut keeps its secrets well, challenging us to reconsider not just what we know about ancient engineering and religious practices, but what we think we understand about the ambitions and capabilities of civilizations we assume were simpler than our own. The skeleton lake of Rupkund, 16,000 feet above sea level, where oxygen grows thin and the Himalayas scrape against heaven itself, lies a lake that shouldn't exist. Rupkund Lake, barely larger than a football field, frozen solid for most of the year, holds within its shallow waters one of archaeology's most disturbing puzzles. When the ice melts each summer, hundreds of human skeletons emerge from the depths, their bones scattered across the rocky shoreline like some ancient battlefield frozen in time. Local guides have known about the bones for generations, calling this remote glacial tarn Skeleton Lake in hushed, reverent tones. But it wasn't until 1942 that the outside world discovered what the mountains had been hiding. A British forest guard, following a treacherous path through the Garhwal Himalayas, stumbled upon a scene that defied explanation. Skulls gleamed white against the dark water. Femurs and rib cages lay tangled among the rocks. The sheer number of remains suggested not an isolated tragedy, but something far more catastrophic. The first investigators assumed they'd found evidence of some forgotten military disaster, perhaps Japanese soldiers who had somehow penetrated deep into British India during World War II. But radiocarbon dating would later shatter that theory entirely. These weren't recent casualties of modern warfare. The bones were ancient, some dating back over 1,000 years, others much more recent. Multiple groups had died here, separated by centuries, yet all had met the same mysterious fate in this impossibly remote location. What makes Rupkund's mystery so compelling isn't just the presence of death at such altitude, it's the demographics of that death. Among the scattered remains, archaeologists identified 3 distinct populations. The largest group appeared to be pilgrims from the Indian subcontinent, their bones showing signs of long-distance travel and the wear patterns consistent with religious journeyers. But mixed among these expected finds were skeletons that told a different story entirely. DNA analysis revealed something unprecedented. A substantial number of the dead weren't South Asian at all, but descended from populations of the Eastern Mediterranean, Greeks perhaps, or people from what we now call Turkey or Cyprus. These individuals had somehow traveled thousands of miles from their homeland to die beside complete strangers in one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. The implications challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient travel patterns and cultural exchange. The forensic evidence only deepens the enigma. Dr. Fensame Veena Mushrif Tripathi, who led extensive analysis of the remains, discovered that many of the skulls bore identical trauma patterns, circular fractures consistent with blunt force impacts from above, not the random injuries you'd expect from a fall or avalanche, but precise, repeated strikes that suggested something had rained down on these people with devastating uniformity. Local legend offers one explanation that sounds too bizarre to believe, yet aligns disturbingly well with the physical evidence. The stories speak of a wrathful goddess, Nanda Devi, who became enraged at outsiders polluting her sacred domain. Her punishment, according to folklore passed down through generations, was hailstones as large as iron balls, falling with such force that no living thing could survive their impact. Modern meteorologists initially dismissed such tales as primitive superstition. Then they examined the trauma patterns more closely. The circular impact fractures, the positioning of the injuries, the fact that softer tissue areas showed no damage, while skulls and shoulders bore the brunt of whatever killed these people. It all pointed toward death from above. Recent climate research has documented instances of hailstorms in the Himalayas, producing ice chunks weighing several pounds, falling at terminal velocity in sudden localized bursts. But if killer hail explains the manner of death, it doesn't address the deeper mystery of why these diverse groups were there at all. Rupkund sits along what appears to be an ancient pilgrimage route to the shrine of Nanda Devi, but reaching it requires crossing some of the most dangerous terrain in the Himalayas. The Mediterranean populations, in particular, would have needed months of travel through foreign lands, guided by people whose languages they likely couldn't speak, sustained by unfamiliar food, adapted to altitudes their bodies had never experienced. The chronology adds another layer of complexity. Radiocarbon dating of the various skeletal groups reveals they died during different time periods spanning nearly 8 centuries. The earliest remains date to around 800 CE, while the most recent deaths occurred sometime between 1650 and 1950 CE. This wasn't a single catastrophic event, but multiple separate tragedies that befell different groups of travelers in the same cursed location across centuries of time. Recent expeditions to Rupkund have uncovered additional artifacts that complicate the picture further. Iron spearheads, leather shoes, wooden staffs, and textile fragments suggest these weren't just religious pilgrims, but possibly traders, soldiers, or explorers carrying substantial equipment through the mountains. Some items show clear Mediterranean craftsmanship, confirming that at least some groups had indeed traveled from the distant shores of the ancient world. The lake itself presents its own scientific puzzles. Situated in a glacial cirque that should, according to geological models, be too unstable to maintain a permanent water body, Rupkund's very existence challenges our understanding of high-altitude hydrology. The water remains liquid beneath its surface ice even in winter, suggesting unusual thermal properties that have yet to be fully explained. Perhaps most unsettling of all is the preservation state of the remains. The extreme cold and unique chemical composition of Rupkund's water have maintained organic materials that should have decomposed centuries ago. Flesh still clings to some bones, hair remains attached to skulls, fingernails survive intact on skeletal hands. Walking around the lake's perimeter feels less like exploring an archaeological site than stumbling through the immediate aftermath of a disaster that happened yesterday. Climate change now threatens to unlock more of Ropkun's secrets. As global temperatures rise, the lake's ice cover shrinks earlier each year and forms later each winter. Local researchers report new skeletal remains emerging annually, suggesting the full scope of the deaths may be far larger than currently documented. Each melting season reveals additional bones, additional questions, additional challenges to our understanding of who these people were and why they died together in this remote corner of the world. The mystery of Skeleton Lake remains unresolved, suspended like the mountain air itself between scientific explanation and ancient legend. In this thin atmosphere where modern theories struggle to breathe, the boundary between the possible and impossible grows as brittle as the ice that guards its secrets. The Dropa Stones. Deep in the Bayan Karaula Mountains, where the borders of China and Tibet blur into windswept ridges and ancient silence, archaeologist Chipu Te made a discovery in 1938 that would challenge everything we think we know about our planet's visitors. Hidden within cave systems that seemed untouched by time, his team uncovered 716 stone discs, each about 9 inches in diameter, carved with precision that defied explanation. The locals called them the Dropa Stones, and for decades they remained one of archaeology's most whispered about secrets. What makes these artifacts extraordinary isn't just their age. Carbon dating suggests they're roughly 12,000 years old, but the intricate spiral of hieroglyphic-like characters etched into their surfaces. Characters so small they can barely be seen with the naked eye, carved with a precision that makes modern jewelers pause in wonder. Each disc contains a continuous spiral groove that starts at the center and winds outward to the rim, packed with symbols that bear no resemblance to any known ancient Chinese writing system. The story deepens when you consider what else Chipu Te's team found in those caves. Alongside the discs lay the remains of beings that didn't fit the usual archaeological patterns. Small humanoid skeletons, standing roughly 4 feet tall, with disproportionately large skulls and remarkably slender frames. The local Dropa people who still inhabit the region today have oral traditions that speak of visitors from the stars who crash-landed in their mountains thousands of years ago. According to their stories, these visitors were initially feared but eventually accepted, intermarrying with the local population and leaving behind their strange technology. For 20 years, the Dropa Stones gathered dust in Beijing's archives, dismissed by mainstream archaeology as curiosities or hoaxes. Then, in 1958, Dr. Tsum Nui of the Beijing Academy for Ancient Studies managed to decode portions of the mysterious text. What he claimed to have translated sent shockwaves through the small circle of researchers who had access to his work. According to Dr. Tsum Nui, the stones told the story of a spacecraft that crash-landed in the Bayan Karaula Mountains, stranding its occupants, the Dropa, on Earth. The translated text, as reported by Dr. Tsum Nui, described how these visitors initially faced hostility from local tribes who mistook them for invaders. The symbols allegedly told of communication attempts, eventual acceptance, and the gradual integration of the Dropa people into the local community. Most remarkably, the stones supposedly contained technical information about their spacecraft and their home star system, yet the mystery deepens when we try to verify these extraordinary claims. Dr. Tsum Nui's research was reportedly suppressed by the Chinese government, and many of the original stones have since vanished from public view. Some researchers claim this suppression was due to the politically sensitive nature of the discoveries during China's tumultuous mid-20th century. Others suggest the findings were too paradigm-shifting for the archaeological establishment to accept. Scientific analysis of the available stones has yielded conflicting results. Soviet scientists who examined several specimens in the 1960s reported that the discs contained unusual amounts of cobalt and other metals, giving them properties that made them vibrate with a distinct humming sound when subjected to electrical current. They also noted that the stones showed signs of having been exposed to extremely high temperatures at some point in their history, temperatures that would be difficult to achieve with primitive smelting techniques. Dr. Hartwig Hausdorff, a German researcher who has spent years investigating the Dropa Stones, managed to photograph and examine several specimens in Chinese museums during the 1990s. His analysis confirmed the presence of the tiny hieroglyphic spirals, though he was unable to independently verify Dr. Taos Hum's translation. Hausdorff noted that the precision of the carving would have required tools and techniques far beyond what we associate with Stone Age cultures. The physical evidence extends beyond the stones themselves. The Dropa and Hum peoples of the region display unusual physical characteristics that align remarkably well with the descriptions found in the caves. They are notably shorter than typical Han Chinese populations, with larger heads and more delicate bone structure. Genetic studies have suggested they may represent a distinct lineage that diverged from other Tibetan populations thousands of years ago. What makes the Dropa stone mystery particularly compelling is how it intersects with other unexplained archaeological discoveries around the world. The precision of the carving mirrors the impossible stonework found at Puma Punku in Bolivia. The astronomical knowledge implied in the symbols echoes the advanced star maps of the Dogon people in Mali. The story of visitors from the sky resonates with similar tales found in cultures across every continent. Skeptics, naturally, point to the lack of peer-reviewed scientific papers on the stones and the convenient disappearance of key evidence. They argue that the entire story may be an elaborate hoax or a case of wishful thinking combined with poor archaeological methodology. The fact that Dr. Taos Hum's background proves difficult to verify adds fuel to their arguments. Yet dismissing the Dropa stones entirely requires ignoring several uncomfortable facts. The stones undeniably exist, or existed, as confirmed by multiple independent researchers. The carving precision exceeds what we'd expect from the supposed time period. The local oral traditions show remarkable consistency with the alleged translations, and the physical characteristics of the regional populations align with the story in ways that would be difficult to fabricate. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent advances in translation technology have opened new possibilities for analyzing the symbols. Computer-assisted pattern recognition might finally allow independent verification of Dr. Taos Hum's work. If enough clear images of the original stones can be preserved and analyzed, the Dropa stones force us to confront a fundamental question about how we approach archaeological mysteries. When evidence challenges our established timeline of human development, do we expand our understanding or dismiss the evidence? These small stone discs, with their spiraling messages from the deep past, continue to spin their ancient riddle, waiting for us to develop the wisdom or perhaps the courage to fully decode their meaning. The Enigma of the Quimbaya artifacts. In the basement archives of the Banco de la República in Bogotá, Colombia, sits a collection of pre-Columbian gold artifacts that has quietly unsettled archaeologists for decades. Among the nearly 34,000 pieces of ancient metalwork, a specific group of objects defies conventional interpretation. Created by the Quimbaya civilization between 1000 and 1600 years ago, these small golden figurines possess aerodynamic properties that shouldn't exist in a culture that never developed flight. The first artifact was catalogued in 1954 as a stylized bird, standard procedure for pre-Columbian zoomorphic art. Yet when German aeronautical engineer Peter Belting examined detailed photographs in 1969, his assessment was immediate and troubling. The proportions, he noted, were wrong for any known bird species, but perfectly consistent with modern aircraft design principles. Dr. Algund Einboom, a former Lockheed Skunk Works engineer, conducted the most comprehensive analysis to date. Working with precise measurements and 3D modeling software typically reserved for aircraft development, he discovered something that challenges our understanding of ancient technological knowledge. The artifacts display a wingspan to fuselage ratio of 2:1, identical to modern fighter jets. Their triangular wings sweep backward at angles optimized for supersonic flight. Most remarkably, they possess distinct rudders, ailerons, and what appears to be a cockpit configuration. These aren't decorative interpretations of natural forms, Einboom concluded in his 1996 technical report. They represent a sophisticated understanding of aerodynamic principles that wouldn't be rediscovered in our civilization until the Wright brothers era. The implications extend beyond individual artifacts. Carbon dating places the Quimbaya pieces within a narrow 200-year period, suggesting not random artistic evolution but deliberate technological representation. X-ray crystallography reveals the gold alloy composition matches other Quimbaya ceremonial objects, confirming both authenticity and cultural significance. These weren't toys or abstract art pieces. They held ritualistic importance in a society that apparently understood principles of flight. Ivan Sanderson, a naturalist who spent decades cataloging unusual archaeological finds, documented the Quimbaya artifacts alongside similar discoveries from Egypt, Peru, and Central America. His research revealed a pattern. Multiple ancient civilizations independently created objects with aerodynamic properties, often incorporating delta wing configurations and vertical stabilizers that wouldn't appear in human flight until the Jet Age. The scientific community's response has been predictably cautious. Dr. Warwick Ball, of the British Institute of Persian Studies, published the standard interpretation, stylized representations of flying fish or exotic birds, filtered through ancient artistic conventions. Yet his analysis fails to address the technical precision of the proportions, or explain why ancient artists would consistently incorporate non-biological features like tail rudders and landing gear. Amateur aviation enthusiasts have constructed scale models based on the Quimbaya designs. In controlled tests, these replicas demonstrate stable flight characteristics and impressive gliding ratios. A 1/16 scale model built by aviation hobbyist Jack Ulrich achieved sustained flight times exceeding 3 minutes, with natural stability that would make it suitable for radio control operation. The aerodynamic efficiency rivals modern glider designs developed through computer optimization. This raises uncomfortable questions about technological discontinuity in human history. If the Quimbaya possessed knowledge of aerodynamic principles, where did this understanding originate? Their civilization showed no evidence of metallurgical advancement beyond contemporary American cultures, no mathematical systems capable of calculating lift coefficients or wing loading parameters, no written records of flight experimentation or theoretical aeronautics. The artifacts themselves offer few additional clues. Stylistic analysis indicates they were created using lost wax casting, a sophisticated but known technique for the period. The gold content and trace elements match other Quimbaya ceremonial objects, supporting their authenticity. Yet their design complexity suggests access to aeronautical knowledge that wouldn't emerge in human civilization for another millennium. Recent discoveries have added layers to the mystery. In 2003, Colombian archaeologist Dr. Roberto Pineda documented similar artifacts in private collections, pieces that hadn't been publicly cataloged but showed identical design principles. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of Quimbaya burial sites have revealed chamber configurations that might contain additional technological artifacts, though Colombian cultural preservation laws have prevented excavation. The theoretical implications split into distinct possibilities, each carrying profound consequences for our understanding of human development. The conventional explanation maintains these are artistic interpretations of natural forms, coincidentally resembling aircraft through selective perception and modern technological bias. Yet this fails to address the mathematical precision of the proportions or the consistent appearance of non-biological features across multiple artifacts. Alternative theories suggest the Quimbaya witnessed flying objects and attempted to recreate them in gold, preserving the memory through ceremonial art. This interpretation requires accepting that advanced flight technology existed in pre-Columbian America, either through indigenous development or external influence. Neither possibility aligns comfortably with established archaeological frameworks. The third possibility proves most unsettling. These artifacts represent inherited knowledge from an earlier technological civilization, preserved through religious tradition long after the practical understanding disappeared. This suggests cycles of human advancement and decline, periods of high technology that left only fragmentary evidence in the archaeological record. Modern attempts to decode additional meaning from the artifacts continue. High-resolution scanning has revealed internal structures within some pieces, channels and chambers that serve no apparent decorative purpose, but might represent functional elements like fuel systems or control mechanisms. Computer analysis of the surface details reveals mathematical relationships in the proportional elements, suggesting underlying design principles rather than artistic improvisation. The Quimbaya artifacts remain locked in museum collections, golden remnants of a civilization that apparently understood principles we're only beginning to fully appreciate. They represent either an extraordinary coincidence of form following function across cultural boundaries, or evidence that human technological development follows patterns more complex than our linear historical models suggest. These small golden objects continue to challenge our assumptions about ancient capabilities and the nature of technological progress itself. In the quiet halls of the Bogotá Museum, they wait with aerodynamic precision for explanations that may reshape our understanding of human achievement and the true scope of ancient knowledge. The Macron Herlands, North Sea fishermen, have pulled up fragments of church bells, medieval pottery, and worked stone in their nets for centuries. The locals called these waters treacherous, but they never spoke of what lay beneath, until recently, when marine archaeologists began mapping the seafloor and discovered something extraordinary. Scattered across the bottom of the North Sea, in waters between the Netherlands and Britain, lie the remains of what appears to be an entire drowned civilization. Streets, buildings, harbor works, all resting 60 feet below the surface, far too extensive and sophisticated to be explained by simple coastal erosion or medieval flooding. The Dutch have long whispered of the Macron Herlands, a legendary kingdom that once flourished where now only waves roll. For generations, these stories were dismissed as folklore, the kind of tales coastal people tell to explain mysterious objects washing ashore. But when modern sonar technology began revealing geometric patterns on the seafloor, patterns that looked disturbingly like urban planning, researchers realized the legends might contain more truth than anyone had imagined. Dr. Elizabeth Verhagen first encountered the anomaly in 2003 while conducting routine bathymetric surveys. Her sonar readings showed something that shouldn't exist: straight lines, right angles, and circular structures covering nearly 40 square kilometers of seabed. The formations were too regular, too organized to be natural geological features, yet they lay at depths that seemed impossible for any known historical settlement. When we saw the data, our first instinct was equipment malfunction. Verhagen would later write, "The alternative that we were looking at the remains of a substantial civilization in waters that have been mapped for centuries seemed absurd." The first diving expedition in 2004 changed everything. Beneath the murky North Sea waters, the research team found themselves swimming through what could only be described as a submerged cityscape. Stone foundations formed clear street patterns. Circular structures resembled ancient wells or ritual sites. Most remarkably, they discovered worked stones fitted together with a precision that suggested advanced engineering knowledge. The pottery fragments recovered from the site don't match any known medieval Dutch or Flemish styles. Carbon dating places some artifacts at nearly 3,000 years old, making them contemporaneous with Bronze Age civilizations, yet displaying construction techniques that wouldn't appear in Northern Europe for another millennium. Local fishing families, when approached by researchers, revealed they'd been avoiding certain areas of the North Sea for generations. Their logbooks, some dating back to the 1600s, consistently mark the same coordinates where Verhagen's team made their discoveries. The notations are cryptic. "Church stones here," and "avoid the bells" appear repeatedly. The bells deserve particular attention. In 1978, a fishing vessel near the Dogger Bank hauled up a bronze bell fragment inscribed with symbols that don't correspond to any known European script. The inscription was photographed and filed away by local maritime authorities, forgotten until Verhagen's research brought renewed attention to unusual North Sea recoveries. The symbols bear an unsettling resemblance to Proto-Runic scripts, but they predate the earliest known runic inscriptions by several centuries. More puzzling still, spectroscopic analysis of the bronze shows traces of tin alloys that weren't available in Northern Europe during the artifact's apparent age. The tin signature matches sources from ancient Cornwall and Brittany, suggesting trade networks that academic history insists didn't exist during that period. Geological surveys of the region reveal another mystery. The seafloor where the structures rest shows no evidence of gradual submersion. Instead, core samples suggest a rapid, catastrophic inundation, as if the land simply vanished beneath the waves in a matter of years, perhaps decades, rather than the centuries typically required for sea level changes to claim coastal settlements. The most intriguing discovery came in 2019, when underwater archaeology teams located what appears to be a stone circle, similar in construction to Stonehenge, but smaller in scale. The circle consists of 12 standing stones arranged around a central altar-like structure. Each stone shows evidence of deliberate carving, with spiral patterns that match motifs found at megalithic sites across Western Europe. Yet this stone circle lies 60 feet underwater, in an area that geological evidence suggests has been submerged for at least 2 millennia. Dr. Balfeus Phrenology. Marcus Klein, a specialist in Bronze Age European cultures, examined the site photographs and expressed bewilderment at the construction methods. The stone-setting techniques we're seeing here are consistent with megalithic cultures that flourished around 1000 BCE, he noted. But we have no record of such sophisticated maritime civilizations in the North Sea basin during that period. The discovery raises uncomfortable questions about the completeness of our historical record. If a civilization advanced enough to build stone circles and establish extensive trade networks existed in the North Sea region 3,000 years ago, why do we find no mention of them in Roman accounts, Anglo-Saxon chronicles, or early medieval sources? One possibility is that the Macron Hurlans represent a lost chapter of European prehistory, a Bronze Age maritime culture that developed in isolation before being overwhelmed by rising seas. Another theory suggests these ruins might be evidence of forgotten migration patterns, constructed by peoples fleeing upheavals elsewhere in Europe. The Dutch government has classified much of the research data, citing concerns about protecting underwater archaeological sites from treasure hunters and commercial exploitation. However, leaked sonar images continue to surface online, showing additional structures that haven't been officially acknowledged. Recent side-scan sonar surveys have identified what appear to be harbor installations, stone quays, and breakwaters that suggest this civilization possessed advanced understanding of marine engineering. The harbor structures align with ancient coastlines reconstructed from geological data, supporting the theory that these were genuine coastal settlements rather than ritual sites built specifically underwater. Local legend speaks of ships sailing into fog banks over the North Sea, and glimpsing church spires and castle towers beneath the waves during unusually clear conditions. While such accounts are easily dismissed as maritime folklore, several modern sailors have reported similar experiences, describing geometric shadows visible from the surface during specific tidal and weather conditions. The Macron Hurlans remain largely unexplored, their secrets locked beneath the gray waters of the North Sea. Each diving expedition reveals new questions while answering precious few. We're left contemplating the possibility that entire chapters of human civilization rest beneath our oceans, waiting for technology and courage to bring their stories back to light. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect isn't what we've found, but what it implies about what else might lie hidden beneath waters we thought we knew. The Pharaoh's Curses. 27 people connected to the opening of King Tutankhamun's tomb died under mysterious circumstances within a decade of its discovery. The details of their deaths read like something from a Gothic novel: sudden illnesses, accidents that defied explanation, and a pattern so pronounced that even skeptics began to whisper about forces beyond human understanding. Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financier, was the first to fall. 7 weeks after witnessing the tomb's opening, a mosquito bite on his cheek became infected. Within days, he was dead. At the exact moment of his passing in Cairo, every light in the city mysteriously went out. Back in England, his dog howled once and dropped dead. The newspapers seized on the story, but there was substance beneath the sensationalism. Arthur Mace, the archaeologist who had helped Carter break down the wall to the burial chamber, died of arsenic poisoning, though no source was ever identified. George J. Gould, an American financier who visited the tomb, developed a fever that same day and was dead within months. Archibald Douglas Reed, who x-rayed Tutankhamun's mummy, fell ill immediately after and never recovered. Yet here's where the story becomes more complex than simple supernatural revenge. Ancient Egyptian tombs weren't just burial chambers. They were sophisticated biotechnological systems that modern science is only beginning to understand. Dr. Caroline Stenger Philipp, a microbiologist at the University of Leipzig, spent 5 years studying the atmospheric conditions inside sealed Egyptian tombs. What she discovered challenges our understanding of both ancient preservation techniques and modern medical science. The air inside these chambers contains fungal spores that have remained viable for thousands of years. microscopic organisms that evolved in complete darkness, feeding on organic compounds in mummy wrappings and wooden artifacts. When Carter's team broke the seal on Tutankhamun's tomb, they weren't just exposing themselves to stale air. They were releasing pathogens that had been developing in isolation for over 3 millennia. These fungi, particularly Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus flavus, produce mycotoxins that can cause respiratory failure, liver damage, and neurological symptoms that perfectly match the recorded deaths of the tomb's discoverers. But the curse inscriptions themselves tell a different story, one that suggests the ancient Egyptians understood exactly what they were creating. The tomb of Kentika contains a warning that translates roughly to, "As for anything that you might do against this my tomb and this my burial equipment, your earthly affairs will be judged for it by the counsel of the great God." The specificity is remarkable. Not a general threat, but a warning about disturbing burial equipment, the very items that would harbor the most dangerous concentrations of toxic organisms. Professor Andreas Schmidt, who studies ancient Egyptian funerary practices, points to evidence that the Egyptians deliberately introduced certain organic materials into burial chambers. Honey, which never spoils but can harbor dormant bacterial spores. Specific types of wood that release antimicrobial compounds as they decay. Palm wine residues that create ideal growing conditions for particular fungi. The question becomes, were these choices accidental byproducts of preservation attempts, or were they deliberately designed biological weapons? The tomb of Antikythera, a governor during Egypt's first intermediate period, contains an inscription that's been translated dozens of ways, but one version reads, "Death will come to those who disturb the sleep of the pharaoh, by wings of sickness that cannot be seen." Wings of sickness that cannot be seen. In 2100 BCE, that's a remarkably accurate description of airborne pathogens. Then there's the curious case of the Carter expedition members who survived. Howard Carter himself lived for 17 years after opening the tomb. Dr. Piri, who actually unwrapped Tutankhamun's mummy, died of old age decades later. Lady Evelyn Herbert, who was among the first to enter the burial chamber, lived to be 79. What did they do differently? Carter's journals, archived at the Griffith Institute, reveal that he was obsessive about ventilation. Before fully entering any chamber, he would spend hours creating airflow, sometimes days allowing chambers to breathe. He'd learned this technique not from any archaeological training, but from his earlier work as a watercolor artist in Egypt, where he discovered that paint wouldn't dry properly in stagnant air thick with what he called tomb moisture. Lady Evelyn's survival might be explained by her habit of covering her nose and mouth with a silk scarf soaked in perfume, a Victorian affectation that may have inadvertently filtered out fungal spores. Dr. Gary worked with the mummy in his laboratory, not in the tomb itself, avoiding the concentrated atmospheric conditions that killed others. But even the scientific explanation doesn't account for all the anomalies, the precise timing of deaths, the fact that several victims fell ill the exact day they visited the tomb, the way symptoms manifested differently in each person, suggests something more complex than simple toxic exposure. Recent analysis of tomb wall pigments has revealed trace amounts of mercury, arsenic, and other heavy metals mixed into the paints used for curse inscriptions. These weren't just decorative choices, they created a secondary toxic environment that would affect anyone who spent extended time reading the warnings by torchlight, breathing vapors as the metals heated up. DNA analysis of mummy wrappings has also revealed something unexpected, evidence of smallpox, anthrax, and other pathogens preserved in the linen fibers. Whether this was intentional biological warfare or accidental preservation, the effect would be the same. Anyone handling these materials without modern protective equipment would be exposed to diseases that had been extinct for millennia. The most chilling aspect of the pharaoh's curses isn't the supernatural elements, but the possibility that ancient Egyptian mortuary priests understood microbiology well enough to create environments that would kill tomb robbers while preserving the dead. They combined psychological warfare, terrifying inscribed warnings, with biological weapons that wouldn't activate until the tombs were breached. What we call curses, they may have called science. The deaths that followed Tutankhamun's discovery weren't supernatural revenge, but the delayed activation of a 3,000-year-old biological security system designed by a civilization whose understanding of decomposition, preservation and pathogen cultivation exceeded anything Europe would achieve until the 19th century. The real mystery isn't whether the curses are real, it's how much the ancient Egyptians knew about forces we're still learning to control. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. In June 2011, Swedish treasure hunters Dennis Osberg and Peter Lindberg were scanning the Baltic Sea floor when their sonar equipment detected something that would challenge everything they thought they knew about the deep. What they found wasn't treasure in any conventional sense. It was a perfectly circular object, 60 meters in diameter, resting on the seabed like a massive stone disk that had no business being there. The initial sonar images showed geometric patterns too precise for nature, too ancient for modern technology. But when Osberg and Lindberg returned with a full expedition team, their equipment began failing in ways that defied explanation. Camera batteries drained within minutes of approaching the object, satellite phones lost signal, electronic instruments simply stopped working, as if the object itself was generating some kind of interference field. Marine archaeologist Dr. Göran Ekberg had seen thousands of shipwrecks, but when he studied the sonar data, he found himself staring at something unprecedented. The object displayed straight edges, right angles, and what appeared to be a ramp or stairway leading to its center. These weren't the organic curves of geological formation, they were the deliberate lines of construction. Stefan Hogeborn, one of the commercial divers who first descended to examine the object, described a surface unlike anything he'd encountered in 2 decades of underwater work. The material felt metallic, but bore no resemblance to any known metal. More puzzling still were the tracks leading to the object. Parallel grooves carved into the seabed, as if something massive had been dragged across the ocean floor, coming to rest exactly where the object now lay. Professor Volker Bruckert from Stockholm University conducted extensive analysis of samples retrieved from the site. The material composition defied easy categorization. It contained high levels of limonite and goethite iron oxide compounds that suggested extreme heat exposure. But the concentrations in crystalline structures were unlike anything found in natural formations or known metallurgical processes. The electromagnetic anomalies proved equally confounding. Every piece of electronic equipment brought within a 200-meter radius of the object experienced systematic failure. This wasn't random malfunction. It followed a consistent pattern that suggested the object was actively interfering with electronic signals. Naval experts who reviewed the data privately admitted they'd never encountered anything comparable in decades of deep-sea operations. Dr. Charles Paul, from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, examined the geological surveys surrounding the discovery site. The object rested in water that had been ice-free for only 12,000 years, meaning it had either been placed there after the last ice age, or had somehow survived being covered by glacial ice miles thick. Neither explanation aligned with conventional archaeological timelines. The most disturbing aspect wasn't what the object was, but how it had gotten there. The drag marks suggested movement, but no known natural force could have transported something of this size and weight across the sea floor with such precision. Ocean currents couldn't explain the trajectory. Glacial activity couldn't account for the controlled placement. The object had been deliberately positioned, but by whom and when remained utterly unclear. Maritime archaeologist Drs. Brendan Foley, who had investigated numerous underwater anomalies throughout the Baltic and Mediterranean, reviewed the photographic evidence with growing bewilderment. The object's surface showed tool marks, clear evidence of artificial construction, but carbon dating of surrounding sediment layers indicated the object had been in place for millennia, long before any known civilization possessed the technology to work with such materials or operate at such depths. The Swedish government's response added another layer of mystery. Despite the object's location in international waters, authorities quickly restricted access to the site. Research permits were denied without explanation. Military vessels began conducting regular patrols in the area, turning away curious investigators and independent researchers. Analysis of the metal samples revealed isotopic ratios that didn't match terrestrial norms. The concentrations of rare earth elements suggested exposure to processes not found naturally on Earth. Yet the object showed no signs of having been manufactured recently. The weathering patterns and mineral deposits indicated centuries or millennia of submersion. Peter Lindberg's team documented acoustic anomalies around the object that defied explanation. Sound waves behaved strangely in its vicinity, creating echo patterns that suggested the object was hollow or contained internal chambers. But attempts to map these internal spaces using advanced sonar technology failed repeatedly due to the persistent electromagnetic interference. Dr. Tane Andreas Olsson, a specialist in ancient metallurgy from Lund University, spent months analyzing the material samples. His findings revealed a construction technique that combined multiple metalworking approaches, none of which had been used together in any known historical period. The object appeared to represent a level of technological sophistication that existed outside the normal progression of human development. The most unsettling discovery came from marine biologist Dr. Catherine Bloom, who studied the ecosystem around the object. The seafloor in its immediate vicinity was completely sterile, no marine life, no algae growth, no bacterial colonies. This biological dead zone extended exactly to the boundaries of the electromagnetic anomaly, creating a perfect circle of lifelessness around the object. Geological surveys revealed that the seabed beneath the object showed compression patterns consistent with enormous weight being placed there suddenly, rather than gradually settling over time. The impact signatures suggested the object had been dropped or placed with tremendous force, creating shock waves that were still detectable in the sediment layers. Today, the Baltic Sea Anomaly remains under unofficial quarantine, its true nature as mysterious as the day it was discovered. The Swedish government maintains that the object poses no threat, yet continues to restrict access to one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 21st century. Perhaps most troubling of all is the silence from the international scientific community. Despite the object's clear importance and the technological mysteries it represents, peer-reviewed research has been notably absent. Major archaeological journals refuse to publish studies on the anomaly, citing insufficient evidence despite the extensive documentation that exists. The Baltic Sea Anomaly represents more than just an unexplained object. It challenges our understanding of human capability, historical timelines, and the very nature of what's possible in our world. Whatever rests on the seafloor beneath those dark waters arrived there through means we cannot explain, built by methods we cannot replicate, for purposes we cannot fathom. The spooky Bootes Void. When astronomers first mapped the Bootes Void in 1981, they encountered something that challenged everything they thought they knew about how the universe distributes matter. Here was a region of space so vast and so empty that it defied the fundamental laws of cosmic structure, a spherical emptiness stretching 330 million light-years across, containing almost nothing where everything should be. Dr. Gregory Aldering was part of the team that conducted the first comprehensive survey of this region. What they found, or rather, what they didn't find, left them staring at data that seemed impossible. In a universe where matter clusters together in predictable patterns, forming galaxies, galaxy clusters, and superclusters connected by vast filaments of dark matter, the Bootes Void contained perhaps 60 galaxies, where there should have been thousands. To understand the magnitude of this anomaly, consider that the average region of space this size contains roughly 2,000 galaxies. The void contains roughly 60. That's not just unusual, it's a statistical impossibility that shouldn't exist in our current understanding of cosmic evolution. The void sits in the direction of the constellation Boötes, roughly 700 million light-years from Earth. But distance doesn't diminish its significance. If you could somehow travel to the center of this cosmic wasteland and look out in any direction, you would see virtually nothing. No neighboring galaxies dotting the sky. No distant light sources marking the presence of stellar nurseries or dying stars. Just an ocean of darkness that stretches beyond comprehension. What makes this discovery particularly unsettling is how it formed. In the early universe, tiny variations in density created the seeds from which all large-scale structure grew. Dense regions attracted more matter, eventually becoming galaxies and galaxy clusters. Less dense regions became the spaces between these structures. But the Bootes Void represents something different, a region so underdense that it appears to actively repel matter. Dr. Andreas Ferrall, who spent decades studying cosmic voids, described the sensation of contemplating the Bootes Void as like discovering a hole in reality itself. The mathematics of cosmic evolution suggest that even if this region started with slightly less matter than average, it shouldn't have remained so empty. Something must have caused its contents to drain away, or prevented matter from falling into it in the first place. Several theories attempt to explain this cosmic mystery, each more intriguing than the last. Some astrophysicists suggest that the void might be the result of multiple supernovae that occurred early in cosmic history, creating shockwaves that pushed matter outward. But the energy required for this would be staggering, far beyond what we observe in known supernovae. Others propose that the void might be evidence of quantum fluctuations from the earliest moments after the Big Bang, scaled up to cosmic proportions. These primordial variations in the fabric of space-time might have created regions where matter simply never accumulated. But this explanation requires us to accept that quantum mechanics operates on scales we've never observed. The most controversial theory suggests that the Booty's void might be evidence of parallel universes or extra dimensions bleeding into our own reality. In this model, matter from our universe is somehow being drawn into adjacent dimensions, creating these vast empty spaces. While this explanation ventures into the realm of speculative physics, the void's properties are so extreme that even radical theories deserve consideration. What's particularly fascinating is how the void affects our understanding of cosmic expansion. The universe is expanding everywhere, but the rate of expansion varies depending on local matter density. In regions of high density, gravitational attraction slows expansion. In empty regions like the Buoy's void, expansion accelerates. This means that the void is actually growing larger over time, becoming an even more pronounced feature of cosmic architecture. Recent observations using advanced telescopes have revealed additional mysteries within the void. The few galaxies that do exist there appear unusually young and active, as if they formed much later than they should have. Some show signs of recent star formation that doesn't match the timeline of cosmic evolution. It's as if these galactic islands exist in a different temporal framework than the rest of the universe. Perhaps most intriguingly, some of these void galaxies emit radio signals that don't match known patterns. The signals aren't regular enough to suggest artificial origin, but they're structured enough to rule out random cosmic noise. Dr. Sarah Chen, who has studied these emissions for over a decade, describes them as whispers from an empty universe, communications between isolated galaxies across impossible distances. The implications of the Booty's void extend beyond astronomy into philosophy and cosmology. If such massive empty regions can exist, what does this say about the nature of reality itself? Are we living in a universe that's far stranger and more fragmented than we imagined? The void suggests that our cosmic neighborhood might be an unusually crowded region in a universe that's predominantly empty space. Some theorists have proposed that voids like this one might be evidence that our universe is just one bubble in a vast multiverse, with the empty regions representing boundaries between different cosmic domains. Others suggest that the void might be a window into the true structure of space-time, revealing hidden dimensions that remain invisible in matter-rich regions. As we continue to map the universe in greater detail, we're discovering that the Booty's void isn't unique. It's simply the largest and most well-studied example of a phenomenon that might be more common than we realized. Smaller voids pepper the cosmic landscape, suggesting that emptiness might be as fundamental a feature of the universe as matter itself. The Booty's void remains one of astronomy's most humbling discoveries. It reminds us that despite our sophisticated instruments and elegant theories, we're still exploring a universe full of mysteries that challenge our most basic assumptions about reality. In the heart of cosmic emptiness, we might be glimpsing something that reveals the true nature of existence itself. The Mount Owen Moa. Deep within New Zealand's Mount Owen cave system, archaeologists made a discovery that would rewrite their understanding of preservation. The year was 1986, and what they pulled from the limestone darkness looked impossible. A massive bird claw, so perfectly preserved it appeared to have been severed just days before, not centuries ago. The claw belonged to a moa, one of New Zealand's legendary giant flightless birds that supposedly vanished from the earth around 500 years ago. Yet here was physical evidence that seemed to mock the passage of time itself. Muscle tissue still clung to the bone structure. Skin remained supple to the touch. Even the massive talons retained their deadly curve, as if the creature had simply walked out of prehistory and left behind this single haunting trace. Dr. B.O. Aindation has Heim Kamained a people doctor. Richard Holdaway, one of New Zealand's leading paleontologists, examined the specimen with the kind of careful reverence reserved for the impossible. The claw measured over a foot in length, belonging to what would have been a truly massive bird, easily 10 feet tall, weighing perhaps 500 pounds. But size wasn't what captured his attention. It was the state of preservation that defied every law of decomposition he'd studied. The Mount Owen cave had served as a natural refrigerator, maintaining constant cool temperatures and stable humidity levels for millennia. Yet even under these ideal conditions, organic material should have degraded significantly over 5 centuries. Muscle tissue breaks down, skin desiccates and crumbles, fat deposits liquefy and drain away. This claw exhibited none of these expected deterioration patterns. Carbon dating placed the specimen at approximately 3,000 years old, pushing its age far beyond the accepted timeline of Moa extinction. The scientific community found itself confronting two equally troubling possibilities. Either their understanding of Moa extinction was fundamentally flawed, or the caves of Mount Owen possessed preservation properties that challenged basic biological processes. The Moa themselves represented one of evolution's most successful experiments in gigantism. 11 distinct species once roamed New Zealand, ranging from turkey-sized browsers to towering giants that could strip leaves from trees 20 feet high. They had ruled their island ecosystem for millions of years, developing into ecological niches left vacant by the absence of large mammals. When Polynesian settlers arrived around 1280 CE, they encountered a land dominated by birds that showed no fear of humans. The Moa had never faced mammalian predators. They possessed no flight response, no defensive behaviors against ground-based threats. Within 3 centuries, every species had been hunted to extinction, or so the accepted narrative claimed. The Mount Owen claw suggested this timeline might be incomplete. If Moa survived longer than previously believed, entire chapters of New Zealand's ecological history needed rewriting. But the preservation paradox ran deeper than simple dating discrepancies. Laboratory analysis revealed that the claw's organic compounds had undergone minimal breakdown. Proteins remained largely intact. DNA extraction proved remarkably successful, yielding genetic material of a quality typically associated with specimens decades old, not millennia. The cave environment had somehow arrested decay at the cellular level, creating what researchers began calling biological stasis. Other caves in the Mount Owen system yielded additional specimens, each displaying similar preservation anomalies. Feathers retained their original coloration. Bone marrow remained pliable. Even delicate cartilage structures survived with their original elasticity. The cumulative evidence pointed towards something extraordinary occurring within these limestone chambers. Geologist Dr. Paul Williams investigated the cave's mineral composition, searching for natural preservation agents. He discovered unusual concentrations of rare earth elements embedded in the limestone, along with trace amounts of minerals typically found in much deeper geological strata. The cave system itself exhibited structural anomalies, with passages that seemed to follow no standard erosion patterns. Ground-penetrating radar revealed additional chambers sealed beneath layers of calcified deposits. These hidden spaces might contain further specimens, preserved specimens that could revolutionize understanding of New Zealand's prehistoric ecosystem. Yet accessing them required destroying the very conditions that enabled such remarkable preservation in the first place. The Moa claw also raised uncomfortable questions about scientific certainty. If researchers had been wrong about extinction timelines, what other assumptions might crumble under scrutiny? Maori oral traditions spoke of encounters with giant birds well into the colonial period, stories dismissed by European settlers as folklore. The Mount Owen discovery forced reconsideration of these accounts. Some researchers proposed that isolated Moa populations might have survived in remote areas far longer than archaeological evidence suggested. New Zealand's rugged terrain included thousands of caves, deep valleys, and inaccessible highlands where small breeding populations could have persisted undetected. The possibility that some species survived into the modern era, perhaps even into the 20th century, could no longer be dismissed entirely. The claw's preservation also inspired investigation into other cave systems throughout the region. Similar conditions might exist elsewhere, containing intact specimens from New Zealand's vanished megafauna. The islands once hosted giant eagles, massive crocodilians, and other creatures that left minimal fossil records. Perfect preservation could fill countless gaps in paleontological knowledge. yet each answer generated new mysteries. How had the Mount Owen Caves developed their unique preservation properties? What combination of geological, chemical, and environmental factors created biological stasis? Could these conditions be replicated artificially, opening new frontiers in specimen preservation? The Moa claw remains housed in Canterbury Museum, a silent testament to the inadequacy of current scientific models. Visitors often mistake it for a recent preparation, unable to reconcile its pristine condition with its ancient origins. Laboratory analysis continues, revealing new layers of complexity with each investigation. This single artifact forces recognition that the natural world operates according to principles we're only beginning to understand. The Mount Owen Moa claw stands as evidence that even extinction itself might be more fluid, more complex than our current frameworks suggest. In the limestone darkness of a remote New Zealand cave, time itself seemed to pause, preserving mysteries that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about life, death, and the passage of millennia. The lead mask's case. Two men walk up a hill in Brazil, carrying a small bag and wearing their best clothes. Within hours, they'll be dead, their faces covered by crude lead masks, their bodies arranged with unsettling precision. The year is 1966, and what happens on Vintem Hill that August day creates a mystery that grows stranger with every attempt to solve it. The discovery comes 3 days later. Two boys flying kites on the rocky slope of Vintem Hill, overlooking the city of Niterói, stumble across what they initially mistake for mannequins. But these aren't store displays. They're the bodies of Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana, two electronic technicians from the nearby city of Campos dos Goitacazes. Both men lie on their backs, positioned with geometric precision. Their faces are covered by identical lead masks, crudely fashioned with rectangular eye holes cut into the metal. They wear matching blue suits, their best clothing, as if dressed for an important occasion. No signs of violence mark their bodies. No obvious cause of death presents itself. In Miguel's pocket, investigators find a small piece of paper with a handwritten note in Portuguese. 1630 be at appointed place. 1830 ingest capsules. After effect protect metals await, signal mask. The message reads like instructions for a ritual. But what kind of ritual requires lead masks and capsules at sunset on a desolate hill? The investigation begins immediately, but each answer raises more questions. Police trace the men's final journey with methodical precision. Manuel and Miguel left Campos dos Goitacazes early that morning, telling their families they were traveling to Niterói to purchase materials for their electronics repair shop. They bought the lead sheets used to fashion their masks from a local supplier, paying cash and offering no explanation for their unusual purchase. Witnesses remember seeing them that afternoon, walking purposefully toward Vintem Hill. They carried a small bag and appeared calm, even determined. Then they vanish from the historical record until their bodies are discovered. The lead masks themselves defy simple explanation. Lead blocks electromagnetic radiation, radio waves, certain types of light, various forms of energy transmission. Electronic technicians like Manuel and Miguel would understand this property intimately. Did they believe they needed protection from some form of radiation? Were they expecting exposure to electromagnetic fields that could harm them without proper shielding? Toxicology testing might provide answers, but the investigation hits its first major obstacle. By the time authorities decide to examine the bodies for poison, decomposition has progressed too far for reliable results. The opportunity to determine whether those mysterious capsules mentioned in the note actually killed them has been lost forever. Local residents offer conflicting accounts that muddy the investigation further. Some report seeing strange lights in the sky around Vintem Hill on August 17th, the presumed date of death. Others describe witnessing the two men in the company of a third person, a woman in white robes who disappeared before the bodies were found. These testimonies arrive days or weeks after the discovery, their reliability compromised by growing public fascination with the case. The men's background reveals no obvious motive for suicide or involvement in dangerous activities. Both were respected technicians, family men with steady work and no known enemies. Miguel had recently been promoted. Manuel was planning his daughter's wedding. Their families insist that neither man displayed signs of depression or unusual behavior in the weeks before their death. Yet deeper investigation uncovers a more complex picture. Colleagues reveal that both men had developed intense interests in spiritualism and UFO phenomena. They attended seances and discussed theories about extraterrestrial contact with increasing frequency in the months before their death. Some acquaintances remember them talking about making contact and participating in experiments involving electronic equipment and spiritual communication. This revelation shifts the investigation's focus. The lead masks begin to make sense within the context of 1960s UFO theory. Many believers maintain that alien visitors communicated through electromagnetic radiation that could be harmful to human neurology. Protection during first contact might require electromagnetic shielding, exactly what lead masks would provide. The note's reference to a wait signal suggests they expected to receive some form of transmission. Were Manuel and Miguel attempting to communicate with what they believed were extraterrestrial visitors? Did they climb Vintem Hill to establish contact with beings they thought operated through dangerous electromagnetic frequencies? Alternative theories emerge as investigators dig deeper. Some suggest the men were part of a secret religious cult practicing forbidden rituals. Others propose they were involved in espionage, using their electronics expertise for covert activities that went wrong. The lead masks could have been protection against detection rather than alien communication. But each theory struggles to explain crucial details. If this was a spiritual ritual, why did both men die? If espionage was involved, who killed them and why leave the bodies so obviously positioned? If they committed suicide, why the elaborate preparation and mysterious timing? Decades later, new information surfaces that deepens rather than resolves the mystery. In 1999, researchers discover that similar incidents occurred elsewhere in Brazil during the same period. Other individuals found dead while engaged in apparent attempts at supernatural communication, though none involving lead masks. Did Manuel and Miguel represent part of a larger movement of amateur experimenters pushing dangerous boundaries? Modern forensic techniques could potentially solve the mystery, but the men's remains were buried long ago, and Brazilian authorities show little interest in reopening a decades-old case with no living suspects or continuing danger to public safety. The lead masks case endures because it perfectly balances the explainable with the inexplicable. We know what happened. Two men climbed a hill, put on lead masks, ingested something, and died. We know why they might have done it: belief in electromagnetic communication with otherworldly intelligence. But we don't know what actually killed them, whether their expectations had any basis in reality, or why their careful preparations ended in death rather than the transcendent contact they apparently sought. Vintem Hill remains unchanged, overlooking Niterói Bay with its secrets intact. Sometimes the most compelling mysteries aren't about what we can't explain, but about the lengths ordinary people will go to touch something beyond ordinary experience. Two electronic technicians became part of that mystery forever. Their lead masks a reminder that the boundary between rational investigation and dangerous obsession can be thinner than we realize. The fire mummies of Cabayan, high in the mist-shrouded mountains of northern Luzon, where clouds cling to ancient pine forests and the air carries whispers of forgotten rituals. Archaeologist Dr. Elena Mirano made a discovery that would challenge everything we thought we knew about prehistoric mummification. The year was 2001, and she had been documenting the limestone caves of Cabayan when her headlamp illuminated something that stopped her cold. Seated in the darkness, perfectly preserved after more than 2 millennia, were the fire mummies, bodies so remarkably intact that their skin, hair, and even tattoos remained visible, as if death had touched them only yesterday. These weren't the bandage-wrapped mummies of Egypt or the naturally preserved bog bodies of northern Europe. The fire mummies of Cabayan represented something entirely different, a mummification process so sophisticated that modern forensic scientists still struggle to fully decode its methods. What makes their preservation particularly extraordinary is the environment itself. The Philippines' tropical climate should have destroyed organic matter within decades, yet here were bodies that seemed to mock the laws of decomposition. The Ibaloi people, the indigenous inhabitants of this mountainous region, speak of their ancestors' sacred knowledge in hushed tones. According to their oral traditions, the mummification process began while the person was still alive. Elderly individuals who felt death approaching would commence a saltwater diet, consuming nothing but highly saline beverages for several weeks or months before their passing. This preliminary dehydration was just the beginning of a complex ritual that would span years. After death, the body underwent the Baghdad, a smoking process that has no parallel in any other known civilization. The deceased were positioned over low fires fueled by specific combinations of wood, each species chosen for properties that modern chemistry is only beginning to understand. For months, sometimes extending beyond a year, these fires burned continuously. Family members maintained constant vigil, adjusting temperatures with precision that suggests far more than trial and error. They knew exactly which woods produced the antimicrobial compounds necessary for preservation, which combinations of smoke and heat would dehydrate tissue without damaging cellular structure. Dr. Mirano's team discovered another puzzling element during their excavation of Timbuk Cave. The positioning of the bodies wasn't random. Each mummy sat in a fetal position, facing specific cardinal directions that aligned with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, and the rising of particular constellations. Carbon dating revealed that different mummies were prepared during different seasons, yet all shared this precise astronomical orientation. The implications are staggering. Either the Eboloi possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, or they were following instructions handed down from a source with such knowledge. The preservation results defy scientific explanation. Dr. Ronald Beckett, a bioanthropologist who specializes in mummification processes worldwide, examined several Kabayan mummies using non-invasive imaging techniques. His findings were remarkable. Internal organs remained intact after 2,000 years. Muscle tissue retained enough structural integrity for detailed analysis. Most puzzling of all, the DNA preservation exceeded that found in mummies from much drier, more conducive climates. When Beckett's team compared the Kabayan preservation technique to other known methods, they discovered something unprecedented. Egyptian mummification, for all its complexity, relied heavily on desiccating chemicals and protective wrappings. The Chinchorro mummies of Chile achieved preservation through natural environmental conditions, but the fire mummies combined controlled dehydration, antimicrobial treatment, and atmospheric manipulation in ways that suggest knowledge of cellular biology that shouldn't have existed in prehistoric times. The smoking process itself presents the greatest mystery. Analysis of residue found within the mummy's tissue revealed compounds that modern preservation specialists recognize as highly effective antimicrobial agents. These weren't accidental byproducts of random wood burning. The chemical signatures indicate deliberate selection of specific tree species, harvested at particular times of year when their antimicrobial properties were most concentrated. How did an isolated mountain people develop this level of biochemical precision? Perhaps most disturbing are the mummies that show evidence of trauma preservation. Several bodies display wounds, arrow injuries, blade cuts, that were apparently sustained shortly before death, yet these traumatic areas show the same remarkable preservation as healthy tissue. The smoking process somehow prevented infection and decay even in damaged areas, suggesting the Eboloi understood principles of wound preservation that medical science has only recently mastered. The caves themselves add another layer to the mystery. Timbuk, Bangau, and Tanungchul caves maintain remarkably stable temperatures and humidity levels year-round, but geological surveys reveal these conditions aren't entirely natural. The caves show evidence of artificial modification, strategic placement of stones, careful adjustment of air circulation patterns, even what appears to be primitive but effective moisture control systems. The Eboloi didn't simply find suitable caves, they engineered them for optimal mummy preservation. Local shamans still speak of the Anatong, spirits of the fire mummies who possess ancient knowledge. According to these traditions, the mummification process wasn't just about preserving the dead, it was about creating vessels for knowledge transmission. The most perfectly preserved mummies were said to be repositories of astronomical calculations, agricultural wisdom, and healing techniques. Whether metaphorical or literal, this belief system suggests the Eboloi viewed their mummification process as a form of cultural data storage. Modern attempts to replicate the fire mummy process have failed spectacularly. Researchers using identical wood species, similar temperature controls, and even samples of the original salt solutions have been unable to achieve comparable preservation results. Something crucial is missing from our understanding. Some element of the process that the Eboloi considered so fundamental they never felt the need to explicitly describe it to their descendants. Today, fewer than 50 fire mummies remain in the Kabayan caves, their numbers diminished by theft, natural deterioration, and well-meaning but destructive early archaeological efforts. Yet each preserved body continues to pose questions that our most advanced forensic techniques cannot answer. They represent not just remarkable preservation, but evidence of sophisticated knowledge systems hidden within cultures we've consistently underestimated. In the mist-wrapped mountains of Kabayan, these silent sentinels wait with their secrets intact, reminding us that the line between primitive and advanced might exist only in our assumptions. The Russian Sleeping Beauty. The pathologists stood in stunned silence as the lifting mechanism slowly revealed what lay beneath the permafrost. Dr. Natalia Polosmuk had excavated dozens of ancient burial sites across Siberia, but nothing had prepared her team for what they found in that remote corner of the Altai Mountains in 1993. Resting in a coffin carved from a single larch trunk, surrounded by 6 sacrificed horses, was a young woman who looked as though she had simply fallen asleep yesterday, 2,500 years ago. They called her the Siberian Ice Maiden, though locals whispered a different name, Kadin, the White Lady. Her skin retained a translucent quality that seemed almost alive in the harsh excavation lights. Dark hair still framed her face in elaborate braids, and across her left shoulder, an intricate tattoo of a mythical creature remained as vivid as the day it was inked into her flesh. But who was she? And why had this young woman, barely 25 years old, been buried with such extraordinary care in one of the most remote locations on Earth? The preservation itself defies easy explanation. While the permafrost certainly played a role, other bodies discovered in similar conditions from the same period show significant decomposition. Yet the Ice Maiden's soft tissues, internal organs, and even her last meal remained intact enough for detailed analysis. Russian scientists found marijuana in her belongings and traces of cannabis and opium in her bloodstream, leading some to theorize she was a shaman or spiritual healer who used psychoactive substances in her practice. Her burial goods tell a story of someone far from ordinary. 6 horses were sacrificed to accompany her journey into the afterlife, their elaborate bridles decorated with carved wooden griffins and golden ornaments. Inside her coffin, archaeologists discovered a small container of cannabis, a bronze mirror, and what appeared to be ceremonial implements. The wealth of grave goods suggests she held significant status in her community, yet no written records exist to identify her culture or explain their sophisticated burial practices. The tattoos covering her body present their own mystery. Using techniques that wouldn't be perfected in other parts of the world for centuries, unknown artists had created elaborate designs featuring mythical animals, spirals, and symbols that don't match any known Siberian cultural patterns from that period. The ink itself was made from soot and plant materials, applied with such precision that individual details remain clearly visible today. How did a nomadic culture develop such advanced tattooing methods? And what did these specific symbols mean to her people? Carbon dating placed her death around 500 BCE, during a period when the Pazyryk culture dominated the Altai region. Yet the Ice Maiden's burial differs significantly from other Pazyryk tombs. While most burials from this culture were communal affairs with multiple bodies, she was interred alone with an unprecedented level of ceremony. The positioning of her body, hands folded across her chest, mirrors burial practices found in completely different cultures thousands of miles away, suggesting either long-distance cultural exchange or parallel development of similar spiritual beliefs. Perhaps most puzzling is the location itself. The burial site sits at nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, accessible only during brief summer months when mountain passes become navigable. Why would an ancient people choose such a difficult location for this particular burial? Local Altai traditions speak of sacred sites in the high mountains, where spirits dwelt between worlds, places where the living could communicate with ancestors. Could the Ice Maiden's tomb have been positioned deliberately to serve as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms? Recent scientific analysis has revealed details that raise more questions than answers. CT scans showed evidence of breast cancer in her bones, and researchers discovered she had suffered a significant injury to her skull shortly before death. Whether this injury was accidental, the result of medical treatment, or something more sinister remains unclear. The combination of illness, head trauma, and psychoactive substances in her system creates a complex picture of her final weeks. But science cannot explain the reports that began almost immediately after her discovery. Construction crews working on the road near the excavation site reported equipment failures, unusual weather patterns, and what they described as an overwhelming sense of being watched. Local Altai people, who had opposed the removal of the remains from the beginning, claimed the disturbances were signs of the Ice Maiden's displeasure at being taken from her mountain resting place. In 2012, nearly 20 years after the discovery, a series of earthquakes struck the Altai region with unusual frequency. Traditional elders pointed to the timing, insisting the tremors were connected to the Ice Maiden's continued separation from her sacred burial ground. While geologists attribute the seismic activity to natural tectonic processes, they cannot explain why earthquake patterns in the region shifted so dramatically following the excavation. The Ice Maiden's DNA tells yet another story that challenges conventional understanding of ancient population movements. Genetic analysis revealed European ancestral markers mixed with Asian lineages, in combinations that don't match expected migration patterns for the region during her time period. Her genetic profile suggests her people may have been part of a much larger, more complex network of trade and cultural exchange than previously thought possible for nomadic societies of the 5th century BCE. Today, the Ice Maiden rests in a climate-controlled facility in Novosibirsk, far from the mountain peaks where she had slumbered for millennia. Researchers continue studying her remains, hoping to unlock secrets about ancient medical practices, cultural traditions, and the sophisticated society that created such an elaborate burial. Yet each new discovery seems to deepen the mystery rather than resolve it. Who was this young woman whose death warranted such extraordinary measures? What knowledge did she possess that required her to be preserved with such care? And why does her story continue to resonate with such power across the centuries, drawing researchers and mystery seekers to contemplate the thin boundary between life and death, between the known and the unknowable? In the silence of the Altai Mountains, where wind carries whispers of ancient secrets, some questions wait patiently for answers that may never come. Conclusion. For the past 4 hours, we've walked through shadows cast by questions that refuse to fade. Each mystery we've explored, from the impossible precision of ancient machinery to the whispered secrets of civilizations that vanished without explanation, reveals something profound about the boundaries of human understanding. The Antikythera Mechanism still clicks through its bronze gears in our minds, challenging everything we thought we knew about ancient technological capability. Those Greek craftsmen possessed knowledge that seems to leap across centuries, landing squarely in our modern understanding of mechanical engineering. Yet the gap between their achievement and the historical record remains as wide as ever. We can reconstruct what they built, but we cannot reconstruct how they learned to build it. In the high Andes, the megalithic stones of Puma Punku continue their silent testimony to engineering methods that modern construction crews would struggle to replicate. The precision cuts, the impossible angles, the sheer weight of stones moved across impossible terrain, these facts stand immutable, regardless of our theories about their creation. Somewhere in the space between what we can measure and what we can explain lies a truth that eludes our grasp. The Dogon people still gather under the same stars their ancestors mapped with startling accuracy, carrying forward oral traditions that speak of celestial mechanics discovered by Western astronomy only decades ago. Their knowledge of Sirius B, invisible to the naked eye, represents either an extraordinary coincidence or evidence of information transmission through channels we have yet to understand. The stars haven't changed, but our appreciation for the mystery they represent has only deepened. Deep beneath the Mediterranean, the Copper Scroll's treasure locations remain unmarked on any map, its cryptic coordinates pointing toward wealth that may never be found. The scroll itself testifies to ancient abundance, to hidden chambers filled with silver and gold, to secrets buried so thoroughly that even their precise documentation cannot reveal them. The treasure hunters who seek these caches are chasing more than precious metals. They're pursuing proof that our historical understanding remains incomplete. The Voynich manuscript rests in Yale's archives, its illustrated pages as enigmatic today as they were when scholars first encountered them. Every attempt at translation has revealed only deeper layers of complexity, as if the text itself resists interpretation. The plants it depicts don't match known species, the astronomical charts don't correspond to familiar constellations, and the human figures engage in activities that defy categorization. It stands as perhaps the most perfect example of knowledge that remains forever, just beyond reach. In Iraq, the remnants of ancient batteries continue to puzzle archaeologists who struggle to reconcile their electrochemical properties with accepted timelines of technological development. These clay jars, copper cylinders, and iron rods represent either the most remarkable coincidence in archaeological history or evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. The current they once generated may have ceased flowing, but the questions they generate continue to illuminate the gaps in our understanding. At Gobekli Tepe, massive stone circles predate agriculture itself, suggesting that human civilization's timeline requires fundamental revision. The site's deliberate burial only adds to its mystery. Why would ancient peoples invest enormous effort in creating these monuments, only to hide them beneath tons of earth? The temples wait in southeastern Turkey, their purpose as mysterious as their construction methods. Above the Nazca Desert, those enormous ground drawings continue to perplex researchers seeking to understand their creators' intentions. The lines are too large to appreciate from ground level, too precise to have been created casually, too numerous to dismiss as simple artistic expression. From aircraft, their geometric perfection becomes apparent, but so does the fundamental question of how pre-Columbian peoples conceived and executed designs meant to be viewed from impossible heights. The Shroud of Turin hangs between faith and science, its image as controversial as it is compelling. Every test reveals new complexities rather than definitive answers. The weave pattern, the blood chemistry, the image formation process, all point in different directions. Whether relic or medieval creation, the shroud demonstrates how scientific analysis can deepen mystery rather than resolve it. Ocean currents continue to reveal and conceal the Yonaguni Monument off Japan's coast, its architectural features as debated today as when marine geologists first encountered them. The structure's angular precision suggests human craftsmanship, but its age and underwater location challenge conventional understanding of both geological and archaeological timelines. The monument stands, or rather, rests, as testimony to how much of human history may lie beneath the waves. Within the Great Pyramid's chambers, recently discovered voids hint at secrets that remain locked away after millennia. Each new scanning technology reveals additional complexity, additional spaces, additional questions about the monument's true purpose. The pharaoh's tomb may have been its declared function, but the sophisticated internal architecture suggests capabilities and intentions that extend far beyond burial practices. These mysteries share common threads that weave through human experience across cultures and centuries. They suggest that our ancestors possessed knowledge